like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the sheets. We came from one man, forget my peace. You take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man's so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch man, please use caution.
Victory, we ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting to the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in the eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You are the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready, into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, into the jungle.
like 0 degrees. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the.
Welcome contestants to the Finals Masters Series. This video will explain the format for the competitive finals scene across the North American and European regions. The Finals Masters Series is an open global ecosystem where the best contestants from around the world can compete to prove they are the best of the best. Contestants from both regions will compete in a global circuit across 2 splits. Contestants will compete in 4 open qualifiers, each split to gain circuit points. Each qualifier will host a best of 3 double elimination bracket. The top 8 teams in a competitive split will qualify for the Finals Masters. The Masters will be a 2-day double elimination bracket where the top contestants will fight for a share of a prize pool and direct qualification into the World Championship. All matches will be best of 3, with the grand final being a best of 5. The final 2 teams in the Masters will earn their ticket to Worlds 2024. Across both splits, the top 8 teams with the most points that have not already qualified will be invited to the World Championship. Following the second Masters, 2 last chance qualifiers will be hosted where teams can fight for a chance to gain their entry into Worlds. The top 2 teams from each qualifier will earn their right to fight for a world title. For the Masters Series, we have brought back our map ban system. Teams will pick and ban between 5 maps. Those maps in rotation are Cis Horizon, Las Vegas, Monaco, Seoul, and Skyway Stadium. Alright contestants, it's time to buckle in. We hope to see you earn your stripes.
Hello, and welcome to the Breakout Esports Split 2 Masters. I am Jerry, I'm joined here by the wonderful Rio, and we've got lots of games today, a whole bucket load of games. We've got Cash Out, we've got Quick Cash, but all of it is in aid of finding 2 more teams that will move on towards the World Championships in a few months. Rio, how are you doing, my man? It's been good to join you on the mic again for a 3rd time now.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I am excited for all the matches we have today. I love that we have 2 different formats. We have Quick Cash and then Cash Out. Or not Quick Cash. We're having Cash Out and the normal one-on-one that we have. But should be a lot of fun today. A lot of good matches, great teams, and really just kind of everything you'd expect to see from the Swiss bracket and everything in the finals today.
So you can see right here, this is the Swiss bracket that started yesterday, kicking off our Master Split 2. We've already had 2 full rounds of Cash Out, and we are left with, well, Sky Gods and Quattro Squad unfortunately being eliminated from the bracket yesterday, pushing 30 and 223, pushing through to the later games today. But we have to clear up that little grey blob in the centre of the screen, the 1-1 bracket. NTHX Esport, Holto's Finest, Ape Squad, and No Idea will be battling it out over the next hour or so. 5 rounds of Cash Out, cumulative scoring for the teams that come, you know, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and you get points for kills as well. The top 2 teams after all of that will make it through to our playoffs, meeting pushing 30 and 223. Then they get the chance to try and qualify for World Champs. So over the next hour, we're going to thin down this bunch of 4 miscreants. I suppose it's 12 miscreants, right? 3 on each team, and see who pops out the other side.
Yep, absolutely. I think that we are going to start off with Seoul as our first map tonight. And it looks like we're getting the map pick rates and bans for this Swiss bracket. It looks like Skyway Stadium was picked 5 times and banned 0 times. That's actually really surprising. Same thing followed up by Vegas, picked 4 times. There are no bans for Swiss stage. So
yeah, we play every single map. So the way this works, sorry, we're just getting words in our ear. We're new to this. We haven't done the Cash Out one before yet, me and you, Rio. So this is going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Every single map gets played, obviously. And this is just showing you the ban rates and pick rates that we've seen over the course of the season. Skyway Stadium being the most popular. But it's kind of even out, I think, after the last event. We had a lot of Skyway Stadium. Now this is a lot more even, it seems. Cis Horizon being the least favourite. But yeah, we're going to see every single one of these, and it's going to be Seoul up first today. What are your thoughts on Seoul in particular as a Cash Out map, Rio?
Yeah, I think that it's a lot more chaotic than what we normally see, just because there are 2 Cash Outs going on at once, and the possibility that you get a Cash Out in somewhere like Hospital or something like that, one of these harder spots, it just means that it's going to happen. So we will see a lot of fights that are kind of more concentrated. We might even see some cases where people don't even attempt to go for a Cash Out. We might see 3 teams going for 1 and just leaving the other one alone. I think that we just have a lot to see.
Absolutely. Now you can see right here we have our class pick rates, and it's always worth mentioning that within this tournament we have that 1 heavy limit, so do take these numbers with a grain of salt. It basically works out as an even split between heavy and medium, right, because you've got twice as many mediums, the usual comp being a HMM. But look at that light pick rate we saw at the very end of the qualifications, the 4th quals event. A team that was running HML managed to take the whole dang thing, and that was impressive. We weren't expecting that, so it can be done, and I are we surprised, based on what we've seen in the first day of Swiss, to see if anyone will pick up the light today? But it has been done before.
Yeah, so I don't know if you watched any of the matches yesterday, but there was actually a team, and I'm sorry that I didn't catch who it was, but that was running all light. I tuned in and I was like, oh my gosh, is that really happening? Do I really see 3 lights? And I was looking at their health bar, and oh, yep, there were 3 lights running. Not sure who that was.
They didn't make it through. That's my thought.
But even if they didn't, I commend them for trying, because that was cool to tune in. I didn't have much time to watch yesterday, but it was cool to just see that and be like, what? Are my eyes deceiving me? But no, they were doing it. So I am sure that today we will see. It was apparently No Idea. Wow. Okay.
What?
So,
Hang on. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So this is what I did my research. This is my moment where I sort of shoved the blame onto the players instead, which is a really good thing to do. I hear players love that. I couldn't find any of their streams. No Idea. I couldn't find out who was even playing for No Idea. And they just didn't pop up when I was doing my trawling. So yeah, they're the one empty spot. If they're running all light today, then power to them. I want to see it. But let's have a look. We are straight in now with our first round of cash out. 4 teams, utter chaos. Let's try. Let's do our best, Rio.
Are they on? This is 3 lights right now.
This is
No Idea.
This is them. Fantastic.
Yeah, Mr. Derp, Acoustic, and Varak.
Acoustic's already dead. That's the light experience, folks. All right. But we do see him running, a pretty meaty loadout with the double barrel shotgun, stun, sonars, interestingly, and the glitch. I do love running sonars on light. I feel like it blends so much value. You want at least one person on your team running them. The Overwatch here on top of the purple team. Blue having tapped the vault, of course, being made up of all these lights. And it's NTHX facing up against the red team on the other side of things right now, inside the hospital. But whoa,
Nolly goes down.
Nolly goes down, and now purple team, they are making their way over. This is Lamp, Brendy, and Green Space. They are Holto's finest. You may know of them. They're a very good side. They have gone 1-1. Obviously, all the teams playing today are 1-1. They've won 1, lost 1. That's why they're here. They've got to win 1 more. But Holto's finest lost their most recent cash out, so a bit of a dicey situation for them, if you ask me. I feel like they're going to struggle.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Not only that, but I mean, it's amazing that NTHX is already down. Like, I know they're respawned now, but immediately right off the bat, we saw them just kind of go into a team fight, and one after the other just kind of go down. It does look like Cash Out A has gotten started by, I believe, No Idea. Nope, they're actually going for the steal. No Idea is going to grab in their team setup. The lights are so low with their health that they can only take 1 shot, and you see that happen. They get shot, and then they immediately pull away. I'm not sure who they're being pursued by at the moment, but they are getting charged at. Looks like one of them went down. NTHX is doing their best to ride as their team and just running around trying to get the distance on everybody.
Well, they are engaging right now with No Idea, managing to take down 1 at the very least. Another scouting around. They don't know where he is. There we go. They find it, and that is the wipe on No Idea. It's a very nice hold, but they do have to steal here. Looks like they would be uncontested, as it seems as though is it Holto's finest are attacking the other site right now? No, they're not. There was a bit of a steal going on. That was confusing me. And we're back in here with the 3 versus 3 Sonso, taking a lot of damage there. Rippy as well. They back away. The domes come out. No winches. This is worth mentioning as well in this engagement. There's so much to catch up on. Yeah, winches are out. Winches are out. That's public service announcement for everyone. We've got no winches in this fight, in these games right now. We've got charging slams. We've got mesh shields. Be very surprised to see. What's the other specialization that no one ever uses? Goo gun. Be very surprised to see that. But
yeah, I'd actually forgot that because I haven't used the goo gun in seasons.
yeah, it's been a while. Either way, it looks like Holto's finest are pretty secure with their first catch out, and they're going to contest this one as well to try and see if they can get 2 in 1. Now comes D-Fib to get Lamp back up, but it looks like they've maybe missed the opportunity to engage with the element of surprise on their side at the very least.
Yeah, and it does seem like Cash Out A is the cash out everybody's fighting over. There are definitely 3 teams here at the moment, and it is just kind of chaos on
Another
this one
wipe,
point.
by the way, on No Idea. They're not faring well.
You know, I'm proud that they're trying. I mean, because there is so much you can do with 3 lights. The amount of utility you have. You mentioned earlier, like the sonar grenade, and just having so much ability through 3 different lights is just utility is amazing. So if they are able to do it, you know, might be able to sneak in and grab it, but they just can't steal a point successfully when you have 3 teams going after you. Not enough damage you can take. You see the bubble shield going down from Noli. They're trying to make some distance on themselves and holding back. Oh, winches are banned from this map. That would be why we're not seeing it.
Yep, that's what I'm
So
saying.
yeah, I guess I missed that discussion, but apparently they're banned. I'm sure that there's some good reasons behind it. God, look at this. One after another. People are just going down. We have a team wipe on, I believe, Alba's Finest. Might have been
Correct.
NTHX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In all of that chaos as well, we did see the cash out go down a while ago, maybe about 30 seconds ago, for Ape Squad. So that is Ape Squad in purple that have just been wiped, losing a small portion of their money. Of course, with the changes to cash out recently, those wipes aren't nearly as punishing as they used to be. There's a lot more incentive to go for those fights. In comes the battle on D. It looks as though Pink Team have plugged it. That is NT8X Esports, but they're going to come into contention with Purple. That is Holto's Finest coming in, but no, it looks as though Holto's Finest has done quite well there to clear the area, and they are going to get this steal.
Yeah, and D is such a good cash out because it's in this corner, and it's just hard to really kind of push into. I'm amazed that zip line is still up, but I bet you
we're going to see a double
down
dip
here soon.
Oh god.
Oh, wow.
If we thought it wasn't chaotic before, it's about to get a hell of a lot more chaotic now, as all 4 teams are going to be fighting over this 20k cash out. You can already see Pink and Purple going gung-ho at it already, but you know, this is a situation where you don't necessarily want to be one of those first 2 teams in the mix. My question right now is, where is Red? Where are Ape Squad? Are they going to be fourth partying it? Here they come.
You know what I love? There's a bounce pad down there, and you can see continually everybody's using it. Just trying to get that height advantage. When there is so many people in there, just getting away and out of the line of sight just for a second can really help. So I think it's interesting to see everybody utilizing just one bounce pad that some team put down. But we do see the fight happening. It is just utter chaos. We're halfway through the cash out, and more bounce pads going up, because you just need that verticality. And you see that happening right now with Sonya running up, just trying to get pop shots off. Just for the healing, great switch back and forth. Great shots with the shotgun.
Oh, he's fully committing it.
Them.
He's not quite made it. He will get the final
Oh,
shot
look
onto
at that
green space.
mid-air kill.
Very tasty. He's going for another again. They're playing with this
Come on, so you
mega pad right now.
Look at that.
But they've got the res, and the problem is all of this is just delay. And despite the fact that Purple Team, that is Holto's Finest, have been off the point, fending for themselves for so long, it's been chaos on the point anyway, as Pink and Blue can't get a big enough bite of each other. Purple have kept hold of this cash out throughout all of that, and it looks like they're going to see it through, not a single steal. And that is just what happens sometimes when you have these double dips. There's just too much chaos to stick a steal, and Holto's Finest will be laughing about that one.
That was really impressive, and you know what? We're seeing how much chaos is going on. I want more.
Yes.
Give me more double dips. Keep it going, because that was cool. And just you can see the tactics that people were trying to employ, even with just the amount of chaos going on. And I think that's what makes these players so skilled, is that they can adapt. And then sometimes you can't adapt because there's just too much going on. Everything was blowing up in this destruction. So cool to see. We see that vaults 3 and 4 are being open now. It might be 4 and 5.
5 and 6, I believe.
5 and 6. Oh,
6 has
we
been
can learn how to count.
6 has been tapped and just being guarded now by Holto's Finest. All they really need to do is keep hold of that, and they guarantee themselves at least a second place finish. But that means that we're going to keep track of 5 right now, because everyone's fighting over that. Everyone wants a slice of that pie right now, and at the moment it is Red Team, it is Ape Squad that are holding on to it. Now I have to confess to something. At some point today, or during these 5 rounds, I may say the word salmon when I'm talking about Red Team. That's just because I started playing and we called it Salmon Team, and it's just stuck. All of my friends call it Salmon. It's not really red, but here comes Salmon right now to steal the cash out that our triple light team did put in. But you know, they just don't have the staying power. And this is what I mean. They're really going to struggle today, no idea, if they stick with this triple light setup.
There's the crane going down, and I love that somebody's still in there trying to just struggle to hold on. Because if you can't stay up there and it doesn't crash like it is, you know, it's still a good vantage point, but now there's no way to get up there. So we have a crane mid-area, which I love. And can't see, but it looked like somebody just got a great kill with a charge and slam.
The triple
Also, I
lights
love
might be in a
team.
Triple Lights might be in a good position
Yeah.
to third party this, to be fair. They are close.
One of our teams is running the 3 chefs outfit, which I think is a wonderful matchup.
Oh, they're cooking.
Wonderful uniform for your team.
That was a
Great shot from Brindy.
I like that we just randomly flip over to purple team and catch a very nice mid-air shot from from Brendy. Yeah, that's tasty. They look like they're wanting to get an even bigger slice. You know, obviously the points do matter. So going into the final steal on this point, if Pink keep hold of this, then purple don't need to worry about it. But if either red or blue take hold of this final cash out, then they will finish in first place most likely. So that is something that purple team have to be wary of and have to try and play for kills or maybe play for the last minute steal, depending on what's going on. Some great kills going on here by NTHX. They are commanding this corner of construction, and oh, what a mid-air shot! That is difficult with the KS-23. The slug shotgun at range, and he catches him. Tasty.
Wow, yeah, that was an amazing shot. And it is a slug, like you said, so it doesn't have a spread, but it does have a really fine part. Whoa, look at that charge and slam. That was wonderful. He did go down in the process, but he did get a good trade. Looks like NTHX is now setting up on the point. I think they just have to defend it. They're not gonna...
Yeah, Salmon really needs to come in here with a last-minute steal to get any value, and it looks like they're going down. Brendy going in big because he knows that his death won't mean anything if he dies here. Round is over. Very commanding round there from Holto's Fine. It's really that second cash out with the double dip just gave them so much comfort, so much control over the game, and they finished in that first place.
Yeah, really commanding too at the very end. I'm glad that they were able to kind of pop in there and get that last cash out. And I believe that they were the ones that also got the double cash out, the 20,000.
Exactly.
So yeah, it just shows kind of their staying power and their performance. And hey, we even get replays now. That's awesome.
Beautiful.
We can see some of these shotgun kills because Brindy was doing it, and I forget who else was kind of mastering the shotgun. I think that was Nolby, maybe. So the mid-air shotgun shots.
That was indeed
shotguns are dominating.
Well remembered, and that was like the slug shotgun as well. The KS-23 just has so much power. You're going to see a different array of weaponry as well when it comes to cash out, because there's some that are really good in these kind of skirmishes that you don't really get in the 3v3 environment. So I'm excited, and it's cool to, you know, for instance, even see the triple light. And I said they were struggling, but look at this point, right up until the very final cash out, they were in it to win it. They had the second place potential, and they do come out of this with a third place finish on the round. Not much better than fourth. So just to sort of, we will get the scoreboard up at some point soon, and we'll get to talk through the points. If you're wondering why it's looking a bit fraggy as well, you get points for kills too. So it's going to be a bit kind of there's a lot of maths going on in the background, and we just kind of have to digest it as we go along. But ultimately, you're still playing to win. You're still playing cash out. You still want to be top of that leaderboard, of that cash pile at the end of the game.
Yeah, and you're right, and that's an interesting point to point out that we will see more players playing more aggressive, and we did see that with him being chased down with the shotgun, going on the super pad, and just kind of just getting more kills in midair. Teams are playing more aggressive because there's just more out there, and on top of it, you know, we did have a rule change recently where you don't lose a ton. I think you lose 10% of your overall earnings when your team gets wiped, so that's down from, I believe it was 30% before. So there's a drastic difference, and it allows you to kind of be more aggressive and get more, you know, kind of just in the other team's face, because hey, you get wiped and you come back, and 10% isn't a ton. It can make a difference, but it is definitely it definitely makes a change in what we're seeing versus the last time we did this Swiss bracket.
Absolutely does. So Cis Horizon now on the docket, Rio. A very different map from Seoul. We do still have a lot of those long-range engagements. I'm quite happy that we got to see a Seoul with the construction variant, because I feel like that's probably the most interesting and most competitive version of the map that we get to see. Cis Horizon, though, no modifiers as of yet. So it's going to be very much, you know, you get what you expect.
Yeah, and I personally love Cis Horizon. I think that it's a really cool map. I think that it looks visually stunning at places, and I think that there's a lot of like variability in the gameplay that you can see. I don't play it a ton in this format, this kind of Swiss cash out version. I'm more of a quick cash player, so it is interesting to see kind of 4 teams versus the 3 that I'm used to seeing. Kind of get into this map, because it is a little bit more spread out than some maps. So some of the fights are a little less located close to each other. So we will probably see less of the double dip or the stacking that we saw in this last map. But who knows? We did get one, and we might get one again. I'd love to see it.
So interesting here, we get to see that the placement pretty much determining the leaderboard here at the end of the round, except for that 3rd and 4th spot. Ape Squad garnering more kill points, so they got a total at least 6 more kills than No Idea, or well, at least 4, but you know, taking them on to the 7 points for kill points. So they do end up at that 1 total point ahead of No Idea, despite the fact that maybe you expect No Idea being liked to be a bit more fraggy, potentially have that possibility. They finish with more cash but fewer points on the scoreboard, so we will keep track of that. Holto's Finest, of course, right up the top after that, well, round defining double dip like we've mentioned.
Yep, absolutely. It is cool to see that the Holto's Finest and THX are tied. You know, even though their kill points and placement points and cash out were all a little bit different, they are still tied. So a lot of variation that's going to happen today, and we still have several more matches to determine where this goes.
We absolutely do, and we'll be keeping track of these ranks, how they change as well throughout the course of these 5 cash out rounds. Were there any players that stood out to you during that particular map, Rio? There was, you know, we got to see some flashy plays from particularly the top 2 squads, if I sort of cast my mind back.
Yeah, getting Ape Squad in there, and then Sonyaso was just destroying with that shotgun. They were the ones that were chasing everybody down, and I think I was counting it. I think they got like 6 or 7 shots off without missing. So to me, that's just impressive in its own, and just kind of cool to see, you know, how I play versus how somebody that really puts a lot of time in on the shotgun can play. So that was cool for me to see. What about you? Anybody stand out?
I've got to say, Noli impressed me with that one KS-23 shot in midair, so I'll be looking out for him. I'm a big fan of the KS-23. I say that I can't use it myself.
No, me either.
I stack with the heavy, who is insane with it, and it's just very entertaining to watch and be part of.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it takes a lot of skill, so props to it. Here we go. Straight to the action here is
immediately
Pink and Purple getting in on each other, and I just want to kind of do my due diligence and check that the teams are sort of still in the right colours. If they are mixed up, then that's going to throw me really off. Pink is at the moment, yeah, they've all swapped round. God damn it! All right, time to rub out what I've written down and try to map it out again. Give me a minute.
All right. Well, we do see cash out 1. I bet you that they're going to take it to B. They see a jump pad placed down, so it's going to get them most of the distance. Oh, no, they actually didn't go for the jump pad. They put up a zip line. Nice. I do think zip lines are a little bit better than jump pads, but that's my own opinion. And we do see the other cash out with A getting started as well. It's already maybe a quarter of the way done. Mr. Derp, and they are still running, No Idea, still running 3 lights. So they're committed. I don't know what's changed in their strategy in the back end, but hey, you know, I'm all for it. They are playing a little slower right now, a little slow advance. You see one fight starting to happen. Mr. Derp takes about half health, but he immediately gets back together with his team, and THX is on top of them, shooting pretty far away with those shotguns onto the purple team, which I'm not sure who it is just yet.
Ape Squad, I've worked it out. By process of elimination, I've managed to get them all down. So right now we are watching blue team. That is NTHX, obviously the most helpfully named team because they've got their tags in their name. But they are waiting to try and get this third party on the cash out A, which is currently being battled between. The stun comes out from No Idea as they are guarding this, and the problem is they
didn't capitalize on that. That was a sad little zap.
Yeah, I
mean,
no
fight.
There's a lot of people guarding it is the problem, and it has been stolen successfully, and it looks like No Idea got wiped in the process as well. But here comes NTHX trying to double down, get that third party on the purple team, but they are being taken out as well. Floppy and Carbon Mac are not in enough contention here. They are not directly supporting their teammate. Bit too split up, and that will probably result in a team fight win for purple. There we have it. That is Ape Squad guarding this cash out resolutely from 2 different squads. In the meantime, pink team, who's that? Holto's Finest. You know, they've got a freebie over on B going right now.
Yeah, he's just uncontested. They're just sitting there waiting. It does look like they are detected, so somebody is close by. But,
well, that's going to be No Idea.
They have enough
right?
time. yeah.
The only ones with sonar grenades. And there we are, very well prepared with the jump pad, making it very difficult to steal from any position, really. That's going to be bouncing for a good 30 seconds at least.
Yeah, they've got it.
Down go all the lights again. It's a really tough one. They may get the kills that keep them in contention, but there is also the point to make that a lot of teams are getting frags on them very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's going to push them further up the standings.
I just don't understand why they're running 3. Like, I would understand maybe 2 in a heavy, or 2 in a medium, you know, just something to kind of anchor your team together. But when you're running 3, it's just so... Everybody's plays so sporadically. Like, having lights kind of work in one in unison is not something I really see often. Now, it could be the difference now that we're seeing, you know, high-level players, but at the same time, you still struggle with the same, you know, things that you would with a normal team. So
I think the other thing is they're kind of playing it a little bit wrong, if you ask me. Like, they committed there to try and get a last-minute steal against an established team defending. That's not where you're getting your points for the light team. You need to be heading to the vaults, getting those plugs, using your mobility, your gateways, everything to get the plugs and get the plug money, and then play around that. Defending is a lot easier as a team of 3 lights than attacking, if you ask me. So yeah, they're not leading into their squad's strengths here, and that is causing them problems beyond the fact that they are also good at set of lights. Here we go to an engagement right now as the blue team are getting it smothered right now by NCHX. A missed defib as it doesn't quite connect there, but doesn't really matter too much. They do all remount the stairs. Down they go. This is, again, that, well, PS23 not quite doing the damage in the final fight there, but enough to defend the point, and they're not under any contention from a third party, so they'll be very happy with that fight.
yeah, and that was just shotgun versus shotgun on the stairs. I think that there were 3 shotguns versus 1 player with shotgun on the stairs. So that was kind of cool to see. It's interesting that shotgun is the meta. We've moved away kind of from the FCAR. We still see some people really kind of dedicated to it, but you just get so much stopping power with that shotgun. And we do see the fight going on at C. Lots of reses. Rippy trying to get healed back up. He's the one heavy player. Chasing down one of light, and yep, there goes Mr. Derp, deleted in probably about 2 seconds. And another shotgun kill. Nope, almost. Rippy's just trying to stay alive. Oh, wow, he actually gets down by Rack's shotgun. Little unexpected. I was expecting, no idea to get completely wiped right there.
We do hold on.
The steal on C.
These are very close cash outs as well. It must be mentioned. C is in the same building as C, and it will be finished momentarily, leaving with, well, leaving the 3 lights to defend against the entirety of the rest of these squads. But some very nice shotgun work being done here by Vrake, and he might even finish off the last. He does get the last, but not before that final res comes through. The steal is going to be attempted here, and Vrake has the defense. I think they're going to make it here. They may well get 2 at once, and they absolutely do. They now need to rotate to defend their existing cash out, but they're trying to get the kills. Lamp going down, and how, I don't know, this is maybe we're being made to eat our words here right now. The people like are doing work.
Yeah, and this is what can happen. It's just that it's so rare that it does happen. But hey, I love it. This is awesome, and you are right that this is a unique opportunity too, because both cash outs were so close to each other. And from my map knowledge of this map, that's the only place that this can happen. So they got lucky, are they going to be able to hold it off? They did get the kill.
Wow, and that's going to add yet more points to their tally as well. They are climbing the leaderboards right now. And with only 2 minutes left, they'll be firmly at the top with that 31k score. They can quite. I don't think it's late enough in the game for them to play keep away with the box, but it's definitely an option, especially as lights.
Yeah, I would definitely focus on just not dying at this time. You can maybe pop in, and it's all going to depend on who gets these vaults in, or if both vaults go in. There's a lot of variation that could happen just right now. It does look like most of the teams are starting to head towards Vault 6. One of the cash outs does get started.
Yeah, it's a bit of a race.
We have low gravity.
Low gravity is fun. Oh, okay. Oh, no, never mind. It's not in yet. There we go. I was expecting a much bigger jump.
Yeah, him to shoot into the air.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. So, Purple are going round to try and contest Vault 6 right now and get that in B. They have enough time to do it potentially, but the gateway is set up, and it's going. They've taken it to the corner. That's very smart play there. So, yeah, Box 6 being taken by the Big Splash. I say the Big Splash, of course. It is no idea to that corner, but NTHX have taken hold of it and they're moving it. Great shot there from Mr. Derp to take out Magma. I was about to say Carbonara there. And they are chasing down NTHX, who've been wiped successfully. So how the Mighty have fallen. Second place after the last game, but they are really just... I don't think they have a chance in hell of coming off that bottom spot now.
No, I don't think so either. And I think that there's still enough time in here that I believe that this Vault 6 will get started into B. I think that they tried their best to kind of keep it away and make this cash out not happen. But I think that No Idea kind of pushed themselves, pun intended, into a corner. And now they're kind of trying to fight out.
That's going to be a really quick cash out timer. There are only 40 seconds left, basically, on B. A being plugged already successfully by Holto's Finest, and it doesn't look like anyone's willing to go after them. This jump pad causing problems for the mobility of NTHX as Low Gravity wastes a good 5 or 6 seconds there for them. Heading for the commit to B. They want to wait until the last possible moment, but don't be deceived by that wheel. There are only 21 seconds left. They have to get moving right about now.
Well, there's actually a minute that was added.
Oh yeah, okay, that's out.
Yeah,
I forget how the timer works sometimes in cash out, and it's different. But they got a minute to work with, and everyone's going to be heading to B right now. A white on purple team. That is 8 squad out of the running. Great shot there by the lights, and it looks as though once again the triple lights of No Idea are going to climb to the top as they get the steal on B. And it's really only Pink in contention with them, Holto's Finest, but they might just want to sit back and hold on to second place, play it safe. They're sending one person to try and go for the last second steal, but I think the rest of them are playing it safe. He knows that his days are numbered. In fact, here come the rest of the teams to try and cause a bit of chaos, but I think at this point, it's pretty safe to say that No Idea probably have this. They do have all of their players up and ready to guard it, but they're being caught in a load of crossfires here, and they have been wiped. A last second steal is not on the cards though, as there's no one contesting it, and they will propel themselves from last place in the last round to first place here.
What a mix-up. We literally ate our words. Like,
we really did.
And I think that this is going to go down as the first team to run through lights successfully. I mean, they obviously did it yesterday and won one, but today they've done it again. So, wow.
Yeah, they did win their second cash out round against Ape Squad, Sky Gods, and Quattro Squad in the second elimination. The second stage of Swish yesterday. So they've been steadily improving. And they are playing right now against two of the teams that they played in the first round in Holto's Finest and NTHX, but they certainly stepped it up here. Maybe it's just Ape Squad throwing in another monkey wrench into the works that's helping them out. But however it's working, they've done well on this second map. It's consistency that's always the question with light squads, though, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think that part of it is the map. It's very map dependent. This map is really kind of, I don't know, more geared towards lights because there's less like wide open areas that you have to go through. A lot of it's kind of a lot of the combat, even as we're seeing right now, happens inside of buildings, and here's this one alleyway in the back, but most of it, I want to say 60% plus, happens inside of areas like buildings. So it makes it where you are a light. You can get in and then you can jump out of a window or a doorway and kind of get yourself a little bit of more room. And I think that's what they're doing. I need to go back and watch these matches again just to see really what they've done. But yeah, well done, No Idea. That was quite a fun match to watch. And I do want to point out, like earlier, how I was saying that the spawns are a little different, so we didn't see any double dipping happening on this map. And I think it makes sense because the cash outs were spawned minus that one really far away from each other. So just an interesting map to see. Really kind of fun, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Now we can see right here, this is the scoreboard for that second game, and of course it played out exactly how we expected there. No Idea right at the top, and you can see the placement as well, reflective of where everyone finished there. The kills not feeding in too much to the overall standings there, just pretty evenly spread, 6, 4, 5, not much of a spread there in kill points in general. So this should impact the overall leaderboard quite substantially, because it's almost a complete reverse of what we had last time. NTHX came second last time, they are now bottom. No Idea came fourth last time, and now they have finished this one top. So this should really even things out once we get to see that.
Yeah. amazing to see the point totals after that match. Just kind of, yeah, there's the official point totals, and wow, they're actually really pretty close. No idea brought themselves up from quite a deficit, so well done. Halter's Finest is following just short by 1 point. NTHX is back by 2 points, and Ape Squad down by 3. So the spread is really tight here. I'm impressed with all of our teams so far, and it does look like our next map will be Las Vegas, so we'll get to see these teams go up again once more.
Ape Squad are the only team yet to place in the top 2 so far across both of these games, so we'll have to keep an eye on them and how they're performing throughout. But even with that said, out of all of the sets of cash out 5-round cash outs that we've had so far this week, so this is shaping up to be the closest, and that is exactly what you'd expect, right? You know, we've got the best teams of pushing 32-2-3. They've gone through already. We've filtered out some of the lesser teams, Sky Gods and Quattro Squad, unfortunately dipping out, going 0-2 after those 2 rounds of Swiss. So now we're left with a really tight, compact group with some nice, healthy competition, and I hope that it really is down to that final game.
I almost guarantee it'll go down to it, because every single team that we've seen here, I know most of them, and they all have the potential to do exactly what No Idea just did. Like, they have the potential to just kind of completely upset the entire match and blow our expectations away. So it's just kind of like you said, it is these teams that you've grown to expect this from, and that's what I love about this the series right now, is that we are getting to see these teams go up against each other in different formats, in different ways, and that competitive nature is just there. You see these players play, and you just see that they know each other, and they've fought each other before, and there's even some rivalries happening, and I love it. I think it's cool to see this develop.
So it is worth mentioning as well, so far we have these are the class pick rates that we saw at the start of the day, but of course now slightly different. We can see that light percentage has gone up ever so slightly. It's been inflated by the presence of triple light in these 2 games, so it's interesting to see that. I just want to touch on the fact that we're jumping between maps here. Of course, we're going through every single map in the pool, which is every map available in the game besides Kyoto. And next up, we will be having Vegas. And while we're jumping between maps, we're also jumping across the pond. So last map we had just spent on the EU servers, and now we're back on NA. I believe out of this bunch, NTHX are French squad. I think the rest are NA based. I'm not entirely certain on that, but that could definitely be impacting some of the plays that we see. For instance, NTHX seemingly struggling a little bit more on Cis Horizon. Yeah,
no, that is good to point out, because NTHX is normally such a powerhouse that I'm actually surprised that they're even in this bracket. I'm surprised that they didn't qualify yesterday. So it could be that they are kind of struggling just a little bit today because of the ping. Oh, and we have the sand variation of Vegas.
Okay, this would be interesting for the Triple Light squad. Again, lots of open areas caused by this, but in a similar way to it feels a lot like Cis Horizon, really. I feel like when you get sand on this map, because there's a lot of open areas, but also those kind of doorways and places that you can duck in and out of. Sometimes I favour the Light squad. Either way, we're in the thick of things right now. The first 2 blocks have been tapped. We have purple versus blue here. NTHX looking like they have gone down. Was that what happened there? Have I lost my train of thought? Possibly. Purple and blue, both wiped though.
Yeah, not sure who the teams correspond to just yet, but we will figure it out.
We'll get there.
And either way, Vrak is running towards B. B is getting started. Going a little bit away from B. I'm not sure what his plan is here.
Looks like he just wants to get a bit of recon done. This is a nice building for it, especially if you're playing in that corner of the map. You can see exactly what's going on in almost every other corner from the top of this tower here. And yeah, this is the all-light squad of No Idea playing in pink now. And they've got that first plug, as have purple, who I can't quite make out based on the screen. Who is that in purple? The plug. All of their names are so bunched together.
I know, I can't tell.
We'll get it
on top of each other.
We'll get it eventually.
The catch on B is going down pretty quick. Not a lot of fighting is happening. Everybody is pretty spread out at this time. I'm curious why they're taking a slower approach. Last map, we just saw a lot of confrontation just happening immediately. This time, every team's getting their own chance to set up. We do see the D-Mat going down. Breaking open, throws a nade in, but it isn't enough to stop NTHX.
That's so cheeky. The DMAT play working really nicely up against Pink's No Idea. And I've just realised, I think, do No Idea have a heavy now? Did I just spot a heavy on their team? Have they mixed things up? Either way, the red squad are coming in right now to cause some problems for Break. Oh no, sorry, Break, they're in pink. I'm just losing my mind. I'm losing my marbles here. This is cash out.
Sorry, it's a lot.
It's a lot to take in. Do bear with us. But you know, just enjoy it as well. It looks as though that steal has now been compounded by another steal here as red team. Spoons, Soso, and Rippy. That is Ape Squad. They're taking control of something, and they really need to be taking control of these games because they are the ones sat at the bottom of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and I think that they will be able to get. Did they just take B? Or is that what happened?
Yep.
I believe so. Okay, cool. So yeah, they're in a good position to kind of bring themselves back. But it does look like who's that? THX kind of coming on top, but I don't know if they'll have enough time. I think B will go down. There's the D-man play. Oh, they're going to go for the steal. THX running in, throwing
again.
Yes.
Oh, but they get
he gets
booted
pushed off
it.
by the charge.
And that should be enough to secure the point for the red team of Ape Squad. So, some early money there for the red team, but they have been wiped in the process. And now, a bit of a skirmish here as the leftover teams of pink and purple are going at each other. It looks like that is Holto's Finest who come out on top. Everybody is dead, and Holto's Finest get their choice of vault to head for. How lovely.
Yeah, that was amazing because that cash out went from like nothing happening to just everybody just exploding onto it. I thought that was really cool. 3 teams just kind of converging on one. And there's Lamp with the always wonderful cat noise. I use it extensively every time I play.
It's a very fun noise. I do love it.
No, absolutely.
The Holto's Finest have been very good at game management so far. That's the second time in these matches that we've seen them just head to the right corner of the map and get that cash out for free at the very start. They were completely uncontested, and now they are ahead as they swept in at the end and gained a lot of kills as well. Ahead by quite a lot, and of course the kill points will rack up in the leaderboard at the end. So they are in the most commanding position right now, with 8 squads close behind.
Yeah, and you're right, they really have had a lot of good management so far in this game. Interestingly enough, we are seeing kind of a fight over Vault 3. It does look like, Holto's Finest is able to get in and out of there. Looks like B will get started, C has just gotten started as well. 2 teams attacking each side, so it really kind of is anybody's cash out at this point for each side.
I'll stick with D for the time being, which has been plugged by the pink team, funnily enough. So that is no idea that they managed to get that in. And they are indeed playing with that 1 heavy, it looks like. So an interesting mix-up, just to give them a bit more security. In fact, they've gone HML. Sonsoyo is on the medium, and we've got some semblance of normality here amongst No Idea. Maybe it's a response to how teams are playing, or it could be, you know, just this map, as Stars tells us, I'm going here. That's good to know. Thank you, Stars. I just see that pop up on the screen. Thank you.
Yeah, and we do see NTHX kind of stuck behind this bar. They were definitely waiting for Noli to wait until he can respawn, going back in. And it does look like they're starting their advance to D. They should have plenty of time to get in here, and I'm not sure how they're going to do it. They might try and blow it up from below, but it does look like another team is heading towards D. Or is this No Idea and they're just kind of away from it?
Why
they are just away from it. So.
I can't keep track. They are AAA. I'm losing my marbles. I am absolutely losing my marbles. They are on AAA. Ignore me.
Yeah, I got a feeling that they're going to stick with that this whole tournament.
Yeah.
And you know, more power to them, because I think it's fun. But there we go. NTHX, they did go through the top of this parking garage, and they're still taking it really slow to get onto D. They do have plenty of time, but D is way up there, kind of in not the best spot in my opinion. I think that it's a really open and a kind of exposed area, so they're going to have to push in. We do see. Not sure who
it is. A tough one. Holto's Finest underneath.
Holto's Finest.
Rippy coming in as well, as they're guarding C from range. They're just sending in their heavy to cause some chaos. In fact, maybe try and get the steal if he's lucky enough, but no, he just baits it. And down goes the cash out. That could make it slightly easier for the HMM comp to try and contest this in the last few seconds, but in come NTHX as well, the blue team looking to cause chaos in the last few seconds. I don't think anyone's going to get hold of this because there's going to be too much going on.
Wow,
and ultimately, the victors at the end of the day are going to be the pink squad of No Idea. If they can stop this at the very least, doesn't look like they can. Just in time! The final hit comes on. Wow, that was too close for comfort there. Triple X
that was
squad
honestly
at
an
the top
amazing.
again.
Yeah, That was an amazing play from NTHX, and I'm sad that it didn't work out for them because I think it was Noli came in there and threw that rocket RPG down, got several kills, and then was going for the steal as he was being healed, and he came down to like half a second left. Like it was so close. But yeah, well, the triple lights are on top. I don't know what they're doing, how they're doing it, but man.
Teach me. Teach us, Senpai. This is so impressive. Okay, we have red and pink having tapped these vaults. NTHX chasing this game right now from last position. They need to get hold of 6. They need to plug it in 8 as soon as possible, but I don't think that anyone's going to make it easy for them. They are chasing it down. It does look like, in fact, the red team are heading towards A. They don't want to hide this. They want to get it in and play it. So NTHX versus Ape Squad, it seems, over on Cash Out A for this final minute. Meanwhile, the other two teams on the other side will probably be going at it. But let's stay with these guys for the time being. Good shot there from Rippy. And oh no, is this a disconnect? A bit of lag. Unfortunate lag for Floppy, and that is really not the right time for it to be happening. In fact, this could be Observer's side. No, it's definitely his side. That is really unfortunate for Floppy. Noli left to try and pick up the pieces. Does actually deal a heck load of damage, and there's a TK or a self-TK there, as it doesn't work out for him in the end. The heavy comes sweeping in, and that should be a very comfortable objective now for that team. But in the meantime, Mr. Turp has pulled off a little bit of a heist there. The lights get it stolen and plugged into B, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like the rest of that team are in a good enough state to protect it, and it will get stolen back by the Deliveroo service that is, of course, it was Purple Team. That is...
Yeah, but that was an amazing play because he zapped them and then immediately stole it and then shoved it in. And, you know, you get the... what percentage is it do you get? Is it like 15%?
It's about 30% rounded up or down.
Okay.
It's a pretty hefty total. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a really smart play in my opinion. You know, they weren't able to keep it, and I don't even know if that's what they were going for. But yeah, cool to see. Nice little strategy. You can only do with a light player.
Yep. Very neat. And 55 seconds left with an alien invasion going on. And it's all to play for right now, as Cash Out A being held right now by Ape Squad. It looks like they're being contested soon. B is absolutely safe for Holto's Finest. They're going to be very happy with that. So it's all about Cash Out A right now and what's going down over there. NTHX looking to scramble and get over there as soon as possible. But Ape Squad, they just need to hold it for a little bit longer. And it looks like those connection issues are continuing to plague Floppy. It's disconnected from his team. That is so unfortunate. The timing, and you can't blame him for that. But in comes the powerhouses of Ape Squad. Ape Squad, in fact, going down to Lamp right now. And then will we get the steal? He may have enough time.
No time.
11 seconds left on the timer, but that's for B, and it looks as though he doesn't get a hold of it. So close. He will still finish in second place on the tally on the scoreboard, but a very, very tight round. NTHX really suffering though.
Yeah, that was sad to see. You saw them push right on the point and get ready to execute, and then they connectivity issues. I don't know if it was just from Poppy or if it was anybody else. You definitely saw him just kind of stick with, like, time out almost. I'm amazed that he didn't disconnect. But going to the winner of that match, no idea. They did it again. So 3 lights. Is this the comp now? Are we gonna just see everybody running 3 lights? Is this all about to change?
It's working. That's the scary.
Yeah, right?
It's working. It's working in Cash Out specifically as well, right? In sort of the casual and ranked community, there is a bit of a thought process that light is feeling very strong right now. It thrives in the chaos. It's fraggy. It's cheeky. It manages to get those those cheeky plays, like getting the vault plugged, stealing someone that's carrying it, and just getting that extra bit of dough. Which at the end of the day, we had a really tight scoreboard at the end. That small play that we witnessed, the stun gun to just plug the box at the last second, that could have been a deciding factor overall. So again, no idea coming out on top, and we will have a look at the scoreboard once it's ready for us to see how that affects standings, but no idea. I expect it should be nice and in control at the very top right now.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, going back to what you just said, because I think you said something so perfectly that summed up lights. They thrive in the chaos, and you're right. Like that is their environment. That is where they do their best. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out because that was really cool in my opinion. But yeah, I'd love to see the scoreboard because I think that No Idea have really just kind of secured themselves this game so far. I mean, we
Yeah.
still have two more to go, at least, and yeah, I don't know.
It,
This light is working.
it is
It's
working.
wild.
And Holto's Finest are having a pretty good day as well so far. You said you were surprised to see
Mm.
them in this bracket. I was as well. They
Yeah.
seem to be showing, they're if No Idea the ones that are thriving in the chaos, Holto's Finest are taking the biggest advantage of that chaos by staying away from it, right? They're keeping themselves out of the chaos, being very optimized in terms of when they engage, how they engage, finding those objectives that are just going to be uncontested and safe spots for them. That being said, they did finish that game in the 3rd position. Interesting as well that because of the kills that Ape Squad got during that game, No Idea being very low down on the kill count, which we didn't really, catch. They actually finished 2nd after that. So very tight scoreboard up at the top, and NTHX, like we saw, really suffering for those connection issues during that round.
I'm amazed that No Idea only got 2 kill points. It just means that they were playing more, I guess stealthily. I'm struggling to think of the right word, but like they definitely played it more conservatively, and probably died a lot more. But at the end of the day, they were able to get the cash, and that's what matters. But in this format, not always. So that is really interesting to see, just from an analytics standpoint. That first isn't always first, which is but I don't think it'll impact No Idea too much. I think that we'll get the overall leaderboard here next, and I think that they'll still be on top, even with the 1 point discrepancy from Ape Squad.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
But Ape Squad have fought their way back into this. It's a little bit of a swap there between Ape and NTHX, who really did suffer. And we were saying before that game, before Sis Horizon, they had only placed 3rd. So great for them to take that top spot by virtue of so many kills. You can see they are leading in the overall kill points across all 3 maps. So when it comes to frags, they are the ones doing the heavy lifting. But objective-wise, No Idea doing the best, and then Holto's Finest finding, a nice little middle ground in between those two. And I feel like that's going to see them through. But it really is just a question of, can NTHX turn it round, particularly when they get to visit their own servers, where they have a little bit more say in things, perhaps a little bit more control over how things go. Because it really, I hate to keep bringing it up, but it really was rough, particularly for Ploppy.
Yeah, well, and were they not on their own servers? I thought
that was an NA. That was an NA round.
That was an NA.
Yeah,
oh man, dang, that's sad. But this next map will be on their turf, right?
Absolutely.
We are going back and forth. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll get to see what it's going to be, and it looks as though it's going to be Seoul, in fact. So we're heading on back to Seoul for map 4 on EU, and this is No Idea's pick. So interesting because Seoul was the map that No Idea performed the worst on out of all 3 that we've seen so far, but perhaps it's just the best option amongst the remaining ones that they have, because Vegas and Sis Horizon are locked out, by the way. That's how it works, just to clarify.
Or they just kind of want to prove themselves again. Like they might have just found their steam. And like, hey, you know what? We screwed up on Seoul. Let's redeem ourselves. At least that's how I'd be thinking if I was in their shoes. So, who knows? That is an interesting choice. But I'd love to see it, and curious to see how they play. This one does seem like it's the harder map for lights. Like there are a lot of areas that you're just very exposed, and that make it where even if you're pushing as a team, one RPG in the wrong area, and your whole light team is down to low health. So yeah, I'm curious to see how they plan on working this one out.
It's worth mentioning that we are, of course, going to have a random map variation. We have no control over how those come out. So first time round we saw construction, and maybe that's just a part of it that didn't play into the lights. You have to hit those big jump pads coming in very exposed. Everyone sees you coming unless you're running in Viz. I think most of these guys were, but to the point, the fact that there was so much chaos, we saw double dips in the center of the map, and they just can't contend with the explosions that rain down upon them in those sort of environments. Here right now, it looks as though we have a standard map variant. I don't see any moving platforms, so it's a completely vanilla Soul, and maybe that will help them out.
I think it's Rainstorm, but yeah.
Fair enough. Close enough.
A little bit of rain, can't really do much, doesn't change anything. You can still have the same visibility. There we go. Poppy is getting some great shotgun shells right off the bat. We do see the fighting happening all over Vault 2. I think there's even 3 teams here, because there's just a lot of chaos that's going on right over this one vault. Shark Slam going down.
And this is Ape Squad that they're fighting off against Purple, and it looks as though they have successfully wiped them as well. Meanwhile, Pink and Red doing the dirty business on the other side of things. Drake going down, and it looks as though this is Holto's finest in command in Pink, taking the hospital objective. That is huge for them. Once again, identifying that Vault number 1 and B are the strongholds, and the way that we should be playing is to control this game. This is Holto's finest to a team.
Yeah, and I guarantee you that they have just secured B. Nobody's going to go for B. The fighting is going to happen at A. Yeah, and we do see that happening already. We see the advance starting to happen on A. A is in such a vulnerable position, you can really drop it easily, and yeah, it is the spot to fight for. I could be wrong though, I might see some action happening over at B, but it does look like A is getting set up.
Looks as though, no, we've got
Yeah,
three teams coming in on A. This nice little long zip, great fit that will come in and cause some chaos. They haven't actually let themselves be known just yet. And there's the RPG. As it doesn't look like that engagement really didn't have any fangs on it, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, his team wasn't with him to kind of capitalize off that RPG shot, and the RPG, it looked like it hit, but it only hit for about half health, and it can really do more if hit more directly. But we do see the jump pads going down. A is still kind of in the middle spot. Usually it's dropped all the way down, sometimes even below, into the building below it. But yeah, here we see No Idea kind of set up. They're in a good position, but boy, they still have to hold it for about half of the cash out.
Yeah, NTHX kind of got off lightly there, but they have taken a hit there as Carbon Magma is out to count. NTHX Noli as well is in a lot of pain here, but they do have this high ground advantage against the light. They have to land these shots. He doesn't quite get them, but does have the assist. And there we have it, the lights coming good and getting the wipe on NTHX. They might be able to get this steal now, but in come Holto, sorry, this is Ape Squad in purple coming in to try and secure it, but no, the steal does come through. This is just going to be a 3 versus 3 now to see who can get it. He goes straight in for the steal, right on top of them with the dome. I don't think there's much that the lights can do about this. They don't have the glitches ready.
Wow,
they don't have the
he
stun
got
out,
it.
and he's done that. What a heist. I don't know how Ape Squad have managed to pull that off. They got the wipe as well, as there go all of the lights. Wow. Snuffed out in an instant.
Wow, that was amazing. And as I predicted, nobody went for B because that is just a very difficult place to push. So it makes more sense that they all went for A. So Vault 3 and 4 will get spawned. NTHX is going to go for Vault 3. And I don't think they're going to be contested right away. So they should have a good minute to kind of set up, get ready for this, and take it hopefully wherever they want.
We're going to have to start putting some respect on the fragging power of Ape Squad there. That's what carried them through that. Really neat stuff. And you know, ahead, not in the round. You know, they are the purple squad. They are a little bit further behind. Holto's finest in pink. Who have, you know, they haven't suffered the wipes against their name that have caused them problems, so they get that full cash out. But they, you know, they're going to be lacking in those kills, and that's something that Ape Squad are happy to try and play for. They want to play a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more chaotically, and in come Ape Squad as we're talking about them to try and catch 3 as it's on its way to D. And that's a meaty shot, but it is plugged successfully by NTHX.
Yeah, and we do see this is another cash out that's really easy to drop below. And oh, hold on, are they going to bring the double dip? Because I see 4 slowly working its way. No, it's going to make it to C. Okay, I was getting excited there for just a second.
Oh, it does look like you know, that is Pink and Red, No Idea and Holto's Finest going up against each other. And I did see one of the lights on the side of No Idea take a bit of a beating there. Because though, once again, Holto's Finest have a bit more control in that building with C safe and plugged. Meanwhile, we have Purple and Blue going at each other here. And it looks as though the steal has come through from the purple side of Ape Squad. But NTHX are up in full force and trying to contest it.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to get this steal here. They're getting pushed. We see the barricade going down. The APS is down as well, and Floppy is being healed. It does drop, and this is what I was trying to point out earlier, is that it's just so easy to keep dropping this cash out. And it did throw off their timing, and I think most of NTHX is down. Yeah, I just see... no, I'm looking at Sony Still.
Yes, so on Ape Squad is he's the last one remaining on Ape Squad. But in come the lights of No Idea. They've sensed an opportunity and they're going for the steal on D right under Ape Squad's noses. They've gone away with it there. Of course, Ape Squad, you know, down to just on Soyo, so they weren't able to recover in time. But now they only have to defend it for another, what, 30 seconds or so, if that?
Yeah, roughly.
all the while, by the way, Holto's Finest just getting, you know, a complete freebie over on C, as they always have been. No one wants to fight them.
Yeah, it's really interesting how this is playing out, because it is all the fighting happening over this one cash out. It's just kind of what happened to the Soul, sadly.
Oh,
These
NTHX.
cash outs.
NTHX have decided that they don't want that to be the script. They are coming in for C, they are making a play on it. Well, it looks as though D will be successfully held by the Light Squad of No Idea. We'll keep our eye on C right now, as they're just trying to pick their moment. In fact, this is right now Holto's Finest acting with defense in mind. They're going to spring the trap right now. They have to do it immediately. Why are they waiting? They're taking their time.
Yeah, they got it.
They missed the moment, and now they have to get this wipe here. But a money RPG and a slam to take them down. And it looks like that will be a successful wipe onto Holto's Finest. They have bottled it right here. And a good steal coming through for NTHX. This could be a turning point in their day.
Yeah, and that was an amazing charge and slam. That slam brought him down. Did a lot of damage. It was almost like an RPG. It's like an RPG for them. I don't know what just happened there, but NTHS got really lucky with the timing, because that shouldn't have been allowed.
Yeah.
We even saw the other team just set up, and they were waiting to pounce, but they didn't. I'm baffled. But we are getting down to the last 2 minutes. We see Vault 6 and 5 being spawned. I'm curious if we're going to start to see some, holding of it. But look at the cash scores. Like, nearly everybody is identical. And can we see the scoreboard? Here's to see the kill points.
That's a good question. It'd be a very good idea right now, just to flash that scoreboard, get an idea of the spread. Pretty even as well, but with the red team of No Idea probably sticking out, and purples are Ape Squad. So yeah, we've been respecting their fragging prowess so far. It looks as though we have movement on both of these cash outs, but there are teams trying to defend the objectives, in fact. We have one sitting on B and A. This is Mr. Derp, once again, looking to go for that stun gun play on top of the cash out, as he lets the slower teams do the delivering for him.
I think it's a wonderful play. In my games, I don't run into people really kind of playing the objective. Like, it's normally the fighting happens over the vault. So it's interesting to see that.
They've got one on each.
Like, we even haven't seen that.
They've got one on each objective. They're trying to pull it off on both at the same time. And it looks like 5 has come into contention, and he has been stunned.
Oh, there's the zip.
They taken
it?
The zap? The zip and the zap, as it happened, it's in. And it looks like, what colour is A right now? It's purple. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for No Idea this time round, but they might get the other side of things. Meanwhile, in the chaos, this is Pink Squad, this is Holto's Finest that have gotten hold of it and are getting the steal. In fact, there was a steal going on there for the lights, and in fact, it feels like, it looks as though they pulled it off. They managed to get the plug in both. Yeah. What a gambit.
Well, and this is really going to come down to these last 2 cash outs. The scores are so close, and it really could go anyway, because there's $15,000 on the line for each cash out. So this is really tight. It looks like most of the fighting is going to be happening over at B. I do think I see 3 teams heading towards B, so not sure why A is kind of being ignored. But hey, well, power to it.
NTHX coming in.
It.
Yeah, NTHX coming into A, looking to engage with Pink team. That is Holto's Finest holding on to this right now, and a clean engagement there. Lamp really not putting up much of a fight against the shotgun, but Brendy is the last one standing. Unfortunately, the rest of the fight hasn't gone Holto's Finest's way. They need to jump back into it. 30 seconds left. Res comes out for NTHX as they try to get this steal on A, but they have to fend off these lights, these pesky wasps just buzzing around the objective. It's not even theirs to defend, but they're causing so much chaos right now. And as it stands, it looks as though pink and purple are going to push their way forward. But actually, it looks as though No Idea in red have just enough money to keep hold of second place should it remain as it is. Only 8 seconds left. I don't think any steals are going to be stuck right now. The jump pad trolling NTHX, and he gets stuck in a position where he's going to die anyway. Maybe he gets the final kill, but no, not before the timer, so it won't go through. Utter chaos.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Yeah, like I just feel bad for NTHX. Like they're really trying, and I feel like there is just that air of like unpredictability or bad luck even at times. So it's just kind of interesting how this is all playing out because they're such a top tier team, and they just seem to not be having their best day today. But anyway, we do see lots of eliminations, and like I said earlier today, it is shotgun, shotgun, shotgun.
Yeah.
Everybody is using the shotguns. It does take a lot of skill and a lot of kind of precise, shots, and you don't have too many opportunities to kind of land every shot. So it is a very high tier weapon, and we do see why everybody's using it. And there's that play from NTHX where they were able to get the cash out, and again, maybe they just had some good luck on their side on that one, but they weren't able to kind of get it right at the end.
No, so those last 2 cash outs, well, we'll get to see exactly who fell where, because that was such a chaotic round with it coming down to the wire. There were kills, there were steals, and I think we just need to wait to see the scoreboard to see how that panned out, to be quite honest, because that was the hardest one to read at the very end out of all of these games so far. But I mean, we're just gonna have to see. That's all I can say.
Well, No Idea, when we checked the scoreboard, like they were getting some amazing kills. I forget who it was on their team, but had 8 kills when we looked at it about halfway through the match. So there is a chance that even though they finished in second, they might have pulled themselves up to first in that match just based off of the kill points. But we should see here shortly.
And the plays that they're making with the stun guns, it's not just a one and done. That wasn't just a one-time trick for Vegas. They brought it out here to some serious effect, because again, those final 2 volts, they're 22k, you get the plug, that's 7k for you straight off the bat. That they do that twice, 12k, 14k in one go. That's more than the entire first cash out. So playing for that kind of game is going to make a massive difference. You can see it there in their cash tally, second on the board. The placement does determine the overall standings here, as everyone with a pretty even spread of 4 or 5 kill points. And that puts Holto's Finest ahead with 14 points from that game. Again, the 2 teams that are starting to stand out as a cut above the rest here, Holto's Finest and No Idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm amazed that the kill points are so close. 4-5, 4-5. It means that both teams, or all teams, were really fragging each other really well and very kind of close. So we're not seeing one team that's just like a dominating force. I think we pointed out Ape Squad earlier that is kind of leading in the kill points. But in this last match, it was very even. And that's interesting too, because we had 2 cash outs that nobody contested, and just because of where they were on the map. So there was just a lot of fighting happening, and interestingly enough, Halto Finest came out on top. No Idea just barely below them. But here is the official leaderboard right now, with Halto's Finest at 51, No Idea at 50, and like you said, these are the 2 teams, and they are kind of starting to go a little bit of ways away from Ape Squad and NTHX, but it's still close. Like, this is a nice spread in kind of what you would expect from these teams.
It is very close in that top 2 spot. That is Halto's Finest after that game, jumping No Idea back into first place. They've been trading first and second for a few maps now, but the real question is down the bottom right there. I don't know if NTHX have enough to make it, right? They're 12 points shy of second place now with only 1 game to go. I don't even know if that's mathematically possible. They would need some sort of god game for them to get further ahead right now, because it's not about how much money you end up with at the end of the game. You could end up with the whole 100k at the end. You're still only going to get those 10 points from coming first. They're going to need a lot of kills. So I say right now, NTHX, go play for frags, get as many kills as you can this last game. It's about your only hope. In the meantime, Ape Squad, a little bit more feasible for them to jump into first or second place, but they haven't been there yet today. So it's starting to even out. We're starting to see some consistency, and really it's just a question in my mind of whether Ape Squad can steal that second spot from No Idea right now.
Yeah. Well, and just want to point out, if anybody watched the last split, we were in this exact same position where I don't remember who the team was, but they were in last, and they basically didn't have any chance of getting the points required to bump up into the spot. So they ended up doing a sledgehammer run, and they won.
Nice.
So
they won.
I think that they won, and I love that. Okay, yeah, they might not make it, but guys, have fun. That's what this game is. It is a game at the end of the day, so I'd love to see NTHX just kind of maybe pull off the brakes a little bit and do something different, but we'll see. They're also very competitive players, so I don't know what to expect. I don't think we'll see the craziness, but I think we will see just a lot of good gameplay coming up, and it does look like we're getting started here.
Alright, so we are watching. This is Ape Squad on blue, coming into contention with NTHX in purple on Skyway Stadium. And the heavies come out, the charge and slams come down. Doesn't work out, unfortunately, for them. NTHX Ploppy is the last one standing, it seems, on NTHX, but he's still got more to deal with. He does get taken out. I don't think NTHX have much staying power left. They keep getting these reses, keep getting taken down. They are not wiped yet, but there they go. It was just a matter of time. Am I completely wrong? I am. NTHX won that fight. Ape Squad taken out, but now NTHX have the lights to deal with, but they're dealing with them pretty efficiently. These fly swatters coming out and taking them down. All of these lights on low HP, but Noli is in fact the last one alive. And again, they've gone through a lot of their resources. No defense. This is the heavy that's left up. Gets stunned at range, and he has to deal with two of these guys. Carbon Magma has coined to prevent the complete wipe, but no one has tapped two. In the meantime, of course, it's Holto's Finest on the far side that haven't gotten involved in any of this tomfoolery, and they're already a quarter of the way through the first cash out.
Yeah, I'm amazed that Holto's Finest is able to pull this off time and time again. Like, if I were a competitor, I would hone in on that, and I would just kind of go wherever they're going. I go to a fight now, see anybody from Holto's Finest, I'd leave. I'd go get them, because they're just getting away with the win.
In some ways, it's also a conscious, process from the three teams that are playing. They're like, we don't want to go and fight that squad. We want to try our luck third partying against the other two squads, the weaker sides, especially the ones with the lights in the mix. But at some point, someone's got to go and take Holto, and just force them to play. It's sad to see in some ways. Either way, meanwhile, while this is going on, 2 is still being fought over. NTHX have not wiped in all this time. They're playing for frags. That's the important thing. They have to be playing for frags. So that's what they're doing.
Yeah, we definitely are seeing them play with that strategy, and I'm amazed. What is happening over here on Vault 2? This is the longest Vault fight. We're already 2.5 minutes in. Cash out A is 75% of the way done, almost, and Vault 2 hasn't even been entered in. So we're going to enter a really interesting area where if this cash out finishes or gets started.
Chucking it miles away as well. Doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Acoustic retired the last light on the side of No Idea right now, and he is taken down. That is the wipe against their name. Of course, there's no money lost or gained for that. So
are they going to take it to A?
Oh, goodness me. This is ridiculous. So they're just giving them the extra money to Pink right now at this point in time. They want Holto's Finest on top. They've gone and stolen it, and they're getting the extra money to start off. So very, very clean play by Holto's Finest. Just watching all that chaos unfold and coming out, 20k ahead because of it.
Yeah. Weird way for it to play out, and I'm glad that it actually did go this way, so we didn't have kind of like a two-tiered cash out where one was happening halfway and another one was getting started.
Sure.
It just makes it where this is a little more even, but look at the chaos that's happening down here. Not even over a vault. The cash outs are finished. We see the team's trying to run and get away. I think Brindy is on his 1 HP, and he's trying to run from Varak, I believe. And it looks like he might have gotten away. So interesting that the combat is happening not around these vaults. They're still just kind of fighting to fight almost in this match.
They really are. Brendy looks like he's on his last legs, and there we go. A wipe against the name of Holto's Finest. Takes a bit of their cash total away from them. I don't think anyone's really forcing these objectives right now. They're pretty distant from them. 3 has been tapped and opened and is on the move. These objectives are quite far away as well, but being at the top of the hospital. Oh, wait. Well, the spawn is going to come in right here for Holto's Finest as well. We're in this kind of middle lull period where not much is happening.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we see one vault being opened. Vault 3 hasn't been touched just yet. Or is it on the move? It is on the move, I'm sorry. It does look like it's going to get entered into B, but there are 2 teams here fighting. Sonya So with the shotgun goes down. Maybe got a trade in there. Rack is the last person up on their team. We see Brendy Lamp, all green space, all at low health. B gets started.
Very nice to dodge all the chaos that was going on underneath. Some nice mantles there to get on up and do that.
Yeah.
While the rest of his team actually successfully fought off whoever was fighting them at the time. Purple, that is NTHX obviously chasing this game in last place in the overall standings, trying to contest for 4, but at the moment, Pink squad of Holto's Finest getting in there, just trying to get it for themselves. In fact, they want all the money for themselves. They're going to go for the double dip again onto B. And in fact, this time they're doing it early enough that it's going to draw all of the fight in their direction. So we're about to have a 4-team clustercuss.
Yes, this is about to be insanity. But if they are able to get that vault in there, you know, they'll immediately get 30% of it. So it's a great strategy to get it in there, and then if they can defend it, boy, they have got the advantage right away. I do see the C4 going off and drops it, but it looks like he was able to keep it held, but nope, gets interrupted, and the vault steal stops.
The last time we saw a double dip like this, it went the way of the team that had it plugged, but that's not going to be the case right now. Of course, the red team of No Idea have managed to steal it. That is all to steal it. That is all of the lights, in case you're just joining us. Ooh, thankful that that event is still in place, so sometimes it can be blown out of place. And they are not successfully defending, as it still comes through from the blue side. That is Ape Squad managed to ape their way through, and they have maybe about 30 seconds or so to defend it.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, they didn't do the double dip. We have 2 cash outs going, and they are kind of happening, you know, out of sync with each other. So we might see the fight go from B to immediately everybody runs over to C, because there is still time to have another fight. So while there is a lot happening at B, I expected the fighting to move.
Holto's Finest are coming over here to fight at B, despite the fact that they are the ones defending C right now. They're just playing greedy, playing a little bit greedy, but you know they want to do something with this time and maybe make a play on it. NTHX are coming in to defend what is not their cash out, as we see some shots draining into the back, but they have to be playing for these frags, going for these third parties. Floppy taken down, and he is brought not back up. There's Magma and Noli are the last 2 around for NTHX, and they're not going to have time for the steal. Unfortunately, that goes the way of Ape Squad, but we do still have another cash out in progress. The white comes out. No, it doesn't. The white came out. There it is on to the purple squad of ATHX, and that is not good for them. They need to be winning everything they can in the position they're in right now.
Can we see the scoreboard? Because I think that ATHX has been getting a lot of kills. Like, I've seen Floppy and them.
Oh, wow, they have.
Yeah, they have.
But so have Ape Squad. That's the problem, is that Ape Squad are not pulling their punches either. They are also in a situation where they need to be getting lots of frags and hopefully finishing on the top of this scoreboard at the end of it. But Holto's Finest are not making it easy for them with the way they're playing these objectives. The Lights have stolen C, which means that they will be back in contention, but that only moves them up into 3rd place on the cash tallies if they do secure this, and it looks like they will. In come all the other squads looking for the fights. Apes and NTHX going for frags, as expected.
Yeah, they're not even going for the cash because there's not enough time, so they are just going for kills. Ooh, and look at that Carbon with the amazing FCAR shot. Great tracking, good mid-air kill. And yeah, this is just utter chaos, and reminds me of a deathmatch, honestly.
Yeah, it does make you wonder whether he should have been running these, you know, this kind of thing earlier, because at the moment, NTHX, yeah, they're doing well with the kills. They're also 2nd in the cash tally. Oh, sorry, not NTHX. Ape Squad right now. They're kind of sticking to their guns. NTHX are seeing a little bit of success here with this kind of frag-heavy approach. But yeah, again, the main winners here are just Holto's Finest, as no one really wants to contest them. And 30 seconds left on the timer. I don't think there's going to be another cash out here. I think they're going to hide them.
Yeah, they're right next to each other, so they just need one good team to kind of sneak in there and get something started.
You also won.
We are running down. Yeah. C4 going down on top of it. 13 seconds left.
Wow.
There they are.
That was a nice little nab coming through with the dematerializer in play, but I don't think they managed to carry it. We're just watching coins. How many coin explosions do you want to see? One after another. There's the round over. That was an utter death match at the end. And it is Holto's Finest coming out on top in pink. And I would wager that that puts them top of the scoreboard, top of the final scoreboard at the end. I do wonder, though, whether Ape Squad or NTHX have done enough, probably Ape Squad, to try and overtake No Idea in that second spot.
No, I think it's Holto's Finest and No Idea. I think that those are the top two. But yeah, we're going to see here shortly.
Yeah.
Because Ape Squad had really had to get a lot of kill points, but yeah, that was a pretty wild scoreboard when we looked at it earlier. We do see the replays going on right now. Here's where it was happening, just death after death.
This is what we expected. Well, we were hoping maybe for triple sledgehammer at one point, but that didn't happen. We did get everyone sticking to their guns, literally, but bringing us a very, very fraggy style of gameplay. And in fact, to be fair, we did see the FCAR come out from Carbon Magma, and he put it to work this game. There's a lot of these highlights we're watching right now are him. It's just a full, reel of Carbon Magma doing some work. So, while NTHX may not have done enough to force themselves through, because I do believe they ended final in the last spot on the leaderboard, on the cash out totals. I don't want to try and do the live maths. I've done live maths before, and Ape Squad, it looked like we got a bit of a flash of the scoreboard, but I think we're going to make sure that those tallies are absolutely perfect before we put them on display, just to make sure, because we don't want to get anything wrong here. The top two teams right now at the end of these 5 cash out games that we've just had are the ones going through to the playoffs, so we have to get it absolutely perfect. And it's going to be Holto's Finest at the top. We can be pretty certain of that with their very admirable cash tally during that game. The question is whether it's No Idea or Ape Squad.
Yeah, I'm just kind of blown away by the last match, and I love the way that the format is this way, that it's not just all of the cash that gets the the points going forward. Because we were able to see such a dynamic map happen. We got to see kind of the gameplay that we don't normally see. When we do the quick cash style, there's 2 teams, and they play really strategically. They play slow, and there's big points of engagement. Here, it was just everybody was like, no, we're just fighting. We are just jumping in here and just exploding, and just it was quite cool to see. But I'm curious to see how the final points kind of all tally out together.
Ooh, No Idea dropping a few points there. That's important, because Ape Squad and NTHX both pushing up the tallies quite considerably, despite the fact that NTHX came so far down in the placement. 8 kill points at the end of the round.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether Ape Squad have done enough there. I think the differential of 4 points was not enough to surpass No Idea. Once we get a look at the overall leaderboard, we will get to see that. And of course, pushing 30 and 223 at the bottom there, you can see in this little banner, they are the teams that are going to be meeting whoever comes top 2 right here, waiting for us in the playoff bracket. I just want to see this next slide. Bring it on up, Stars. Let's see it. All right.
Anticipation. Who made it?
Oh, so
Holto's Finest, No Idea. Oh, Ape Squad, y'all played so well just to be out by just a couple of points. That stings, but overall, the 5 matches we just watched, I think that we can safely say that No Idea and Holto's Finest kind of were the cream of the crop. They were at the top nearly all of those matches. Ape Squad did great. NTHX, I feel bad because I have seen them play so well and just do these great, amazing plays. But No Idea, Holto's Finest, they did great. Interestingly enough, to see No Idea really close with the cash total, near Holto's Finest. Holto's Finest got lucky several times with their cash out where they were just kind of uncontested and people just let them get away with it. Really interesting to see this spread here.
Yeah, it was. I think the main takeaway from this is that really objective-based play won for the day, didn't it? We've got the 2 teams that got the least kills coming out on top in this leaderboard,
that's interesting.
Very interesting. So, and it's down to the fact that Holto's Finest, for instance, they had that control-based gameplay that meant that they didn't need to go for kills. They were always on the right objectives, not being contested, whether people were scared of them or whatever it was. They were doing the smart thing. And then no idea with the triple light setup. Who'd have thought it? Just to get those plugs in, run with that 30% for the deposits. That makes such a massive difference. And especially on like Seoul, where we saw them sitting on objectives for the final 2 volts with stun guns out, ready to steal and plop. It was just so smart and so ratty, and they've managed to make it through off the back of these plays. I'll be interested to see whether they stick with triple light for their upcoming quick cash game modes, the 3 versus 3s. But before that,
I really hope so.
I really hope. I absolutely hope they do. It'd be brilliant. We're going to have a short break so that we can get ready for the second portion of our day, which is going to be the playoffs, the double elimination. We're starting off with the lower bracket semis. We're going to see a nice head-to-head against those 2 sides. No idea. And Holto's finest up first, so don't go too far.
just hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe it to get away. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pot, whoa. Eye off life in the spot, though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. I might just throw another fit. I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. I might just throw another fit. Just throw another.
Hello and welcome back to the Split 2 Masters event. We are right in the thick of it now. We've managed to go through an entire Swiss bracket and we have our top 4 teams. Only 2 can go through to be part of the World Championship. Sorry, I just stumbled on my words there. It's going to be a good one. I will give you a little bit of insight as to why I might have stumbled on my words there. Just as we were going live, I was desperately chewing on some chocolate raisins because I need the energy to keep going through it. We just did an hour and a half straight, me and you, Rio, of absolutely chaotic cash out, and now we've got maybe something slightly more laid back, but it's still going to be chaotic because it's the finals. We've got some lovely 3v3 cash out, quick cash.
Yep. Yeah. And I think that's what I was trying to point out before we went to break earlier is that we are definitely going to a slower pace. The teams here were going for kills. They were going for just kind of that ultimate all around chaos with 4 teams, and now we slow it down and we get to see more of the strategy play out. I think that it's great to have strategy, but when you're facing 4 teams or 3 other teams, it really you have to be dynamic and more change on the fly. Here you can kind of have more of a strategy and more things in place, and the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing is Halto's Finest and No Idea, which we just saw them play a ton in this last Swiss bracket, and we've seen some of their strategy, like No Idea hiding with the taser, or Halto's Finest, where they take it to the hardest cash out and just kind of sit on it. So we'll see kind of that compounded out, and see kind of how it slows down and watch these plays really execute in a slower pace, which I love, and I can't wait to see.
Those particular strategies are ones that are not going to work in a 3v3 environment, right? You have to face your opposition head on. So I just want to take a moment as well to say hard luck to NTHX, and especially hard luck to the Ape Squad. This is the second time over the Swiss that they've just barely missed out on a second place spot, and here it has unfortunately cost them the chance to go through to the playoffs. But we can't dwell on them much longer. Pushing 30 and 2-2-3 are going to be eagerly awaiting the winner of this game. Well, I say that they're going to be playing each other in the upper bracket final, and the loser of that match will face the winner of this game. So this is still last chance saloon for both Halto's idea and No Finest, apparently, is what we're calling them now.
Love it.
Yeah. Here we go. This explains it far more cleanly than I could do with words. So the winner of the top game will go straight to the grand final, and then the loser of that match, the upper final, will come and meet the winner of our next game, the lower semi-final.
Yeah. And who do you have? Who do you predict will win this lower final, lower semi-final?
This is a good question. I'm liking the idea of Halto's Finest personally. I think basically because we've seen from them the fundamentals that it takes to win a game of the finals, no matter what the format. Their playing cash out was indicative of a team that could win very easily in a tournament in a 3 versus 3. No Idea, it's an apt name because I have no idea how they're going to do in a 3 versus 3. We did get to see them playing some 3 versus 3 during the qualifier number 4, but that was off stream. That wasn't a casted game. And they did have their struggles as a HMM side, but I have noted here that most of those struggles came down to approaching the winch, which they don't have to deal with in this event because we have the winch ban. So we're seeing a lot more mesh shield, a lot more charge and slam from our resident heavies, and in this case we've seen all lights come out, and the question is whether No Idea stick with that light and continue to bump up that percentage that we keep climbing on this screen.
I would love to say that they will, but part of me just thinks that they're not going to. I think the lights really play towards the cash out game mode where they are able to kind of zip in and out, but here just confronting 3 lights versus a heavy medium or heavy medium light, it's just going to be so much more challenging to go. So I'm almost certain that they will switch off, but hey, I've been wrong in the past, and who knows, I'd love to be wrong today.
Well, there is, of course, that happy balance of HML, which we did see win the last qualifier. So that could be something that they decide to go with, considering the prowess that they all have on light. The question is, who's going to take it, right? They're going to be fighting over who gets to run that invis and the XP. But we'll have a look at the pick rates and the fight that's going on over these maps right now. Because the map bans are still in progress right now. We've had a little bit of a delay. So we can have a look at the overall pick rates of these maps throughout the qualifiers and throughout the times that we've actually run a map ban, because of course the Swiss did not involve any map bans. We just played every map. So Seoul and Skyway, the most popular, and Seoul was the surprising one to you towards the beginning of this split, wasn't it, Rio?
Yeah, that it's right there at the top, most picked. I know that this is still from the Swiss brackets, no, or is this just kind of
No,
yeah?
so it doesn't include the Swiss because the Swiss just runs all 5 maps.
Okay,
No, sorry,
yeah.
it doesn't. You're right. They do have to be picked, so there will have been some variance based on the Swiss. But
Yeah.
I think these are the stats from the qualifiers anyway that we're looking at right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Um, yeah, so it is Swiss bracket.
My mistake.
I'm amazed that it's being picked the most, and Swiss Horizon being picked the least. And funny enough, Monaco in there too, really low down on that list. And I think it's just such a cool map, Monaco, and I think that it really can play to a lot of teams, the play styles and everything. So to see it only been picked 4 times is a little shocking to me, but hey. They must have had the reasoning for it, and we did see some really great games on Seoul, I think.
So I want to talk a little bit about Holto's Finest in particular, because if you've tuned into Lamp's stream, which I did yesterday for a brief period, and I did before when they were competing in the previous qualifier, they've got such good vibes, right? Like, this is a team that I'd want to be sat in, just a fly on the wall, right? They take every hit in their stride, and they're really clear in their communication. They don't get at each other's throats. The way that I've heard some other teams manage to do, and it seems to serve them well. Like, they have that composure. They're sitting, right near the top of the global leaderboards for a reason. So that's something to aspire to. And as for no idea, once again, I have no idea. Maybe they've got good vibes. Maybe they are toxic as hell. We'll have to find out. I want to talk to some of them, and we will be doing some of that during the games as we have listen-ins prepared for you. So I'm looking forward to hearing the sort of, maybe it's differing, maybe it's very similar vibes on both sides.
Yeah, well, and not only that, but it really depends because you can be really civil and really kind of calm when a match gets started, but it's when in the midst of the chaos, or if somebody makes a mistake, or kind of causes your team to either get wiped or something like that, how well they can keep their composure because it's the teams that really just kind of blow it off and like say, hey, we're going to regroup and do it again, versus the ones that do just kind of immediately get at each other's throats. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see the dynamic of what each team plays like because there are some teams that are amazing and still just seem like they hate each other. So
it's an interesting one because like you look at like pro esports and you see a lot of teams, they do have that really kind of vitriolic kind of style. They're always at each other, but it's positive for them. It works for them, and some of the greatest teams in sports history have been ones that really do push each other and make sure when you've made a mistake and that you should be doing better because they have that faith in each other. And then there are some teams that go ahead and like win entire championships just off vibes alone and say, we won it because we were having fun. So whatever works for you works for you, but you've got to be really reflective about that sort of process and see what it's doing to the team, whether it's healthy or not. So yeah. Either way, that's my little kind of rant on esports psychology over. It's not very, it's a bit of pseudoscience in my, I'm not very qualified to talk about it. But either way, no idea. Mr. Derp of Rake and Acoustic. We've seen what they can do as lights. When we've seen them running HMM, it's usually been with, I believe, it was Acoustic on the heavy, and they are a fan of running these shotguns. You were mentioning about the shotgun meta and how that's kind of come to the fore. Is that to do with nerfs to assault rifles? Is it to do with play styles, adjustments to other parts of the meta? What are your kind of thoughts on the shotguns?
I think that is just the highest risk reward kind of gun out there because it does have some good, distance on it. The shotguns are surprisingly good for distance, but at the same time, like it just gives you such a amount of damage if you're able to hit that shot. But at the same time, if you miss your shot, you have that little gap of time where nothing is landing, no damage is being done. So I think that it's just more that these people who have such good aim that they know that 80+% of the time they're going to hit their shot. So versus holding you down a spray and trying to get the spray pattern just perfectly on somebody that's moving, you just kind of take your shots, you segment them, and you make sure that like, okay, I'm going to hit this, and then it just makes it such a hard like power to push into. So if everybody's got shotguns, the closer you get, the more damage that they're going to do to you. So it's just kind of finding this nice balance between, it's I want to call it a dance because they are kind of like dancing with each other and just kind of trading off the amount of damage that these shotguns can do.
It really does feel that way. Like there's a lot of meta implications for the way that people take engagements, right? Knowing that you can dip in and out with a shotgun as opposed to having to sustain yourself and stay static. That's part of the biggest problem, I think, with any sort of rifle that has to fire over a period of time. You have to stay still, make yourself a target for your opponent, who, if they have a shotgun, is going to burst you down quicker than you can tickle them down. So here is the map ban finally completed for us, and we get to see Sis Horizon and Las Vegas being banned out, and it's going to be Seoul, Holto's finest. They seem to like this map quite a bit, don't they?
Yeah, I'm shocked. Like, no Vegas, no Sis Horizon. Maybe they just didn't like that Vegas. They got the Sandstorm edition variation of it previously, but we're starting off on the least picked map from both of these splits. Yeah, I'm surprised. But hey, we're following it up in Monaco, and then the decider will happen on Skyway Stadium. So 3 really good maps all around. Seoul's a little odd, but Altos Finest definitely has kind of like either a really nice strategy based around it, or they just feel confident in making sure that they can kind of dominate. So yeah, I don't know. I think that Altos Finest is probably going to take the first map. I bet you that No Idea takes the second, and then I think that we're all going to come down to Skyway Stadium for the final match.
I'm always adverse to making these predictions, particularly with a team like No Idea, so aptly named. Really don't know what's going to come out from them today, and whether they're going to bring us, you know, a HHH comp maybe. You know, that would be the biggest surprise, right? Is if they brought triple sledgehammers to Seoul of all maps as well. But it's a possibility, you know. Everything's possible.
And I just want to point out for a sec, you know, I love Altos Finest logo. I think that they've got a really nice, well-composed design. And then we have No Idea, where I'm not sure who that is on the team, but holding up a wine glass and looks like smoking a cigarette. Well done. So you can see these two teams and just kind of how much they differ, even just from, you know, purely aesthetic standpoint. But yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see once these two teams get at it, because boy, they played really well in this last split, in last bracket, in last matches that we just watched even. So yeah, I'm really excited to get this match started.
Is there a player on Holto's finest that you want to watch out for in particular, out of Lamp, Brendy, and Green Space?
You know, Green Space is the one that, to me, I don't know that name too well, but from what I've seen him play, he's really a force to reckon with. So I would be kind of watching out for him, because he might be just somebody that is able to kind of take it and really kind of run with it. On the other side of it, No Idea. I really like Mr. Derp. I think Varek, hopefully I said that right, is really kind of amazing with the shotgun, and is able to kind of hop back and forth between healing his team and kind of making good plays. So yeah, I don't know. What about you? Who stands out for you?
Well, Mr. Derp stood out for me as a light player. So if you're saying that he's going to be good on the shotgun with the medium as well, then I'm definitely going to keep my eyes out for him. Let's just take a moment to consider what's at stake here. Of course, these two teams are roughly seeded, you know, 3rd and 4th right here. They have to win this game and then their next game, and that will put them in the World Championships. They can't afford to put a foot wrong at this point. So it really is do or die for this game. The next one afterwards will have, you know, a slightly lower stakes. That is a team winning that will go through to be part of the World Championships. But if they lose, they get a second shot, because they've already done the hard work to put themselves in the upper bracket for the Swiss. Now, we do have a little bit of an update. This just in, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Derp will be subbing out for the rest of the tourney. That is Mr. Derp on the side of No Idea. And if I just check my my tabs very quickly, I do believe they have a registered sub, and that is Rampage. So we will be possibly seeing him on the lineup. So we'll see what happens. Maybe he comes, maybe he doesn't. We'll find out.
Here's see what happens. Yeah, sad, because I love watching Mr. Derp play. So hopefully everything's okay with Mr. Derp. But I'm sure that No Idea has planned for this and has been able to work with their substitute before. So curious to see how this changes their dynamic. But it does look like we're hopping right into it. So we see Brendy, Green Space, and Lamp starting to hop in. I don't hear any game audio right now.
We'll get it. It'll be a matter of time. I think it's very faint, but I can hear it. So this is, of course, Holto's Finest that we're getting a first glance of. It is Wally subbing in on the side of No Idea just before he appears on our screen. I've got confirmation of that. And they are in pink, No Idea. And let's see, are they running triple light? That is the question. It doesn't look like it. I saw some health bars that looked a little bit more like medium. Nope, never mind. Here come the lights. They are sticking with this.
Wow, I'm literally surprised. I did not expect this. What a weird way to play.
Oh dear.
But
I sure hope that fight is not indicative of the next 3. Well, it would be 2 games if it was like that. That was abysmal. Quite frankly, from No Idea, Holto's Finest have an easy job now getting this cash in to A, which is, I believe, it doesn't look like it's the elevator spawn. This is just the room above.
Yeah, this is one of the harder ones too, because it is easy to drop down, but you've only got 2 layers to drop it down to, and you are still kind of stuck on this offside towards the hospital. So I think that they're in a really good position right now, a great defensive spot, and by the time that they even get pushed, yeah, see, this is where it's really challenging, because the sky bridge is down, they're having to be pushed through this one area where they're not going to get away without getting some chip damage done to them.
Alright. Yeah, a really tough passage to traverse here on that side, and they're already taking a beating, being chased down right now by Lamp, who is currently the one playing the heavy role, interestingly enough, and the Green Space and Brendy holding up on those mediums. Already halfway through the cash out, but we do still see No Idea up and alive, so they're trying to position themselves just in a sensible spot to make sure that they can jump down on the point. They have been guilty of overstretching themselves before. We saw it on an earlier game of Seoul in Swiss, where they were just a little bit too far away from the cash out to deny it, but it looks as though they're safe for the time being, and they do spy No Idea on that far stairwell. Landing these shots at range. Up comes one, down goes, down he goes, just shooting him down through the elevator as the glass shatters free. Count. And now this should be pretty elementary. Down goes Acoustic, retired. Only 1 player left on No Idea. I don't think they have the time to get the reses and the point. This is going to be pretty tough.
Well, and Holto's Finest is just in such a great spot right there. Like, they have the high ground, they have the ability to fall through the elevator and go to their cash out. They've got great oversight, and basically made it with No Idea. The 3 lights had to push into basically shotguns and to a high ground. And yeah, look at that, they just get deleted. Wow. And is that a team wipe? I don't see No Idea around.
Like it.
Nope, there they are.
There we
Oh,
go.
Brindy, jeez.
That is why it's so difficult to run light against a shotgun when you're 3v3. Right? This was a team that thrived in the chaos. In 3v3, there isn't chaos. You have to create that chaos. Bring along a heavy.
Yeah.
Do something to instigate any kind of fear or, you know, communication between Holto's Finest players, and then pounce. That's why HML can work at times. But this is really... They're gonna have to pull something incredible off here to convince me that LLL is viable.
Yeah, well, and actually, why don't we switch over to the audio of No Idea? We get that switch over. Let's hear them for a minute, see what their team is trying to do during this light push.
Oh god, they're running triple damage.
Oh no, really?
I didn't even notice. Okay, well, in that case...
Nah, he's not
How that was not the backstab?
What?
How that was not the backstab? Nah, bro.
Which I have no aim, like in fucking knife.
Yeah, aim with dagger. Okay, good, bro. Hey, good.
It's
How that was a
crazy.
how that was a front stab there? I
What
wanted
was a-
seriously.
We need aim, bro. Track that.
Yeah, bro. I should have been trying for this match. Would have been 10 times funnier.
Our mega damage event is still active, and there's already enough
Okay,
Ah, but the
now
extra
this is
pussies are
Pitbull.
playing that-
Nah, bro.
Ah,
Please,
extra
at least.
there. A cash box
Okay,
is
bro.
now
I
for the taking. As the
wait. We
Falcons
make them drop
start the cash
easy.
out.
Trust the process,
Yeah,
guys.
that's right. Hold
What
up.
did you
I'm a breach
Okay.
charge on top of rafters. Drop it like all the way down.
Boom! No RPG and eat them.
Huge. Okay, we don't go for solo plays. I'm flashing top. Boom, flash all. Blinded. Flashing again.
Flashing again?
I'm just wasting time.
Yeah, how we get up? This is the serious question I have right now.
Oh my god.
Break, how do we do
drop?
it?
Was the plan to drop?
Yeah, the plan was to drop. What happened?
This is
I'm up in
impossible!
1 second.
I'm finding red canister. I'm waiting. No, I'm finding red canister.
1 in 5. 1 in 5.
Yeah, I got this.
Nah, bro, they're playing billboard.
Oh my
This is not fun, they
god.
play billboard. Nah, we can't do shit, bro.
No.
Okay, yeah, let's switch back. Alright, well, we heard what some of their thoughts were there. I would be inclined to agree. They can't do much, I'll say, in this situation. There's very little that they could do. They've kind of stymied themselves with this setup. I mean, obviously they're playing for memes, right? They've got triple daggers.
Yeah.
Interested to find out why that might be. I think possibly the sort of sub situation might be part of it. You know, they thought they might be going in with their main 3, but they've got in and just like, let's have a bit of fun. So power to them for at least coming and trying to entertain us. I would say I might be more entertained by genuine competition. Let's put it that way. As they go down again. And that is the end of map 1. At least it will be quick.
Yep. Well, and you know what? My big takeaway from this, they were laughing, they were having fun. I don't know. I think that competitive is great, and we are in like the most competitive time for this game. But I just feel like this might have been a wash for them because they knew that this would be such a hard map. They have a sub in, so you know I'm all for it. Have fun. Triple daggers. I wish we saw the scoreboard because I don't know if anybody got any kills. I think there might have been 1 dagger kill, and
Maybe.
that was it. But yeah, definitely one of the weirdest matches I've ever seen, for sure.
It's the only thing that makes me dislike it a little bit is that it's got to be rough for Ape Squad and NTHX to see that. You know, after like I don't want to say it's disrespectful, but they're gonna have their thoughts about it. It makes it a little bit, you know, it kind of divides up the intensity. Like we were talking today, we got a long old day ahead of us. We had, you know, 5 cash outs back to back, and then this, and then like 3 more best of 5s as well when we get to the lower bracket final and the grand final. So yeah, treat this as a kind of intermission, I suppose.
Yeah, and you know that is a good point because these teams are playing for hours. Like today, especially if they make it into this next round, you know. So maybe this is their breather. I don't know what they're doing. No idea has to change for this next match. Like they have to. They have to do something.
If they want to win,
they can't do
yeah.
triple lights. Yeah, like I know that they're down and they're subbed out a player, but come on, guys, like give us something good. Give us something to talk about.
Yeah.
But
don't do
yeah,
if they're gonna do something like this again, don't make it triple daggers. Let's mix it up a bit. Go for triple sledge or something like that, right? Like just anything to keep it mixed up. If you want to get it at 1 and done quickly, then yeah, don't do triple daggers again because that's just, you know, if you've done it once, it's a gimmick. If you've done it twice, it's just boring. Come on, at least be entertaining.
I don't know. I mean, have you played with the dagger? Because I can't do anything with it.
It's impossible. It's not possible to play that.
It really is.
Yeah.
I've run into a few players that are just like god tier with it, and I commend them and I applaud them because I think that is the hardest thing in the world. But yeah, not for me, and obviously not when you're going up a team, like Halto's finest. So
yeah. They're not gonna let you do that, all right? My biggest issue, this is just, you know, completely off topic now, daggers. My biggest issue personally is that I can't use evasive dash. I'm terrible with evasive dash, all right? And that's a requirement to run the dagger. You've got to have the dash on. It's because of my keybinds. I have it set to like Q, and I just find it really weird. Like that's like the specialization key for me. It works for every other specialization in the game just fine. But if you're trying to move around with like your fingers, you've got WASD here, and then you have to like jump up to do Q to dash, it just doesn't work very well. Like it doesn't feel right to be using movement, like adding an extra movement option to your left hand here. Anyway, that's my problem with dash, with dash as a whole, not just the dagger, but the dagger suffers for it. For me, if I was able to dash, I was a really good Team Fortress 2 player back in the day, and I think I would, like, it would awaken my inner spy.
Yeah. Well, and you know, there is a lot of like built off of TF2 in this game. Like I see it very evidently. You know, they just kind of like the 3v3 format is not what TF2 was like, but it is definitely, you know, has some of the like classes and the characters that are like it. So especially with the bow makes me feel like the who was that, the
sniper, the huntsman sniper.
The sniper, yeah, exactly. But it looks like we're about to hop into it. Next map will be on Monaco, and I have a feeling that No Idea is going to play this one seriously. I have no idea, but I do have hope that they will choose something a little more exciting for us to commentate.
I don't. All right, let's hop into a listen-in with Holto's finest this time around. And it looks as though No Idea are bringing an actual lineup.
Medium on both
Triple
teams.
turret, yeah, was on one side. So let's have a listen into Holto's finest and see what they're doing to line up for this.
Cash. Our contestants will need to gather the cash faster than the rest. If they hit the goal first, they can bask in glory.
Scotty set the scene perfectly. Remember, starting strong is key.
The Kingfisher tapping into Vault 1.
They're probably playing it out. I can open above.
Word.
They might be this floor. I think we drop this window here. And then I'll go for RPG.
Oh, it broke the fucking thing.
It's riot shields? What am I looking at?
In a triple fucking turret room.
Okay, killed one.
Yeah, I'm running this one away.
Dude, Wally,
What
alright.
the fuck, bro?
Why are they
Shit,
playing
bro.
triple riot shield, dude? Hello?
Well, they're trolling, but...
Alright, good job.
Let's just get this shit done, bro.
Yeah, let's go ahead. I'll put C4 on point, but I think
Play on the roof, bro.
maybe just keep on them early.
Good idea.
Like
Yeah.
I think we just pound RPG if we can.
Yeah, for sure. Yo, I'm just gonna let you know though. Try not
I don't want them to
direct
set
hit.
up
You
turrets,
Can, you
so.
can block with the fucking riot shield, bro.
Okay, yeah, dude, they're
Just a heads
boned
up.
right here.
They
I
had
think-
first one that we've had.
Yeah, I land on him. Good RPG on Wally. Wally dead. One out here by Okay, last one in this corner. Oh my goodness. They have explosive mines, care?
Oh my god.
Okay. That's fine, I guess.
I love it.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Okay. I don't think I've laughed as hard as hearing their live reaction to seeing triple turrets in a room.
They could spawn
Yeah,
5
that
times,
was
just a heads up.
that was amazing because they were so just shocked. Like they did not expect.
I mean,
that.
it's not like they can pad RPG on
I
us.
think we're still
Yeah.
hearing stars.
Oh, they're right here.
But yeah, No Idea is just
They're gonna
having
force point. There's one in the back by himself.
I got direct frag.
Yep.
3 riot shields is
One of
just
them's
very hard to
half.
take against.
Oh wait, I
It's
think
also
actually
very
need
hard
heals. I
to
just
pull
fucked
it
around.
It is. Maybe we'll get a
Let's
look
drop
try
out
to
of
give
here.
them?
I think we go one floor
you
below.
know,
I think we go
the
one
riot
They're
squad
one
effective
below,
at
they
some
are.
point soon. I just want I want to see them moving as one. But we'll stick with these guys for now. Redley taking a few shots. Oh, but now Rightshoot does get into melee range, and looks as though they are losing
God,
bodies,
turrets, bro.
and they are being tickled away by those
There's no way right now.
turrets. I think we might have a steal on our hands here.
Movement successful.
This is the weirdest game. I'm just even having trouble following it.
They've
because
done
this
it.
is just so wild.
They've got
And
this
they're also
steal.
running 3 turrets. Like this is just insanity.
Gotta reload.
But hey, this is the finals. You know, this is what I do want to embrace. Do something wild and weird. And if we're able to take this, oh my god, what is
Incredible.
happening?
Incredible. No Idea have managed to put it off. They get the first cash out, running triple riot shields. Maybe there is a way back into the game for them.
Well, in just that moment that they walked in and saw all 3 turrets on the first cash out or the first vault was hilarious, and I'm amazed that they're doing as well as they are. There's no way that they're able to take this match, I think, from Halto's Finest. Halto's Finest seems so confident, and when we hear the differences in their comms, because the last game we heard No Idea, this time we've heard Halto's Finest, you can definitely hear just the competitive nature of Halto's Finest. You know, they seem to have strategy, and you were right, like they do seem to have really good communication for each team. So it's very stark differences between these two teams, and yeah, I don't know. I'm very conflicted on how I feel, because one side I love the chaos and just throwing everything into, you know, a wild game like this, but at the same time I do really like the standard format and 2 teams being very competitive. So we're getting quite a show today. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it at home.
No Idea are playing classic chess here by controlling the middle of the map, right? They're in the middle of the board. They're standing in the rubble of Monaco, of Duck and Cover, where that cathedral once stood. And they are hoping to shepherd Halto's Finest towards a favourable objective. Both B and C in that far corner of the map. I'm yet to see exactly which one is which. C is indoors. This might favour them. They might be wanting to guard against Halto's Finest getting it over the top of them and to B out in the open, which I don't think would be so great for the Riot Shield. So right now we can see Halto's Finest. They are making a beeline for B. Are they going to be met with an army of Riot troll dudes? No, they are not. Unfortunately, No Idea. Just a few steps behind, and it will be plugged by Halto's Finest. But in they come, and here is the fight. Lots of jump pads. Everyone's got jump pads. Everyone on their nana's jump pads right here. But they might be able to pull off a steal if they get a couple of bodies on the point. But here comes the shotgun. Look at him spinning. What are you doing against that? They finally land enough shots to take down one. But it looks as though they're going to be struggling to clean up the rest. The defib comes out. But don't forget, all of these Riot Shields each have defibs of their own. And they may be doing quite well at surviving. I say that, Acoustic Retired is the last one to go down. And Halto's Finest finally find some solace in this crazy, crazy world.
Yeah, and you were right. This is a very hard point to push if you're just running Riot Shield. They would have been way better off inside the building, because that would have given them the opportunity to hide on stairs, push in real close quarters. Here, you're just out in the open, and you know you're able to get around them, get behind them, and we did actually see that. Like when they pushed on, the teams actually switched places. No Idea was close to the cash out, and Halto's Finest was kind of in front in this kind of garden area. And so they were able to get behind them and get the kills, and we do see another engagement going on, but I just don't see it going the way of No Idea for this haul.
They have closed the gap effectively. They've landed one turret, but they didn't get either of their others down, and that has caused them to lose that fight quite rapidly. Halto's Finest fairly confident that the spawns will be in their favour, so they're happy to move forward a little bit, just extend, get a read on where No Idea might be coming from. They are back in the map right now. We can see them out towards that western portion. They'll be coming along the coastline. Question is when...
Are they going to have time for a push?
I
don't think so.
They have been spotted. The jump pads do come out. They are getting a body on it immediately to try and go for that seal, but unfortunately he's met with 2 in response, and down he goes. Acoustic Retired, the last alive. And once again, Halto's Finest clean up shot. Although, they are causing some problems by the lingering turrets, as they have to, you know, rub their wounds and head towards the next vault.
Yeah, can we see the scoreboard? Because I think that Halto's Finest is pretty much on top, kill-wise. Yeah, that is what we're seeing here. Yep.
The problem for me right there is looking at the revive counter on the side of No Idea, right? They're running triple defibs. They need to be running as a death blow.
Yeah.
They need to be moving as one and getting those defibs off immediately, tanking damage, plopping down turrets, and not so much playing for these 1v1s, if you ask me. That's what's going to sustain them. Basically, go 3v1 if you can. That's my advice to No Idea to make this comp work.
Yeah, because if you're getting overwhelmed by 3 Riot Shields, you just can't do anything. You got to shoot their feet or their arms, and basically that is impossible if there's 3 people just surrounding you. So, yeah, Deathball is a very perfect way of describing what they should be doing. But here we do see them kind of going down. Whalen running around, gets blown up right out of it. Break is the last one alive. We're just trying to dump some nades down there. But it does look like Halto's Finest is able to get this cash vault away and kind of away from No Idea without really losing anybody or taking much damage.
Halto's Finest
Boy,
is
look at
playing
that movement.
Very nice, yeah, very neat. Although we say that as he's
Yeah,
fumbling the mantle.
That's hard to do. It's hard to mantle. But I do like the jumps, and they were able to get that extra jump right after you get through the jump pad. So cool to see. And now we see them going for. Are they moving the crane? They are. Are they going to blow up the building?
No, I think they just want a quick route over there, but they've decided to ditch it because they've been spotted here. Jump pad is an option here for Wally to get up, although he's going to go with the mantle indoors instead. Lamp has identified a target and he takes down Acoustic with incredible efficacy. You have to praise Halto's Finest right now for how they're identifying single targets and balling up to take them down. That is how you tackle a Riot Shield team. You don't let them 3v1 you 3v1 them instead. And once again, a clean wipe going the way of Halto's Finest, despite the fact that this is much more favourable territory, more favourable terrain for No Idea's Riot Shields.
Yeah, and honestly, they have one more good push in them. But as we've seen, they're I don't know what No Idea's doing. They're just playing so haphazardly and just such a different way than we've seen them play before.
Let's say it how it is.
I know they're memeing, but it's just so weird to see. Like, just some really high tier players, and I guess they just decided to have fun.
Well, look, they got here.
Wow,
they got here playing.
Game, actually.
They got here playing Triple Light, so we've got to give them credit where credit's due. Let's keep going, though. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they can pull this round. It is 2 versus 2, but there comes the res as Pig Team are back up and in the fight. Here we go. They are managing to force them off the point, and chasing down the Heavy will get the kill, surely. No, just waiting. Why didn't he take the swing there? I'm so confused.
Get the steal. They are going to get
They should be able to get the steal. I'm just surprised he didn't get the kill. And this might cost them, because in come the reinforcements, and down go the Riot Shields. There is one last chance. Will we be able to stick it? No. In comes the flying medium to finally deal the final blow. And Halto's Finest, with a little scare at the start of that round, sweep up the lower semi-final and head into the next round.
Yeah, I'm speechless. I really am. I don't know what we're watching. I've cast like 50 games of the finals so far, and these last 2 have been the weirdest. So yeah, No Idea. Thanks for the show. I guess you definitely made us laugh, and I'm sure that the people watching on Twitch are very entertained. But
at least they got one cash out.
Yeah, you did.
They got one.
You got a cash out. Yeah. Somehow.
Well, I think the less said about that map, the better. Less said about that series, the better. So let's look forward now to Halto's Finest moving forward to the lower bracket final. They need to win that game to come in the top 2, and the top 2 will get them a place in the World Championship. But they do have a bit of time to prepare for that, as our next match is going to be the upper bracket final between the 2 teams that have been waiting for absolutely ages so far. Pushing 30 and 223 are finally coming up next.
Yep. I will see you after this break.
Take it from me, must be out your mind. Lot of slang. in the air, that's a lot of pie. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me. Yeah. Ooh, big time, big time, big time, big time. Number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. Lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of grind. Pockets running over with the dollar signs. Try and take it from me. Big time. Number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. I'm big time, lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pie. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try and take it from me, from me, from me. Big time, number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. Big time, lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of grind. Pockets running over with the dollar sign.
Hello and welcome back to Championship Sunday. We are here with the Breakout Esports Masters Series Split 2, and it's been an absolute wild ride so far. We've had triple light teams, we've had triple riot shield teams, but I think it's just about enough of that, Rio. We're down into the serious business right now. We've got our upper bracket final of Pushing 30 versus 223. 223, in case you're wondering, where's that name come from? Used to be called No Name. This is a Telco's side featuring Noah and Rubinski. I feel like I've said that in a way that demeans Noah and Rubinski, but there we have it. That is the side, and they're up against Belize, Sloth, and Gremliners. So, Rio, what are you expecting from this game?
I'm expecting probably some of the best games that we've seen today so far in these two, because these two teams, Pushing 30, 223, these are the two rosters that I think anybody knows these names. I mean, you know, Belize, Sloth, Gremlin, Telco, Noah X, these are names that just, to me, I recognize instantly, and I can think of their play styles and kind of what they do. So getting to see these two clash and go against each other will be just super exciting. And we do get the map bans, so we do see that Soul's banned first. No surprise there. If you want to know why, just watch the last match on Soul, because the cash outs are really hard. Pushing 30 banned Vegas, which is a little sad to see because I do like Vegas, but you know, it makes sense as well. So the first match will be started on Skyway Stadium, moving to Monaco as selected by Pushing 30, and finally the decider will be on Sis Horizon. And if I were to wager a guess, I can feel that this one will go all the way to Sis Horizon. These two teams are just so evenly matched that there's just no way that we see a sweep from one team.
No, I think I'm inclined to agree with you there. Pushing 30 and 223 have both been very impressive just throughout the entirety of the Breakout Esports circuit, and I don't think that's going to stop here, right? Both of them are fighting for basically a secured spot at the World Championship. If they win this game, then they are there. They finish top 2 today, and that is enough to guarantee you it. If they do lose, however, they go down to the lower bracket where Halto's Finest are waiting and get a second chance. But that's all they get. So, Skyway Stadium, first up, as you mentioned, this is going to be 223's pick, and it's a good map. I do like watching Skyway, I do like watching Monaco, I do like watching Sis Horizon. To be honest, I like watching the finals, so I'm in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, there's a lot of cool variations for all those maps, except for Skyway or Sis Horizon. So it does make it fresh. You know, we have seen these teams go against it, but just the variations of them can make them just a little more exciting, I think. Just kind of like the elevated platforms, or you know, we haven't seen up, down, left, right happen yet. You know, there's a lot of things that could happen that make this pretty just exciting, and just, you know, sway the balance of these two teams. So I'm all for it, and can't wait to hop into it.
So, in terms of the balance of these two teams, I know you were saying you know these guys like back to front, but we might have some viewers here that are a bit unfamiliar with these teams. So let's start with Pushing 30, Belize, Sloth, and Gremlins. What is it that we're likely to expect in terms of comp, in terms of play style, in terms of ability as well? You know, who really stands out to you?
Well, I definitely think they're going to run medium heavy. I don't think this is a team that will see any lights come in play. I believe Gremlins, normally they're heavy player. I could be wrong on that, just not really fresh in the mind right now.
You'd have to fight Belize off the spot, right? I think that's the thing. Belize is also quite a happy to play heavy person, so I don't think I've seen these three play in this particular order. I haven't seen Gremlin play, so you might be right about that. We'll find out though, because we're right on into it. Based on the health bars, I think Belize is on the heavy in this.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but just these players are really skilled, and I'd love to hear the audio of these teams as they push in. So I think that we're going to cut over to 223 and listen in on what they're doing to get set up for this first push.
The jet setters take flight. Opening vault 1.
We'll just wait on the points. Yeah, one's been okay, yeah. I think on our side.
We could just like go hard left and just go around.
Yeah, exactly.
Get in close range.
Yeah, we'll do that for sure.
No?
The jet setters got hold of a
They will maybe try to drop on us, be careful.
That's fine, that's fine.
You know, to cut our rotation.
I have my shield, I have my dumb shield. Is there still on the roof?
Yeah.
Just go left.
Yeah, they will drop on us for sure, but be careful.
Yeah, they will wait the best moment.
Yeah. They are still on the roof, waiting.
I think when we will pad, they will pad at the same time.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can go inside. Like, try to go inside. Yeah,
You see them?
They might take
yeah, they were still on the roof. Yeah,
go inside below.
inside.
Go inside below. Go inside below.
Yeah.
They are here.
Go up.
Yeah. They are already on the point.
Okay.
Or above.
Maybe they're above, yeah. Be careful.
Close. Yeah, no RPG, no RPG. I
No RPG?
Yeah. Be careful.
One hit. Me life.
Be careful. I'm one. Me life.
I'm dead.
He's one. Oh, 2 medium low. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, we should start those two.
Yeah, I told you.
Yep, let's go back. And
Wow. Alright, that was rough. And we could hear some of the communication there between 223, obviously. Just trying to surmise the movements of Pushing 30. Seemed quite surprised that they were up the stairs, but they did have an idea that they'd be around, but that contact was not ideal, was it, Rio?
No, it was kind of a sad push that they kind of got a little caught off guard. I mean, they did know that they were there, but they just weren't able to capitalize on that push. And now we do see that cash out B is maybe about a fourth of the way done, and by the time that 223 is even able to get over there, I bet it'll be pretty far down. We do see them starting to bounce over, so the fighting will happen. No, they're still on one building away. Now they're hopping over. We do see Sloth getting some nice shots off. Good distance on that, running with the AK. So we've kind of moved away from the shotgun meta. We do see Rubinski still running the shotgun, but I think that we are seeing some more just...
Belize is definitely running the shotgun as well, so it's a bit of a mix, but
okay.
Yeah, we are quite used to seeing teams with triple shotguns, so yeah, this is a little bit more of a hybrid that we're seeing right here. And we can see the steal is being attempted by the French squad of 223, and in come all of those explosions to try and get rid of the dome, get rid of everything that's causing that problem, and in fact very efficiently it would seem, as Pushing 30 have barely taken a scratch in that. I say that, a really nice counter engage coming through from 223 takes Belize down, or takes at least one of the players on Pushing 30 down, and there goes another. But they are getting the reses thick and fast, and it's back and forth. Still everyone up, but it looks as though finally
there's the wave.
223 got a handle in the situation. That was a really, really tight scrap.
Yeah, it was the reses that saved them at the end, because we saw players going up and down, and I think 223 was able to just kind of get the final kills and the reses on time and switch back and forth between healing and reses. So good steal from them right at the end. I am quite impressed so far with how they're playing, because the first push didn't seem like they really had control over this game, but hey, they were able to come in plenty of time, get in and get the steal.
Oh dear. Well,
bye-bye,
Telco. Was that was a mid-air frag grenade that took one out as well. Really, really nicely played.
Wow.
And Rubinski's just going to say, yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. Let's get a quicker spawn. So, heads into the chasm, and yeah, this is a free grab now for Pushing 30.
Yeah, what happened there? Because I looked away for just half a second, then I saw him sliding down the wall. Did you see what
zip got taken out. The zip got taken out.
No.
Yeah, I think Belize must have been watching and saved the RPG for it. Very smart move there. Or at least maybe he pre-placed a C4. More likely the RPG. Either way, it was a very nice one. He took out the heavy for free.
Yeah, it's a shame that you don't get credit for a kill like that, but you know, it is what it is. But we do see the zipline going off. We do have the which variation is this? I forget. It's elevated platforms or
this looks like high rise.
What is it called?
This looks
high
like
rise. That's
right?
what it is. Yep, the middle of the map is risen up to the top. So it looks like the fight's happening over A. We do see an RPG going down. He does get eaten by the APS turret, and Belize is trying to run in there. He's right in their faces, using the shotgun. Goes down, and now it's hard to tell who is still up. There is just chaos on top of this roof.
Yeah, that was a full commit coming through from pushing 30, and it didn't work for them, like you say. And it just meant that they left the box behind for 223 to put in for free. So right now, 223 on top. They already have that one cash out. They only need 20k to win this map, in case you're new round here. So they are in the ascendancy right now, pushing 30, chasing the game.
And was this 223's map pick, or was this pushing 30's?
This was 223's map pick. This is 223's
Okay, yeah. So this makes a little more sense. They do seem really well equipped on this map, and we're starting to see them kind of run away from the cash out point. Fighting's happening on top of the roof. Atelco getting healed, just holding that shield up. You see them backing up further and further. Ooh, an RPG goes off right in their face. Takes some good damage from Rubinski.
It does, but it gets healed up quite quickly, and they are finding their men as well. Bailey's goes down. Defib comes out as he's rezzed, but out goes Gremlin as well, the deliverer of that res. And Rubinski manages to help clean up shop again. Pushing 30, you look like they're really struggling here, Rio.
Yeah, this is not the pushing 30 that I expected. I mean, I expected them to kind of at least get this one cash out. They are going to have one more push on this point, but 223's got a great setup. They're in a great spot too. So the cash out is dropped from the roof. It's down below on the second, or on the second to top floor. And now pushing 30 has to either come in, drop it below, or go from up top, which I think they're going to try and do. Wow, and they actually jump right on it, at least with the dome shield. He tries to get... These engagements are amazing because they're so close quarters right now.
Yeah, Belief does go down, but he has sacrificed his life for the greater good. Oh, so close, it doesn't find the finish. Gremlin is taken out, though. And once again, 223 taking control. And it's a swift 20k to 0k for them on Skyway. They take the first map very cleanly.
Yeah, so what I keep seeing is Belize. It seems like he's overcommitting. He just seems to be in there, and that he's too far into the enemy zone where he's just getting deleted. You see them trying to be healed by his teammates, but I have seen Belize out of position in more than one fight on this occasion, in this map. And it's a little sad because I think that his team's having to struggle to work around that. As soon as your heavy goes down, it's just so hard to pull it back together unless you can get that res off. So I don't know, guys. Pushing 30. What are y'all doing?
It's a question that they're going to have to be asking, and no doubt their chat will be pretty lit right now. They are an emotional team, it's fair to say. If you've ever tuned into one of Bailey's streams during these qualifiers, he's a very tough man to please, and it's going to be a tough thing to be part of that call right now. But they have to do that mental reset. They have to work out what's going wrong. You know, do you play the blame game in this instance? Because, you know, you've singled out Bailey's as a problem there in terms of overcommitting, but is it, you know, maybe there's comms issues, maybe people aren't committing with him? That's always the sort of the balance you have to straddle in a game this fast paced. If you're 1 second behind, that could cost your team. So we'll see what's going on, and we will get a listen in during the next game of their side as well, just to get a kind of insight as to what's going on here, Rio. But yeah, very clean start for 2-2-3. On to Monaco now. What do you think they've got to do to take this home? Can they do it in 2, do you think?
I think 2-2-3 could do it in 2. I think that pushing 30 just needs to kind of go a little slower. That's what I kept on seeing. They were more going for like quantity of pushes instead of like quality pushes. So maybe just kind of reevaluate how 2-2-3 is playing, because they seem to play really close on the point. We did see one instance where they kind of ran a little bit away from the point, but just being able to kind of break that stronghold is what you have to do, because I think Atelco, Noah, and Rubinski just are like a bunch of grapes. They really stick together. They're really close, and the combat just happens just in one area. That's what I keep seeing. Like, there's just an explosion of combat in one floor or one spot on the map. So breaking through that defense is what they have to do.
When you said they were a bunch of grapes, I didn't know whether you're going to say they stuck together or they're whiny. You know, one or the other, right? But
yes, we'll just say both.
Yeah, maybe they're whining a bit. Who knows? They're French. They'd be very good at it. Anyway, no, that's not what I mean. Oh no, I meant they like wine. Either way, God, I'm digging myself a big hole here right now. Monaco. Let's see what variant we get of Monaco as well. This could be very telling, because we did see a duck and cover earlier. It will be...
standard variation? Suspended structures.
Suspended structures on Monaco. I love this.
Yeah, suspended structures just make things just slightly more challenging. For people that don't watch, the cash out stations are actually elevated in the air. So you either have to fight in the air, you have to make your way to this cash out station, or you have to bring it down and then fight on the floor. So it just makes it where the timing is just a little bit differently. And ooh, look at that from Belize. He is the last person standing, but he gets 2 kills. Noah and Telco going down. He's going to take this cash out and go to, I believe, A?
Looks like it. That was very nice, and Belize definitely proving the difference maker. Their last one standing, cleaning up shop. So, heading to A now, and the rest of his team will be spawning in promptly, as will the entire rest of the server, in fact, because everyone is now back. Doesn't quite nail that movement there. Oh, no, caught on camera.
The nerves might be getting to him.
Either way, it's going to make its way to A. It's just a matter of time. Ooh.
Interesting camera shot under the floor.
Ooh, we're being taken on a tour here. Stars, you naughty minx. And it is on a suspended structure, this cash out as well. So we'll see what that means. We've got jump pads ready, and it looks as though Rubinsky and Co on 223 are just biding their time, waiting for their moment. Of course, no winches means that this is a much more favourable approach method nowadays. At least in this tournament, where winches are banned, in case you've just joined us, welcome. And they are actually taking their time. This is something you were mentioning, right? Pushing 30, we're going for the quantity of pushes, but 223 really want the quality here.
Yep, absolutely. And interestingly enough, that like the structure is still standing. You see that one of the structures, one of the supports is down, so they only needed to knock off, I believe, 1 more, maybe 2 more spots to kind of get it in. But it looks like they are going to do the fight on the point. Oh, nope, I take it back. There it goes. It comes crashing down, which I'm not sure who blew it up, but hey, it is now on the floor, and so they have to fight over the mess of structures down there. Cash out's halfway done. We see Belize set up really kind of too far away with that shotgun, so I'm curious what his strategy is here.
I want to say it was probably Belize that blew it up because he's got that RPG gone and a C4 out. So it might have been preset, or it might have been just a shot taken at them that happened to take out the cash, the structure.
Yeah.
Either way, we are left with maybe a quarter on the timer for this first cash out, and 223 looking to try and initiate a steal here. They're baiting it though, and now the engagement comes, pushing 30, coming in deep and getting the kills that they need. Telco and Ravinsky the last alive here. Down goes Ravinsky. It's only the heavy of Telco. Doesn't stand much of a chance. He has the full weight of pushing 30, who are now pushing him, and they're toying with their food. They're taking their time. They know they don't need to secure that kill immediately. It's all in their favor, as now they can happily abandon the cash out and get that first 10k in the bag.
Yeah, they played it properly, and this is what I expected in the last match. It seems like they're really kind of being calculated in setting up proper on these initial pushes and holds. So much better gameplay, in my opinion, from pushing 30 than we saw in the last match, especially from Belize. We've seen some great kills already from him. So I think that they kind of had some communication during the downtime of the last match and kind of reset, which is what they needed. But this is also their map, so they might have a little more confidence on something like this.
It
you
really
see them
is
starting
their
to zip
map, right?
over.
They
Yeah,
performed
it is.
very well on Monaco in the past. We've seen them do it. And I feel like it's worth mentioning as well, 223, you know, they had that point engagement just once, right? They may have been guilty of overcooking it slightly, waiting too long.
Yeah. Yep, basically. So Vault 2 is opened, and it does look like it is under control of 223. So they will take it. I don't know. What is the closest cash out? B?
Oh, they're swinging the crane.
Hmm.
Everyone's on the crane. It's going to be a crane fight, ladies and gents. So we stare down each end of the crane right now, and this is going to favour any side that happens to have a long-range weapon, but no one does. They want to get close, up and personal, and this thing's probably going to come down sooner rather than later. We have Telco with that RPG out, but he's held it too long. Does land a lot of damage onto Slothful, but the damage has been done already to the rest of his team. And pushing 30, grab hold of the box, and they're heading to another suspended structure in B.
Yeah, that was a wild fight. I never thought I'd see a fight like that with two teams on top of the crane fighting over that.
Cinematic.
Yeah, exactly. And great shot from Stars by able to getting that overhead view of both teams going. So well done there. We do see Cash Out B getting started. It is in the suspended structure. I'm curious to see if they are going to throw down any C4 to try and drop it, because I think that that's what they did last time. I think that they dropped it intentionally So it goes to say that they're probably going to try that again. They are staying away from the platform. They're not staying on it. So it's a smart move because if it does drop, they've got an overhead view of it. And it does make it that much harder for 223 to kind of push into it and steal it.
It's intriguing to me that they've left this zip up on the B site, though. This is going to give them an option to climb up if they get close enough to 223, but they are aware that that will leave them exposed, and they bring down the defensive fortress. They could maybe even go up and go for the steal right this second. Leaving this zip could be pushing 30's undoing, as now they have to fight to recover their own cash out. They are defending it, but don't let that fool you. They are the ones that have to do something.
I would try and drop it immediately, and we do see it going down one level, but the whole structure is still up. And it is going to give them just enough time to come in and get this steal. So 223 is going to grab it, and now they only have to defend for half the point. You see the jump pad going off, but one of them misses. He doesn't have the whole team there. They're a little bit out of position. Police is going off with a rocket and misses.
But he's finally got up there. The RPG does a lot of damage, but they're healing it back up. He gets right in the face of the whole team and finally takes down a Telco. Some huge shots coming out from Elise, and his team are in support. But is it enough? He pulls out the shield of Telco, but it's not enough for his team to survive, and the retake is successful from pushing 30, despite what looked like a very messy engagement. 223 just sat back a little too far.
Well, and I think that's what I was trying to point out last match, is that Belize just hops in there. He really is that probably one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen, and
he backs
really
himself.
Does hinge. Yeah, it does hinge on his teammates. So in this instance, in this map, they seem a little more composed than they did in this last one, and it does get them the win in this match. So interesting that their play style was basically the same. It was just more teamwork. I think that helped them come out with a win.
And rather telling as well that 223 in both of those engagements on each cash out only had the one chance to go for it. They didn't really give themselves much of a chance to retake or anything. That second one you can give them a little bit more credit because they got the steal off and then were defending it for some time. But the fact that it was done in two so quickly, and compared to the last map on Skyway where each cash out we saw maybe 2-3 engagements on each of those, it just goes to show that pushing 30 will take every opportunity to engage, whereas we've got the exact opposite mentality on 223 where they want to make sure it's perfect each time, and it is costing them.
Yeah, and I think that that's what makes these different playstyles so unique, to see them kind of go up against each other, because it is the different thoughts and the different strategy for playing a map like this. And I want to feel like their strategy is more map dependent than anything. I think that is why they do so well on Monaco and struggled on Skyway. And so what's the last map we have? It's Cis Horizon, no?
It is Cis Horizon, correct. So we're getting ready to head on in there, but we're going to have a look at that overall map veto as we just talk through it again. Yeah, Cis Horizon, last one up with the Slider, and it really is going to go either way. You did say at the very start of this that you expected this to go to 3 maps, and then I'm gonna shoot you down here in typical Rio fashion. After 1 map, you're like, it's gonna happen in 2. It's happening in 2, baby. And now we're back on the just stick to your guns, man. You know, make a prediction, stay with it, or just do what I do and don't make a prediction at all, and that way no one can laugh at you.
Bring on the laughs. I like to change. I think with information, different information, you're allowed to change your opinion. And with how these people play, I think that there's just so much variation in this game, and I think that's what makes it exciting. Is that you can't? Oh, okay, fine.
I say that as though this isn't our job to do this for several hours. We've got a yap. We're professional yappers, right?
Yep.
But yes, you are correct. So I cut you off in the middle of an actual genuine point. Continue.
Oh, well, now I've completely lost the point. Oh, yeah, I remember. It's just that things are so dynamic, and that's why I love the game. And you do have different strategies, and then you have strategies that just get completely upended. And it's all about how well these teams perform and can pivot on it. So I love that with this game, and I think that's what makes it probably one of the most unique FPSs on the market, is that it just has so much variation, so much chaos. The destruction does matter at times. I think the perfect example is what we just saw, is you have to bring down those suspended structures, because it just makes it where the fighting is either happening on a little cracker-sized area, or are you bringing it down to the whole field. So just fun to see. And finally we come over to Cis Horizon, which has no variations at all.
Let's give it its
very
proper
standard
name.
Map.
Let's give it its proper name, Rio. Cis $Horizon. The dollar sign is pertinent here because there is a prize pool for this tournament by Matcherino of just over $500 dues. I say dollary dues. That's like that's Australian dollars. This is American dollars, USD, freedom units. So
freedom units, yeah.
Yeah, freedom units. So here we go. Let's get on into action on Sys dollar sign Horizon. Telco and Co up above is looking to open up that floor, and it does so without a bang. Interesting.
Yeah, it can do that occasionally just because of how it's still a like unconstructed map. They just kind of dissolve away, which I think is kind of cool.
There's an explosion, and here is an explosive engagement as the RPGs do come out, but not to much effect. Gremlin is taken out though very cleanly by Noah. Great shot there, and it looks as though they are going to clean up this fight quite effectively. 2 players go down on the side of pushing 30, leaving Slothful running for his life, and he can't get away from the guns of Telco and Co. And so 2-2-3 will grab the first box and head towards B by the looks of things.
Yeah, and I'm curious if we can actually cut over to Pushing 30's audio. I don't think we've heard them yet. So they've just had a team wipe, and I'm curious to see how they get set up and get ready for this push.
Starting to heat up as the powerhouses have started our first cash out.
Or not. Maybe we'll just keep talking.
I was wondering if you got some intel that we didn't, but don't worry, we will be...
let's do Pushing 30.
We would like to hit Pushing 30, if that's alright. Thank you very much. Let's jump on over to them. Here we go.
I'm behind. I'm behind all of them. Oh, they're all so low, they're all so low. Shades. Last. Good job.
I should have fucking stalled, fuck.
Whatever.
Just play ultimate kite. Ultimate kite. Does this knockout thing still work?
Yes, but I think you just leave it.
I think we played lower.
Yeah.
We can.
They're red, we can play double under.
Do you want
Yeah, we can do that.
Come. Fuck, I found it. Found me.
On it too.
They glitched
Nade.
it.
Drop it.
They glitched it.
I got a good nade twice.
They glitched it.
Just go.
How? How is it? Where's my C4? Hello?
Got glitched, I guess. It's unlucky.
It's not there. It's not there.
It's like didn't break it, I guess.
Where is my?
It's double layered, so just didn't break it.
Bro, what?
Just running off. It's unfortunate.
Where's my C4?
So troll.
We just glitched it.
Bro, there's no way.
they didn't
It's
glitch
not
it.
there. It's just not
double
there.
layered. So when he blew it up,
Alright, well, some confusion over a C4 it would seem, Rio. Does that sound like good communication to you? I'm kind of hinting at no, in case you can't.
I don't know, I would just ignore it, things happen and you just gotta keep your team's, energy up high, and, I don't know. Not what I would do with my team, but you do understand that this is very stressful, and I think that the minor inconveniences kind of can add up for the team. So a little bit understandable, but at the same time, not at this level. Like, come on, guys.
True. Well, here we go. 2-2-3 have managed to get that first cash out, as we saw, and they're being offered quite happily the box to take to the next one, as Pushing 30 are more than happy to give chase and try and catch them with their pants down. I've always been interested by this move. Obviously, you don't get money for plugging the cash out in quick cash, so it's all about fighting over that objective and who has it at the very end. So maybe they just want to get these fights happening in their favour. That being said, taking a meaty RPG at the very start isn't going to help them. They do all get healed up quite tastily though. It's very nice use of the zipline to take them up onto an even footing with their opponents, but they have to back away as they can't close that gap cleanly enough.
Yeah, and we see that Belize is trying to push in pretty aggressively, and his teammates are just purely holding the healing beam on him. I don't know if this aggressiveness is going to work out. They're in a really odd position. This cash out isn't in the best spot.
Oh, this looks good. It's a very nice dome.
Pushing in.
He has managed to land quite a lot of damage before the opponent's dome comes out, but it looks as though they are going down. They are losing this fight, and 223 come out on top in what was a full 3v3 skirmish.
Yeah, in a very tight area as well. And so we saw that happen from Bleeze again, and I think that their healing beams just got overheated, and they couldn't heal Bleeze with his aggressiveness. And I don't know, they've got one more good push in them, but this is starting to look like it might be 223's map.
Could well be, and this is the last chance for Pushing 30 to secure themselves a spot here. They need to take this down, otherwise 223 are going straight through, and they will have confirmed their spot in the World Championships. It's going to be a stick immediately, but down it goes. They're bringing it down. They have to go for the kills here, Pushing 30, but one of them is trying to stick the point. There's a little bit of just miscommunication here. They're disjointed. They're not working together, and they don't get the kills. He can't land the shot on the 1 HP player. Belize goes down as well, and that is it, surely.
Yeah, they had plenty of time. Like, I don't know why they went for the steal. They should have gone for the kills, and then when you secure them, go for the time. Because, like, even now they could have hopped on it just a few seconds ago. So,
exactly.
Boy. I think that 223 just maybe has a little bit better communication, because that did seem like a breakdown of just, like, pure talking.
That was that one's going to sting for Pushing 30. That one is going to sting. 223, congratulations. You have made it through to the World Championships. You'll be joining already the teams of Burt and BKO who managed to make it through to those qualifiers, or to that event. And now we get to see the last meaningful game of the day. We get to see, coming up next, it will be the lower bracket final. Pushing 30 have their final chance to get into the Cool Kids Club, shall we say, up against Holto's Finest, the team of Supreme Vibes, I'll call them. What are your expectations from this game? Do you think Holto's Finest are going to ride that high? Do you think that the Belize and the rest of his team are going to pull it around and manage to make it through? What are your thoughts?
I'm rooting for Holto's Finest. I think that they just have the best composure. I think of all the teams that we've listened into today, they seem the most professional, I want to say. I want to give them that title, because they seem to really just have their strategy down. They seem to have communication, and all day that we've seen them play has just been fun. It's just been exciting to watch, and I just think that coming up, you guys have a lot of exciting matches, but I will be tuning out, and my buddy Artie will be hopping in to take my place to cast the final games with Jerry. So this is me signing off, but that we had some amazing games today, and always a pleasure to cast with you, Jerry. And I think that you'll have a lot of fun with Artie and everybody else. Thanks for watching. I'll see y'all next time.
let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, dope. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Hello and welcome back to Championship Sunday. We have, don't be deceived, this is not Rio on my side. This is
I'm still Rio.
One and only Ardy. You're still Rio? Oh, okay.
I'm still Rio, actually. So what happens is that I undergo this sort of metamorphosis phase, right? Nah, but anyway, what's up, everybody? There we go. Ardy, and then yeah, hashtag ref exclamation point. That's me. What's up, everybody? Happy to be back here on the Breakout Esports Masters Series for Split 2 Grand Finals. I've been away for quite a while, but hey, it is time to jump back into the finals. And hey, I'm saying jump back into. These players have never left. Jerry, give me a rundown of what we have seen throughout all of today, all of this last week. How have these players been shaken up to get here to the grand finals?
Oh, they've been shaken up well. They've been shaken up real well. We had a whole Swiss bracket starting yesterday, and we wrapped it up today with some crazy cash-out games, and then we moved straight on over to our playoffs, our double elimination bracket right here, right now. We've had the first 2 games of that, and we've already seen 2-2-3, previously known as No Name, a Telco squad, book their spot in the championships, in the world championships. But there is still one more slot to sort out, and that will go to one of these 2 teams, either Pushing 30 or Holto's Finest. It's anyone's game, Ardy, and you've missed some really, really cool games. I'm sure you were watching, but I really don't know how this is going to shake down.
Yeah, there's a good chance that every single player that has had a good plan going into today of like, hey, we're gonna keep this one strategy going the whole way through, not gonna be able to shake up going into these last ones, because these last 2, the lower finals, the grand finals, is where it all culminates. These players aren't just jumping in the game and playing; they are actually thinking. They are actually trying to figure out, hey, this team, tends to act one way, tends to act a different way. And, it's going to all come down to this. We're, of course, staying on the classic maps, plus this Horizon from Season 2. Nobody likes that open world series of Japan, so we're staying in with Seoul, starting off on Pushing 30's pick. Love to see that. Jumping into Las Vegas and Monaco. Sis Horizon, Skyway as the decider. It feels like an Arty welcome back to give me the best of 5 series that I'm here for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You saved all your juice and your energy for this this final run through. Me and Rio had some interesting games. The first of the playoffs, we had a game where it seemed as though No Idea were kind of done for the day, and they were playing triple medium with riot shields and turrets, and at one point as well triple daggers and lights. And then we got into the serious stuff. So it's been a wild ride from start to finish. We're not actually at the finish yet either. So yeah, 5 maps. We may not see all of them, of course. This is the best of 3. So do you reckon this is going to go all the way?
I mean, hey, knowing from, Pushing 30, Belize, Sloth, Gremliners, like, those guys are not here to play around. They are here to do their best. They will mess around in the very beginning, but if it looks like that could hold them back, then they are going to stop that immediately and be like, hey, lock in, right? That's that kind of crowd. Holto's Finest, though, Lamp, I know that he does not mess around. He is the kind to just jump on and play shoot game. However, I know that when it comes down to brass tacks, he knows what Pushing 30 is capable of. And so Lamp Squad is going to be able to figure out early on what strategy is going to need to remain in place throughout the map. And so I think if we want to look for who's going to be setting the pace early on, we'll look for Holto's Finest. If we want to see what the vibes are, we'll look at Pushing 30.
Yeah, the vibes... I'm glad you brought that up, because the vibes are really different between these 2 sides. You listen to any Lamp streams, they are cool, calm, collected, they're laughing, they're having fun, but Lee's is locked in. They are making sure that everyone is doing their darndest. Sometimes it gets a bit emotional in there as well. They have had their communication issues today for certain, so they have to turn that around on this match right now to start off this best of 5 for that spot in Championship Sunday. We're already into Monaco right now, and carrying a glitch barrel right here. This is Pushing 30 side in blue, Holto's Finest, running towards A, it would seem, in pink.
Yeah, let's see this. So, looks like the vault is going to be a very nice early contest with Pushing 30 having early control here. Now, Pushing 30 does send the heavy with the shield all the way up to the top. They are going to get jumped on. unfortunately not able to break that zipline. Lamp gonna have to deal with the rest of the squad jumping in through, but Lamp gets an early pick on the Sloth, gets a second pick on the Gremlin. This is a very early start here for Holto's Finest. Pushing 30 loses grip just a little bit.
Some great shots there from Lamp we saw with the SA-1216. Belize loves this gun as well. It seems every heavy does nowadays, but this is going to be a real kind of I was gonna say something a bit vulgar. They're gonna be waving their somethings around just to, you know, see who's the best heavy. You know?
Yeah, who's the best heavy? We don't know. We'll find out. I know the Gremlin.
They're gonna let it hang. That's what I'm going for. You know.
Absolutely. I love seeing though, like Gremlin is back onto the medium, kind of where he belongs. When it first started, I remember that Gremlin was the go-to heavy back a few months ago, right? This is 3 or 4 months ago. And you know, to see him dive back onto the medium shows me he does care, not just about hey pushing what's right, but what the team needs. Seeing Belize though on heavy, I love to see that because Belize has been heavy since the very beginning.
Yeah, it's difficult to get him off his favoured contestant in these situations. He wants to be that heavy. He wants to be up and in your face as well. He plays a very aggressive heavy, as we saw in last game. It does mean that his team have to be right on top of him, really coordinated, because sometimes it goes brilliantly and sometimes it can go south. But right now we're seeing a bit of stall here, a bit of delay, as Holto's Finest very happy to wait on top of this church and let the fight come to them. Down goes the roof though, and that's going to bring the fight right down onto the cash out as we see lots of pink health dropped to nearly 0, but Pushing 30 are fighting back. Belize though left with only a smidgen of HP. He can't fight Holto's Finest on their ground.
It was so possible for just a moment, but unfortunately as that drop came through, the crosshair was lost. And, well, Pushing 30 just was not pushing enough bullets. So, it was very, very close to Belize being able to clutch that up. But when it comes down to the res fights, there's only so much you can do. I don't think that Pushing 30 has another chance at this. It does look like there's a slim chance, but only 10, 15 seconds remaining. Yeah, there's no way that they're actually going to be able to get in time to finish this team fight. And Holto's Finest knows that. The steal is going to start, but wait a second. Are they in place? Yeah, they are. They are in place. There's one. Yeah, like I said, they have to take that team fight. There's no time for the team fight. I did think that for a second, maybe they would have actually gotten that steal through. I think even maybe, you know, Pushing 30 believed it for a moment too.
It was possible. That was the only thing they could have done though, right? Send the heavy in, hope that he survives. By some miracle, you get a couple of kills here and there with your mediums, and that the heavy can just sort of stick it out through just sheer willpower. With that timer, that's the only play really. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. And Pushing 30 now behind here to Holto's Finest, and Pink Squad are going to be hitting that second vault as well. And they're quite near B at this point as well. They could have quite a free take to bring this to B, which appears to be that sort of corner of the map with the staircase out in the open. But we'll see as we get closer. It looks like there's going to be a fight around the vault, Arnie.
Oh yeah, and Holto's Finest has the vault under control right now. Looking to see where Pushing 30 is going to go through, especially with a low gravity situation coming in. Might be the case that Pushing 30 just has to go from underneath, and they do. They go from under. They actually grab it right out from under Holto's Finest noses, and it looks like they're going to try to double back into C. They could be pushing B though. Pushing 30 pushing B. We'll find out which direction. It is going to be a B push here, but Holto's Finest, if we check in with them, we could find that they are already ready for this here. Incredible throw by Belize. I've never seen him miss those. And we're going to be seeing now Lamp's teams. Lamp does take a couple hits before getting ready to take this fight. Going to get healed up, and the teams are both waiting to see who will go first. It's kind of like a little jousting match here of ego, trying to see who is going to take that ego chow first.
No one wants the box as well. They're just trying to find advantageous rounds right now. Neither team really knows exactly where the other is. Pushing 30, roaming inside buildings. They tend to favor this sort of thing. And holding the roof, and there goes the initiate.
Here it is. Pushing 30 starts off strong there, but Sloth is the first to go down, and Holto's Finest takes out Gremlin as well. That just leaves a singular Belize left stay. Oh no, he's already gone. Never mind. I didn't even see Belize go down. I figured that there was just one left.
Yeah,
he was
miss it in this
eaten
game
before.
is
Absolutely.
He was, yeah, he did not fare well there. I mean, the whole of pushing 30 didn't fare well. They decided to try and climb through the building, but as soon as Holto's Finest got a whiff of where they were, that was a pretty meaty RPG we saw. A lot of blue blobs disappear in the wake of it.
I genuinely,
problems, by the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What's funny is I genuinely miss Belize dying because I was trying to see Gremlin get that tiniest chance of a flank coming through, but then he just was insta deleted. So they are definitely changing their ways going through now. Last time we saw pushing 30 wait as long as possible for the approach. This time they know that they might need a second team fight to come in, so they are going to go a little bit more aggro. The low grab finally disabled here, but Gremlin is immediately taken out by a well-placed RPG from Lamp. Some shots going through. Brendy down to half HP, but Belize is going to go down first. Brendy gonna pack out for cover here as Slothful goes out, and well, it does look like Gremlin is able to get res and survive, but is he going to be able to stay up for the entire time? I think he will.
Yeah,
9 seconds till Belize coins back in. Yeah, exactly. Just waiting for the team to come through, and like I said, last time they waited. They waited to run the timer out, so there's only one team fight, but they knew this time they would need a second approach. They want to dive in, figure out what the hold is, and then go back for round 2. This time, though, Holto's Finest, they did change up. They are now holding a lot higher. Gremlin knows this. He sees where that zipline leads, and that ultimate height that Holto's Finest is playing off of. But what is this? Push at 30. They're just going for the steal here. RPG and explosive damage gonna end everything now as the shotguns come through for Lamp, but one goes down here. Slothful and Belize still up as Green Space goes out. Brendy out too. Will the final seal be able to end here? Holto's Finest tries to keep it in. Oh my god, wait! 7 HP!
Lamp has done it. That is unreal. Belize had to stick that. He had to trust his teammate. They knew that the timer was against him, and Lamp in the 1 versus 2 effectively to clutch it. That's unreal play from Heavy.
I had figured that was going to go a completely different way, but 7 HP and a dream to just stick the hold. That is absolutely crazy play from Holto's Finest to be able to jump in there and just know you can out-heal, out-res the team because they have to have one hand on the box at all times. Incredible stuff for game 1.
Wow. Now, I believe that the map ban we saw earlier on screen was a little bit janky. So I'm trying to get my head around this, but...
That's right. It did say Seoul first.
It did, but don't worry about that. We've worked it out, I think. So Monaco was first up, obviously. We just watched Monaco. That... Monaco... okay, well, maybe we play it in the wrong order. Who cares? They're going to play every map at some point anyway. Either way, Monaco is the map that most likely Pushing 30 have picked, and they have played their map yet. So there we go. We get to see that Monaco was played first. Pushing 30 love Monaco, right? Now, that is a map that they have just lost with no cash outs at all. That is concerning to me.
A little bit. It is a little bit unfortunate the way that ended up pacing out, but at the end of the day, even though the maps were picked in the wrong order, at least it was still Pushing 30's map, right? So next, we will be going to Holto's Finest map, Las Vegas, and if anything, this is a wake-up moment for Pushing 30 because now we're on Holto's Finest map, and now it's time to really lock in.
Absolutely. So, in case you're wondering about, like, oh no, we've done it in the wrong order, this is an outrage, we're playing the same 3 maps, right? Like, there's no way that... Even if it ends 3-0, we get the same 3 maps played. So there's no real problem in doing this slightly the wrong order. It's not a big deal. Calm down, folks. Don't send your angry messages just yet. So, Monaco is over. That's gone the way of Holto's Finest, surprisingly. Vegas now, they're hoping to get, a second map under their belt. Two at the very start would be very, very good for them. Vegas plays very differently to Monaco, though, doesn't it, Hardy?
Absolutely. And hey, given the extended, or should I say restricted weapon selection and gadget selection that there currently is, given some of the issues of the most recent patch, that actually could change the way that these teams approach. Now, I haven't been, keeping too close of a track all weekend to see what these teams have been pushing up, but Holto's Finest is picking Las Vegas for a reason. And I'm curious if you have any insight as to what their class setups have looked like over the last couple of days.
They've mostly been running that HMM. It's been pretty consistent for Holto's Finest. They've been arguably one of the most consistent teams so far. There's a reason they were so high up on the global leaderboard before coming into these qualifiers even. And during the entirety of the Swiss stage, they were the team that no one wanted to engage because they were so smart about how they played objectives, right? Holto's Finest play the map, play the objective very smartly. They finished bottom of the kills over that final Swiss bracket, and they still came first overall. So they know what they're doing, they know how to win a game, even if it doesn't mean they get a load of kills. They set their priorities straight.
Awesome. I do love to see that, but hey, now we're going to be jumping in, and looks like Cash Out 1, Vault 1 already going to be fought for here. Is Lamp and Greenspace going to deal a bunch of damage. Greenspace goes out first. Slothful's traded through as well as Gremliners. Greenspace going to get stuck on the res here by Lamp, and, well, as Pushing 30 loses their first team fight, this could be a very, very rough start to what should be a very tough map. But if Pushing 30 can come back up here, right? It is a best of 5. They can come back up here. They'll know it's not all out. But this is Holto's Finest map pick. This is going to be a scary one for them.
I'm going to put it better myself. Scary is the word right now. And it looks as though they want to head to A. It's the closest point. Makes most sense. Bit of an advanced guard there just to make sure that they're not caught out. But as we see Sloth and Belize and Gremlins move their way underneath, they're going to give chase. Maybe Herd here coming up this zip, and they have to go in through that vent in the roof. As though the rest of Holto's Finest have fallen back quite far away from the point. They want to get up on top and re-engage the whole team. They've caught them napping here, Roddy.
There it is from the top. Absolutely incredible. Pushing 30 had no idea where that engagement was going to come from, and they're wiped before we can even get to cycle between all three POVs. Holto's Finest really has an incredible grasp on this map, and especially right now, given the fact that we are in the double or the triple shotgun meta, just seeing all three of these shotguns activate at the same time is insane. The amount of instant damage output that Holto's Finest has right now, and hey, Pushing 30 is also running shotguns on their team as well, but it just seems like Holto's Finest aim is locked in just a little bit more.
Yeah, they're landing their shots, they're winning their ones, they're hitting the crucial shots. It came down to the final shots in the last round, didn't it, on Monaco? And it feels like, yeah, just a little bit of nerves creeping in there for Pushing 30. But you've got to say, that was all about Holto's Finest making a stellar heads-up play, taking the initiative despite the fact that
here's Pushing 30 trying to go in for the steal here. They do have the APS. Will it hold what it needs to, though? It does not look like it here, as Holto's Finest is just extremely stable. The push is coming through from Pushing 30 here, and Belize tries to make progress, but he gets taken out immediately. As Gremliners appears on screen, he disappears in a burst of coins just as fast, and Holto's Finest doesn't even lose a member.
We got a very clear perspective there of the focus fire coming out from Holto's Finest. They knew where the threats were, and they communicated that very well to each other. Looks as though that has earned them the first cash out here. Pushing 30. They're going to be pushing up daisies for most of this game if they carry on like this.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what Pushing 30 is going to be talking about right now. I'd love to see if we could get a listen-in to Pushing 30's comms and figure out if they have a roadmap just coming out of anywhere to try to figure out what the plan is for Vault 2.
Back up here, back up here. Gonna get jumped on.
Fire sauce.
You see him? They're on B.
The Boundless swooped up a cash box. cash out in the works.
I gotta get out of this room.
Yeah, go.
You guys get to me?
Yeah. We're gonna go for that too.
Jumping in. Grenade.
Huh?
Try to back up.
Grenades. Yeah, chill.
Go. Follow him.
Down, he's dead. One dead off that. Left half. One.
Randy's one.
You guys win that.
No ammo. Still one.
Good shits. Nice.
Nah, just dive with him, Sloth. It doesn't matter. He's gonna RPG him all. Might as well just follow.
Absolutely incredible. As we can see, that Pushing 30 is on the redemption. Now, there wasn't much stratting happening prior to that cash out getting inserted, but right now, Pushing 30 is at least on pace to come back. We could see during that last team fight, they did feel a little bit more confident. They felt a little bit more comfortable, especially given the fact that, they're able to win their first one of this entire series. Now, this height is a little bit weird for the shotguns, but they know that they just want to get away from Holto's Finest. In the fact that Holto's Finest, the moment that they are up close personal, they know those shotguns are a little bit better in their hands. But Pushing 30, they need to follow on that dive. And what did we hear the moment that we jumped back? Push 30, they just said, dive with Sloth. All they got to do. So they got to try to isolate Lamp, but most importantly, they got to get Sloth inserted.
I mean, speaking of a dive, we should expect one pretty soon, because right now Holton's Finest absolutely have to try and contest this point. They are going to come round the top, and there is the shots coming out from Slothful. Really tasty ones, really meaty ones that get the job done, and it looks like he might be able to finish the job here. Doesn't really matter how this team fight goes, however, because that timer is in their favor, and they will get that cash out to take it to all three.
There it is. Now we finally have Pushing 30 on the scoreboard. And, we do now have Pushing 30 wiped off the map. But, hey, now they are on the scoreboard, Jerry.
That's where it counts, yeah? You got to be on the scoreboard. You got to be doing the damage where it matters. And now we get a nice little bit of downtime here, as obviously they've been wiped. And we see Holto's Finest just worming their way towards Vault 3. They're going to get the tap on that, but these objectives are really far right now, so it's going to be quite some time before we see the next plug.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that if Pushing 30 doesn't get their communication sort of sorted out here, because it felt too quiet, right? It felt like they're just playing really reactive, and especially when you're on Holto's Finest, that could work sometimes, but this is Holto's Finest map pick, right? And when you're up against a team where I know that Lamp and Brendy are making comms, making plays, that silence is just a little bit concerning. But Pushing 30, at the very least, if they are feeling activated enough to be able to dive in and feel confident in those dives, then hey, more power to them. As we can see as well, they are pushing around the side here, getting into the game room to try and find an opening to insert into Holto's Finest back lines. There it is. The first shots are going to come through. Lamp hasn't opened with that RPG just yet. But there it is about to come out. APS not down yet. There's the dive, but he hits the side and falls down. Unfortunate there. That could actually be the difference maker here, as Belize gets some early damage up, healed up on both sides. Boundless still trying to find a way in, is Pushing 30. Does their job. Belize jumps over, dealing some damage, but unfortunately the healer goes down early. That is going to be another wipe for Pushing 30, as Holto's Finest retains control of Vault 3.
There's a delicate dance there between the two heavies with their mesh shields. Interesting as well, like these fights go on so much longer. They're so much more kind of calculated, more tactical without the winch in play, which I do like to see. And we saw an opportunity there for Pushing 30 where that engage came from Holto's Finest, and you mentioned it. One player hit the wall and didn't quite manage to keep pace with the rest of his team, dropped down onto the lower floor. That was where Belize smelt blood in the water. You know, he was like, let's go, let's take out this medium, but the rest of his team weren't with him. He didn't get that call out in time, and then it ended up being a war of attrition downstairs, which didn't go their way. Now, of course, we see Holto's Finest having this B site ready and in their favor, and ticking down as the roof comes down on top of them, Ardy, and it looks like Pushing 30 are pushing hard.
Absolutely, they are diving in, but check out the pathing from Holto's Finest. It's just perfect.
Beautiful.
Gremlin are caught out, Belize as well, and there's Sloth all out. The pathing, as you can see, really, Holto's Finest understands this shotgun meta really, really deeply. The way that they end up taking these pushes is to try to make sure that their crosshairs are always going to be in different areas. So Pushing 30 can never get that group burst damage that you can sometimes get with the heavy shotgun and with the model. And I think that that is a huge difference maker, because we can see that anytime Holto's Finest left clicks, it just goes into every single member of Pushing 30 because they're so grouped up. Same with that RPG damage. Holto's Finest makes sure that in their individual team fights, they are separating left and right.
They smell Pushing 30 just around the corner as well, but they're deciding to back on up. They didn't get much value off of that RPG, so a re-engage is on the cards. Only about 30 seconds left on this cash out. The onus is on Pushing 30 to do something here. They have to try and stick the Steel RD.
Oh, and the APS doing some work here. The Steel is going to get stuck, but Lamp will very quickly make sure that that stick is not going to be for long. Slam does go out here, and that's Holto's Finest getting removed. And what is this? The Steel is going to go through and Pushing 30. They are able to clutch it up here, and they take Holto's Finest map pick away from them in an upset that I don't think anybody was expecting.
That was clean from Pushing 30. Sure, they didn't win as many fights in that game as Holto's Finest, but they won the ones that mattered, it seems. And like you say, stealing Holto's Finest map from underneath them. And the lovely frog squats to celebrate. I do love a good bit of skinergy amongst the squad. You got to do it, especially when you're competing at this level. If you don't have the same skins, the same intros and taunts, then what are you doing? You're messing up.
It does actually give you a buff, and
Exactly.
that buff is through aura, and I think that they won those aura points, and you actually put it incredibly perfectly. The fact that they won the fights that mattered, I really want to drive that point down, because the fact that they did not win every single fight, in fact, they lost every single fight that they took outside of the final two. There was one vault fight that they won, and then there was two steel fights that they won. That was it. And so winning 3 fights, but it was 3 crucial fights that, one, put the vault in their control so they were able to set up for a cash out hold. They ended up winning. The second one was the shutdown steal. And then the third one was that last fight that we just saw there. 3 fights, the whole game. 3 team fights, all they won. And now they are on the board. And as much as we have been, sort of dissing on them, they are now at the same standing as, as Holto's Finest. So this is crazy. Now we're also going to be going to another Pushing 30 map. We're going to be going to Seoul.
We are. And Seoul has been an interesting one, because when we've seen Holto's Finest play it today, we haven't seen Pushing 30 play it today, so we don't have that intel on them today. But when we've seen Holto's Finest play it today, they've looked very firmly in control of Seoul. Now, there are some asterisks to mention here. In their quick cash game that they played on Seoul, they were up against a team that were playing Triple Dagger. So we'll strike that one off. And in their cash out games on Seoul, they were playing against 3 teams that seemingly just didn't want to fight them for whatever reason. So now they're going to have to really prove themselves, right? Are they a good Seoul side? Do they like Seoul with a capital S? That is the question that I would be asking if I was a 80s funk band. And that is a real deep cut for any of you out there that know what I'm talking about.
I'm absolutely not one of those people that know what you're talking about, but I'm here for it. I'm here for the energy. And, well, we jump into this. My only question is, will Lamp, Brendy, and Green, will Holto's Finest still be running the triple shotguns? I can see Gremliners running the model as well right now, and I do think I see Belize with an SA-12. So, yeah, we've got the triple shotguns on Pushing 30. What about Holto's Finest? Will the shotguns reign supreme here? Looks like Lamp is... And yep, we are still triple shotguns, even on a wide open map like Seoul. Now, this is going to change what vaults they end up going for. I can see Cash Out A is going to be in Petronel Plaza. That could be an insane place for a shotgun fight to come through. But Cash Out B being in the data center of the hospital, that is going to be the hot spot, I think. Preferred Cash Out to start.
It could well be. We'll see what they decide to do, of course. Both teams here are sort of unsure of each other's locations right now. This is a big sprawling building. If you don't get a handle on where your opponents are early on, then it can be difficult to locate them. But you've got to make sure you're not caught out, that you're not the one that ends up a rabbit in front of the headlights. That box has been successfully tapped, and no one wants to go for it just now. It's a bit of a poison chalice. As soon as you start seeing it move, then you know that the opponents are there. That's a big radar, a big beacon at this moment in time. Zipline comes up to bring them to the top, and it looks like we might get our first fight very soon.
Yep, here it is. Holto's Finest up the zip line into pushing 30, and Slothful goes out first. Gremliner's out second. Green Space with just 5 HP, trying to deal some damage to Belize, while Belize is gonna 100% be going for the res. Looks like he will be able to get 1 res up, but Holto's Finest has 3 members up, and Vault is in control, taking it into Petronel Plaza here to get Cash Out A started. They're going to wait for Slothful to coin in, but they are going to try to dive in as fast as possible. Might be going for a height push here, which is going to be extremely important, especially controlling the staircases of Petronel Plaza.
It's a big building to try and go for that top-down push on. It's a good building to do so as well, because you've got a lot of visibility with that glass, but they are down a couple of floors, meaning that Holto's Finest have a bit more cover than if they were right at the top. Time has gone down maybe about a 5th so far, and we can see they get a smell of the point. And speaking of smell, there is that fart gas protecting it for the time being, so they're not going to be able to hop on it anytime soon. They need to get a bit of a better whiff of their opponents instead, but they're being masked at the moment. Are they downstairs? Are they upstairs? What, you see something? I don't know, Noddy.
Yeah, it's that staircase like I was talking about. Holto's Finest is in pretty good control here. Look at this. The stealth play. The trigger discipline on the RPG can allow Lamp to get an early opening onto Gremlin. Elise as well, down to just half HP here, and Lamp's gonna try to finish him off before getting traded himself. Brenny gonna try to jump in here and get the res on the Lamp, but it is an over fight here. Pushing 30, they did not check the staircase. Jerry, I said it. I told you how important that staircase was. But Pushing 30 did not believe in the arty call.
I can't believe they lost that fight. That is unreal. To come in with the stealth RPG, hit for that much damage and not be able to follow it up. I think Pushing 30 are going to be pretty downhearted about that one. They know that that is a wasted opportunity, one that they will not get offered to them twice. But they do have, thankfully, the option of a second engage. They take out the jump pad beneath, and they do spy someone playing underneath as well. Going in for the fight here, Hardy.
Yeah, they find another stealth play getting set up there, but they're privy to it this time. Lamp goes down. Slothful also going to go down. It's a whole wipe immediately. I only saw 1 kill. It's a whole wipe. Incredible. Pushing 30, though, they at least had that one locked in. Holto's Finest, I think they were probably thinking that the staircase play was good for part 2, but no, what you have to understand, when the timer is that low, Pushing 30 has only one option. That's go from underneath, and that's what they did. I think Holto's Finest might have been trying to set up for that, but maybe the comms just weren't there. They did not get the strategy lined up in time.
Yeah,
but
they had the jump pad, right? So they were hoping to bring it down. They were expecting Pushing 30 to go straight for it and then blow it up from underneath into the jump pad, but Pushing 30 discovered the trap and caught Holto's Finest with their pants down.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important to understand intuitively the timer and the pressure it will apply to teams when they're respawning. It will guide their pathing. And we do see Pushing 30 is in full control of Vault 2 on the roof of that same building we started on, and now the choice is theirs. Do they go to the hospital where Holto's Finest is waiting for them, or do they go all the way across the data center for Cash Out C? That is going to be a good question. The rivets are going through, but hey, Pushing 30, they're in the lead. They know that, hey, if they can just out-aura them for 12 minutes on this rooftop, then Holto's Finest can't do anything about it, but the aura lasers...
that almost hit the glitch barrel. That would have been tremendously unfortunate, but no. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Arnie, but I think this might be the first time that a team has led on their map pick. It seems that way, at least. And there's another orbital laser catching out Holto's Finest this time.
Yeah, absolutely detrimental for Pushing 30's plan of just waiting as long as possible. But what Pushing 30 wants to do is they are not going to put that cash out in. They're not going to put the vault into a cash out until Holto's Finest is wiped. So they are telling Holto's Finest right now, hey, come in for the team fight. Right now, the moment that Lamp shoots that RPG, Pushing 30 is going to try to push for it. But actually, Pushing 30, they waited for Holto's Finest to come around. That way they don't get cut off. This is a smart play. Now they just slide down the side of Petronel Plaza, get started in Data Center.
Very clean. Very nice movement as well, maximizing the speed that you can get with that sliding as well. And it looks as though Holto's Finest have opted to double back and go around to try and take it to C, or take the fight to C. Opening up some holes, going to stick up a jump pad as well, presumably sometime soon to get the height, or they could go back out and take the zip. In fact, that is the option it looks like they are going to do to try and engage on top of Holto's Finest. We've seen Holto's Finest do this onto Pushing 30 a few times now. Pushing 30 taking a leaf out of their opponent's book.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to shape up, but right now Holto's Finest, they're nicely grouped together. Very different approach to what they were doing before, as Pushing 30 decides to go all the way to the top of the scaffolding. Here it is, Lamp opens up. A missed RPG shot, though, might change the pace of this fight as Pushing 30 backs off to the side. They both pad towards each other here, and Lamp is going to be able to get the first pick on the Slothful. That's going to be huge right now as Belize gets separated from his teammate here. Gremlin off the sideline here. Belize up at the top goes out, and that's going to be the wipe that they absolutely did not need, as Holto's Finest plays that perfectly up the side of the building, up the scaffolding into Pushing 30, and Pushing 30, they just did not have a grip on it, even though Holto's Finest missed the RPG.
Yeah, and it's once again a case of, doesn't matter how well Pushing 30 seem to engage, or how poorly Holto's Finest seem to engage in that instance. Holto's Finest come out on top in it's seeming like 3 in every 4 fights at this point. They seem to be getting the better of Pushing 30, and you can't sustain that sort of loss rate throughout a series if you are Pushing 30. Here we go, though.
Oh, wow. What is this fight going through right now? Brendy almost out, Lamp almost out, but it's Belize is the first to fall. Holto's Finest down to just 2 more. Brendy is going to be able to get the kills that they need, though. Absolutely insane clutch as Pushing 30 just can't stay in. Holto's Finest going to get cash out C, and it's going to come down to the 3rd vault yet again, Jerry.
It's a tale as old as, well, it's a tale as old as Las Vegas, let's put it that way. We did see the first game go 2-0 in the favour of Holto's Finest on Monaco, but yet this is the second one in a row now where we're going to see it all 3 cash outs. Will it be B or will it be D? That is the question in my mind. Looks like B is, well, D is the new spawn, so getting an idea, handle on where that is might be a nice idea. It seems to be in this southern building. I don't know. You know the call-outs way better than I do. I've noticed this. What do we call this one?
So actually, this building is just apartments. So this is just
okay,
apartments.
Cool.
But then we've got hospital, and then we've got hospital tech. So
I know
hospital
those
tech
ones.
Hospital tech is where Holto's Finest is up on top, where cash out B is. Vault 3 all the way over on hospital main, and it looks like Pushing 30 is gonna take the drive all the way across to at least control a little bit of height above Vault 3, but Belize. He just knows he can't do it without his team. He's got to jump off the top.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder there from Pushing 30. They are prone to that sort of thing. Holto's Finest seem to be the more consistent side in general. Pushing 30 have those communication issues that hold them occasionally, and that was just one of those. We saw, there was a moment where you could feel the despair in Belize, where he just stood and looked over the wasteland that is the Green Bridge, and his whole team, smatterings of coins just on the floor, and decided, you know what, yeah, it's not worth it. I'll jump, I'll join you guys. But the long and short of it is, Holto's Finest have control of this vault. They're going to plug it straight into B, as Pushing 30 have already spawned now. And luckily for Pushing 30, they have that zip prepared to go all the way across and get an early fight here on this B side.
Yeah, Godzip is up. You see Slothful debating if he needs to destroy it or not, but he's going to keep it up just in case. And Holto's Finest about to get dove on as Belize and Slothful take in on the right. Gremlin on the left goes out first. He was disconnected. The res will come through, but will it be enough?
Nope.
Not as much as he gets insta-deleted. Belize, 34 HP and a dream. He's going to step into that gas and get taken out as early as possible. And that is going to be a good thing for Pushing 30 that they didn't delete Godzip. Now, Holto's Finest, they did not have height there, but this is what I've been saying for years now in the finals. The year that the finals has been out is that height does not matter, and that is exactly what happened here. Now, maybe if Pushing 30 opened the roof, that would have been a different story, but hey, Holto's Finest, they've got this from underneath.
All right, Pushing 30 back in contention now, back in the server, but the question is for Holto's Finest, where are they? They are coming again through the Godzip. Watch out for this glitch barrel, though, that Holto's Finest are keeping their hands on.
A glitch barrel going to be massive to make sure that the shield and the RPG play does not work for him. APS and Bubble here, they're going for the full steal, but as the cash out drops underneath them, will they be able to stay up? All three members stay alive. Sloth on half HP, Belize on half HP. The chain heal is going to come through, but they are just being out-pushed by Holto's Finest. The first pick comes through. The second pick about to be here.
Oh, Gremlin!
Well, Gremlin, last person, gets green space. Not able to clutch it up, though, and Holto's Finest gonna walk away with yet another pushing 30. It just seems at this point, Jerry, they're trading map picks. What an insane game, to say the least, as we see pushing 30 at least getting activated, at least testing Holto's Finest.
Yeah, that one really does. That one really did come down to the wire. And there was some moments there after that glitch barrel connected. You saw pushing 30 weren't done. They did manage to fall back and you know, take the hits. They got their healing back up. They managed to find another re-engage, but again it was a case of Belize just being slightly separated from his team in that final moment. Almost some heroics from Gremlin at the very death, but Holto's Finest, we mentioned it, they are winning. At this point, it feels like 9 in every 10 gunfights, team fights, and that is going to eventually see them through if they can keep up that form.
Yeah, honestly, it seems like the team fights that Pushing 30 is winning. I hate to say this because I love to give every team equal standing. I know how good Pushing 30 is. I'm friends with a lot of the players there, but it just seems like the only times they win is when Holto's Finest has a misplay. And it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because, yeah, it's not something stable that you can run into. And I think that this just comes into strategy. Holto's Finest is at least thinking about the game slightly differently. They are approaching this in a way that directly counters how they know what Pushing 30 does every single game. And if Pushing 30 doesn't find out how to counter that early on, well, then this could be the next map, could be the last.
But we've seen that, you know, Pushing 30, they have their hero moments, right? That is, if anything, the only thing they have to cling on to right here. They managed to put it through on Las Vegas despite winning only, what, 3 fights, you said, something like that, in a game that went to 3 cash outs. So yeah, it can be done, and it is possible. It's just that they are up against the odds. And now they're up against the scoreline, right? 2-1 in maps to Holto's Finest at this moment in time means that they only need to grab one more map here. It could be Sis Horizon or die for Pushing 30.
Yeah, honestly. And hey, Pushing 30, though, they are pretty good at Sis Horizon. I know that it's Holto's Finest pick, but I mean, let's be real. When you're on a best of 5 series, you're playing every map except Kyoto. It is what it is, right? So the map picks, fine. All right, if they've been going opposites, it's probably also going to go opposite this way, but only if Pushing 30 is able to get the entries that they need. And now this is going to be an absolutely insane take, but I think that Pushing 30 needs to change up something, because when it comes down to shotguns v shotguns, Holto's Finest can just do those better. I'm sorry to say it.
There is a case I'd like to make here, and it's something that was mentioned by Sloth during some of the competitions they were doing. Sloth is he likes a light. He does like playing a bit light. He was trying to push to play some lights in this competition, having, you know, sort of back and forth with Belize when I tuned into their stream at least. And maybe that's the ticket. Maybe that's what they need. That, you know, that consistent glitch nade on engage, that consistent gateway to get you a bit ahead of your opponents, the sonar nades, the stuns, all of that utility that only the light can bring, and the firepower of the shotgun, or maybe just a more consistent version of, you know, the XP, the SMG. Something just a little bit off kilter. But no, they've stuck to their guns, quite literally. They are still running that HMM. So we just got to see how it plays out, Artie.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Now we are on Sis Horizon. Holto's Finest just got to clutch this up, and then they'll be good to go into the grand finals. And at the end of the day, if you're Holto's Finest, you just got to end it here, right? Because if you do go into map 5, then that is the maximum amount of the finals that you got to play before jumping into your last series. It could be detrimental for them going into it. But right now they win. They'll still have good steam ahead. Pushing 30, though, this is everything to them.
Bit of first team fight.
Yeah, it's going to open up actually in favor of Pushing 30 here. At least it's down to health, but no, look at that turnaround almost instantly. It's Slothful Wow! Lamp and Brendy were at half HP that entire fight, but it was only Gremlin who survived all the way down to the bottom.
And that was just telling of, you know, this problem that we've seen from Pushing 30 a few times, is that they don't have that focus fire, the ability to finish off those kills as cleanly as Holto's Finest have been. Really well played by Holto's Finest once again to recover what was a losing fight for them. And now they get to take this this vault over to cash out A in the red building. And this is where I like my callouts, right, and RD, because it's very simple for simple minds like me. This is red. There's no argument.
The red building.
This is red, yeah.
Absolutely. You know, there was a time when I knew every room's color, but
oh wow.
That was when my brain still worked. But here in office building on red. No, this isn't office building. This is like art or something. I don't know. But we're watching now. Cash out A getting swarmed in from the tops. Pushing 30 takes a high ground that is quickly removed for them as Holto's Finest takes the stairs. Felice goes out. Gremlin goes out. And, well, all right. Now we can get back to what we were talking about. What's this building called anyway?
It's red, okay? It's red and it will always be red for me. I don't care what's inside it.
The joke's on you, Jerry. I'm colorblind.
Ah, yeah, that sounds like I'm the one that's yeah, no, are you colorblind? I don't want to. Now I need to find out if I can actually joke about this or not.
Actually, okay. So this is called Workspace, according to Abark Studio. This is is a Workspace. And I'm a fan of the Workspace building. You know, it's got a unique layout. But to be honest, it is pretty much just the it is the most closed off area.
3, 2, 1, boom.
There it is. Boom. Playing from underneath. Holto's Finest drops the cash out into their favor. Gremliners trying to make that model 1887 do some work for him. The damage will go through, but it's quickly healed out. Gremlin goes out. Felice goes out. Tail as old as time. There's Sloth. Cash out A being held out by Holto's Finest. And does Pushing 30 have time for one more fight? I don't think they do.
What a beauty of a fight from Holto's Finest, but some beastly plays as well coming through. If you pardon me, I'm like this. Sorry, this is what my brain does. So, yeah, that's again a first cash out going the way of Holto's Finest, and it should be pretty. Yeah, this is it. There's no way that Pushing 30 go for that, so they're going to get a move on towards the next vault, wherever it happens to be. Taking control of the center of the map is a smart move when you don't know where it's going to be. And there we go, 45 meters away, they will win that foot race, but it's not far for Holto's Finest either, so they should be able to engage pretty early if they want it.
Yeah, there it is, diving out around onto the northwestern half of the map. They are going to make this work out here in the museum for cash out Vault 2. The pink room.
Yeah, pink. To be fair, this is very clearly a museum. We've got all the lovely sculptures and exhibits coming about. But there we go, Sloth being taken down, and some clean engagements again coming through from Holto's Finest as they win another team fight in the space of 5 seconds. RD, how do you stop this side?
This is what I was saying. I think when it comes down to shotguns v shotguns, Holto's Finest is just more stable. And Pushing 30, they didn't drop off the shotguns. So right now, it literally could come down to this. They're taking the cash out now into cash out C in the museum, and well, that museum is going to play a little bit easier if you are just able to get the opening shots. There's not a lot of cover. There's only a few rooms to dart around in. And, well, right now, as Pushing 30 jumps in through the art gallery, they will have one area to go in through. That's the zip line, the bridge next door. Holto's Finest knows this. They're already set up. They've got a balcony overhead. The gas barrels are already placed to cut them off. Holto's Finest just knows how to play this site.
It's just so efficient, so clean. They have the prepped ideas. You know, they're not even having to think about them. It's almost as though they've planned it. And now the re-engage comes in above. But Pushing 30 are having to play chase down here, as Holto's Finest are very keen not to fight their opponents right now. They want to get into more favorable ground. They have this glitch barrel. They have 2 in fact to go straight at it. But, oh no, it hits their teammate, but it doesn't matter. They're landing the shots anyway. No matter what happens to Holto's Finest, RD, they seem to put it through every time.
That could be it. Because we come down to the final team fight, the final possible team fight. But Pushing 30, they know that they have to take the team fight first. They can't just come in and steal. And they haven't won a single team fight this whole game. This whole match has been like 4 minutes. and
really
it's
has.
about to come down to this. This is crazy.
It's been so quick. This is, again, just to remind people of the stakes. Pushing 30 basically have to win this fight. Otherwise, Holto's Finest get their spot in the World Championships. And it's about to happen right now.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. Pushing 30. They might get sent down to the LCQs. They're going for the steal, the APS, the turrets all down. What's going to happen now is the team fight not going their way as Holto's Finest holds on for dear life. They're going to do it. Belize goes down. It's just Gremlin. He gets one, but that's all he's going to get. Holto's Finest. They have made it to the grand finals. An incredible attempt by Pushing 30, but today just wasn't their day. And Jerry, we now see Pushing 30, Belize, Sloth, and Grem. Great run. We'll see at the LCQs, but it's Holto's Finest time. Lamp, Brendy, Green will go to the grand finals up against 2-2-3.
And congratulations to them for making it. It will be a best of 5 in the grand finals to play for seeding, and it's going to be a great game because they're two teams that are very exciting to watch. It's also not a repeat match, you know, we get a fresh matchup, but that is it. Holto's finest hour, making it through to the championship, the World Championship. So that is a big deal for them. Pushing 30, I have no doubt that they will do absolutely brilliantly in the LCQs should they choose to take them, because they have been like consistently a high performing team throughout the qualifiers, throughout this split, and they've just fallen at the final hurdle. You've got to give them credit, playing with a sub as well. They should do great things if they stick their minds to it, but today's Holto's Finest hour.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think that going into the LCQs, they can take this this match as sort of a wake-up call that, hey, sometimes mechanics aren't everything. You got to have strats even in the finals. But without further ado, though, we're going to jump into a break, and when we come back, it is the grand finals that you've all been waiting for. More than $500 on the line here for this next matchup here with Edelco versus Edelco and Friends on 2-2-3 versus Holto's Finest. I'm excited to see it come through. We'll see you guys after the break. Don't go anywhere.
see y'all as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, okay with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. This my game won't stop, no, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's the mauling shot, froze, set the scene, no plot, hoes. Whoa, please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' phase me, so when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it, go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, okay with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Welcome back, everybody. It's our favorite time. It is grand finals time. Jerry, welcome back. Artie, myself, welcome back. Chat, are you ready? Is everybody awake? Are we all watching the finals? Because this is like going crazy right now.
Hold up, why did I get a welcome back? You got a welcome back, and then you just shouted at chat. Like, are you awake? Like, come on.
I don't know if chat's back yet. I have to get them in here before I can welcome them back, you know?
Okay, well, I would assume they're all back now, so do you want to maybe...
Now that everyone's back, let's go ahead. Yeah. Now it's your turn, Jerry. Now you get to do the real work. I just get the fun part.
Well, welcome back, chat, to this, which is apparently some esports. We've got Breakout hosting this wonderful tournament, and I am so excited for the grand final of the Split 2 Masters. $500 on the line, and I am so thrilled because this is like just going to be an amazing match, right? We've got a Telco squad, 2-2-3, a Telco, Noah, and Rabinski up against Holto's finest, who have not put a foot wrong today, and it's just going to be a barn burner, I know it.
Yeah, honestly, seeing Etelko and Noah on the same squad is just absolutely insane. No questions about it. The fact that they're here in grand finals. You know, I know that last time during Masters 1, their squad had a couple of rough spots, but it has been a few months since then, and they are definitely ready to make this one work out. Going up against Holto's Finest as well. I mean, Holto's Finest, they had a fantastic run so far. This is going to be the grand finals to watch.
It absolutely is. But before we watch it, you got to head on over to Twitter, type MVP, sorry, exclamation mark MVP in the chat to get a link to a poll to see who's going to be our MVP for today. We have a player from each of the 4 teams that have made it through to the playoffs. Mr. Derp running the light all the way through the Swiss for no idea. Etelko up on 223, who is up next, the heavy main. Gremliners on the side of pushing 30, who's been subbing in today and to rather great effect, unfortunately just falling short at the final hurdle to make it through to the World Championship. And Green Space on the side of Holto's Finest, who's been basically, it was a real challenge to find a player on the Holto's Finest. All 3 of them have been playing incredibly, but he's the one we've singled out, just on that back line, doing the dirty work and doing very well.
Absolutely. I mean, every time we tabbed over to Green Space's POV, it was just, oh, he's getting a kill. Oh, he's getting a kill. It's absolutely insane to see him do that work and really make a name for himself on the squad. And, well, if we do take a look at all these votes, it's going to be hard to find someone specific to hone in on, but make sure you go ahead and take your vote over there, you guys, for that one-shot MVP. But yeah, without further ado, Jerry, where is your vote going?
Oh, that's a good question. I was very entertained by Mr. Derp in particular. Seeing a triple light squad run riot on cash out, I think he's going to be the one that sticks in my mind today. So it's got to be him, but you could make a case for all of them, honestly.
I was just going to say the same thing. You see Mr. Derp pulling the riot shield. It's like he's going after my own heart. That's what all I got to say. You know, as the only player in the finals that has stuck with the riot shield for as long as I have, I just got to say, riot shield boys on top.
They are nice. I was a Riot Shield main back in the day. I played a lot of Riot Shield, and then I played a lot of CL40, and then they nerfed it into Oblivion, and now I can barely play. I can barely shoot straight. But you know, it is what it is, and now it's all about the shotguns, and we're going to see a lot of shotguns in this game, aren't we? 223, we're running with them quite consistently as well in a HMM loadout, setup, sorry. So, yeah, that's just the way it is right now in the finals. Lots of shotguns.
Absolutely, and that's the thing too, right? So 223 is going into this with an advantage. Not only are they, you know, they were able to spend the last hour just chilling, watching the broadcast, but that's just it, Jerry. They were watching the broadcast. They were watching Holto's Finest, trying to take a gander at their movement patterns, at what they're doing on the map at any given time. That's why the very first map pick is going to go to Skyway Stadium, the map that Holto's Finest couldn't get on. Because that means that there's going to be something fun to start off with. And if I'm being honest, in Etelko, Noah, like, they're going to be trying to do their best right now on 223 to make sure that they can get a read on, is Holto's Finest going to be playing the exact same way against their squad here on Skyway? If that's the case, going into Vegas, going into Sis Horizon, that's going to be easy for them to try to pick direct counters to.
More importantly, though, how exactly do you counter a team like Holto's Finest that are playing like this? You know, playing so coordinated, so compact. Do you bring out something unusual that they don't know how to deal with? Because we saw, for instance, the way that Pushing 30 were playing with this kind of hyper-aggressive mentality, it just worked so badly into Holto's Finest setup, right? They knew how to deal with that. So what do? Do you take, I think they probably take that as a lesson, 223, and say, right, we've got to be a bit more considered than Pushing 30 were. But they've got this far playing their own game, and they have, you know, not lost a game in all of their runs so far, so maybe 223 know what they're doing. If I look back at the Swiss when it was back in cash out, when that was a thing during the Swiss bracket, Holto's Finest did come up against 223 at no point at all. So they haven't even encountered each other on the server. This is the first time they're doing it in the grand final for $500.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the way that they have to go about the counter is exactly that, right? If they saw Pushing 30 going for that hyper aggression and not working out, you've got two options. First option is you go for a bait play, right? You have to bait Holto's Finest to being aggro against you in a way you can make it work. Second way is going to just be by countering the shotguns specifically. Very hard to do given how powerful they are right now. But you got to have at least one person running something ranged, get a singular pick, or 3 picks and run out all their reses, right? But no matter how they decide to go through it, we'll find out now on Skyway Stadium, my absolute favorite map. And 223 Holto's Finest going to be going at it right now. And looks like Vault 1 is going to be in control of... I can't even see. It's going to be Holto's Finest in control of Vault 1.
Yes, it is, and we are getting a brief look at the players on 223. I didn't quite spot what those mediums were running, but we do still have the same triple shotgun lineup for Holto's Finest in blue. 223 sitting on top of that point and waiting for the engagement. He's met with, well, the engage comes to them instead. Down goes Noah, down goes Atelko. Rubinski, the last life. He will manage to get the res here, and he has to fight off a couple of players. Doesn't land that second shotgun pellet though, and he's met with the mesh shield. Too many whiffs, if you ask me here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to win this fight. Lamp takes a bit of a beating here, and they are still going right now, 223, but only just barely, as Holto's Finest have kept themselves alive throughout all of this, and there is the wipe. Atelko goes down.
That was painful to watch as Rubinski just kind of whiffed every shot. I think that, like, it got down to the point where he's like, I missed that shot, I'm gonna die anyway. So he didn't line up the next one.
Yeah, it was a high pressure
It was like
situation.
4 shots. Yeah, it was really high pressure.
It was strange that he didn't die in that time as well. So, you know, we got to see his more embarrassing point of view. I would have liked to see the other teams as well, because they weren't killing him quick enough. They let him get off a lot of missed shots. So, yeah, a bit of nerves from both sides, it seems. But it seems as though, more importantly, Holto's Finest are off to the dominant start that we're very accustomed to seeing them take so far today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And check this out. Holto's Finest are playing for the drop play right now. C4 already in place. 223. They got to line up something right now. Jump pad as well. Get that cash out thrown away. But the question is, will 223 try to sip it on the coffee? Love to see it. Will 223 try to go from on top? Will they go for the up top? I hear the footsteps. It does sound like they are going from an upper play. See the explosions coming through those red barrels, trying to delete some of that space up above. Holto's Finest, they're just taking a nice little walk around the sidelines here.
Green Space is very well equipped with every emote. Just want to say, he's got the crushing the little toy soldier, he's got the drinking a sip of coffee, he's enjoying the downtime, and down
The
goes
seal
the
gonna...
cash out.
Yep, the alarm gonna go off there. Cash out gonna jump on the bounce pad. Unfortunately, goes right back up top. Kind of a best case scenario for 223 now. Holto's Finest can't necessarily get a grip on it, but 223 does not finish the steal. Lamp goes out. Noah, the redemption arc right now. Lamp is going to get res through right now. Rubinski and Edelko going to go down. Noah trying to get the res. The res comes up, and Rubinski back up. Another whiff of the shotgun into the shield for the next. Green Space goes out. Another shield shot, and that's going to be the end of 223 as Holto's Finest comes away with the first cash out. Absolutely fun fight, but wow, I just don't think there was any good synergy going across there.
No, it was a little bit disconnected, wasn't it? And it was the same story again. We got to witness it firsthand twice in a row. Just a few too many missed shots with the model, and it is a risk versus reward weapon. It's one that relies on consistency. You know, you can miss a couple of shots with a Scar and still get the same, you know, general damage output from that gun. But if you're missing 2 out of 3 of those shotgun pellets, you're a sitting duck for a good 4 seconds or so, and that's just not what you want to be in a situation of when your team's relying on you to land those shots. But, you know, it's the blame doesn't land at the feet of any single player on 223 right now. They're suffering from the fact that they're maybe not quite as warm as Holto's Finest, who've been playing a long day, a series of games that they haven't stopped really to take any break at any point, and 223 just need to catch up to them a bit.
Absolutely. And, well, as we jump onto the construction site here for Vault 2, Holto's Finest playing a very careful dance, trying to figure out where 223 is holding from. An APS turret is going to lock Edelko and Noah into a nice little spot here where they can't get RPG'd on. But from a distance, the shotgun pellets are going to rain in. Vault 2 tapped now by 223. Here's the question, though. Who is going to dive first? We see the jump pad get set up from Holto's Finest. Will HF take the dive first, or will 223 be forced out? sort of a battle of ego right now. Who is going to be the first to fall?
It's going to be a suboptimal dive no matter what as well, because of this distance, just a little bit too far, and the jump pad's going to take you right to the edge of the wall. Here we go. They do decide to give chase eventually, but it's not much of a engage, as of course Holto's Finest have managed to... sorry, this is 2-2-3.
Oh, yeah.
Managed to back on up with the vault number 2. They are heading to C with it.
They chose not to break the zip onto that. That's actually kind of crazy to see right now. They did not break it. Now they are in the business office side of things here. Its own little island on the sideline. And this side office is such an interesting one to hold because you have a couple ways you can approach it. First way is playing from underneath. Second way is playing in the hallway. Third way is on the staircase here. This is going to be their choice. Now, if they do choose to blow through the walls, this could change the entire landscape of this fight. But right now, 2-2-3 is actually set up in a good scenario to just play as reflectively as possible. Holto's Finest, though, they're going to dive in first. Glitch Barrel going to stop in their tracks as 2-2-3 gets deleted on the staircase.
Holto's Finest found that opportunity, but there is still one standing for 2-2-3 somewhere. Must have escaped with maybe a totem in hand, but either way, there we go. He decides to drop off the building to trigger the team score and doesn't find any opportunity to really retake that position. And Holto's Finest get the steal for free 2 seconds before 2-2-3 are even back in contention, and that's half the time remaining. I would imagine that's just one fight that 2-2-3 have to try and take this and keep themselves in with a fighting chance on Skyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, like I said, this was 2-2-3's pick, but at the same time, this is the only map they didn't get to watch Holto's Finest on. So right now they do have the read, hey, Holto's Finest, they're playing the same way no matter what. So if anything, right now they are going to be adapting moving into the next map. But before we get to the next map, we got this cash out, this last fight here. Fire Barrel going to hold off the sideline now as a Goo Barrel holds off inside. Some hit markers doing a little bit of work there to show them that Holto's Finest is on the floor. But the gas at the worst possible time. Holto's Finest has a fantastic hold on the staircase there. We see Green jumping up and Brendy behind him, trying to get a little bit of a height difference right now. Anyone that stands on 2-2-3 will not be able to make a way in. I just don't think that there's a way that 2-2-3 can make this fight. This Rob goes down. You see Noah going down as well. There's Edelko falling through the end of the game, end of the map. Holto's Finest, map number 1.
That was
2-2-3.
That was a shooting gallery for Brendy and Green Space at the end with those shotguns up above. It was perfect for them. Great positioning again. Holto's Finest. It seems like every time we assess a gunfight from their perspective, it's just positioning is really key. They know exactly what the pathing is going to be of their opponents. They manipulate the map to just such a high level that other teams aren't able to contend with. And like you said, that's the first time we've seen Holto's Finest on 2-2-3. Oh, sorry, on Skyway today, and they made it their own. They really did. That was 2-2-3's map pick, but you wouldn't have known it.
Yeah, it was a very, very paced match for Holto's Finest, given the fact that they only chose engagements that they knew that they would win. We go back to that construction vault fight, and, well, they had every opportunity to dive on, but they are very meticulous, knowing the fact that, hey, if we can watch them go in and place that vault, we could probably guess where they're going to hold from. And, you know, they took their time getting set up on that bottom floor push. And that's the kind of strategy. Like I said, Holto's Finest, they just know how to strat. The 2-2-3, they go into the next map. If they don't have at least something changed off to not just match the shotgun potential, I'm not going to be too, I'm not going to be too worried for Holto's Finest. Let's put it that way.
I think it's early doors, and Holto's Finest will be very happy that that was a quick map, because we saw 2-2-3 not just suffering in terms of the strategy, but also just the gunplay. Like, there were a lot of whiffed shots from their perspective, particularly the first few fights. It looked like it was maybe tidying up a little bit towards the end. They won that fight at the bottom of the staircase pretty convincingly. Or am I mixing myself up? I am mixing myself up. They got the plug. They didn't win any fights, really, did they? So, yeah, they do need to wake up for it, 2-2-3, in this matchup. They need to get their aim on point, because we know that they're talented. We know we've seen Atelko, Noah, Rubinski light up servers before, and aim has not been a problem for them. This shouldn't be something that we're discussing, really, for them, but it is. So they just got to wake up a little bit, turn up, and maybe the fact that this is a best of 5 series will work in their favor.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see Noah XFPS and Edelco come through. Rubinski as well. You know, I've been watching their journey for a while. I know that they are good players under the hood. But yeah, I mean, you're going up against Lamp, you're going up against Green Space. You got to be on your top game. There is no room for errors. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing map 2. And again, all right, what is your thoughts right now, especially given where the finals is right now with shotguns? Is there a chance 223 does something other than 3 shotguns to counter? Is there any chance?
For Vegas, there's a distinct possibility, right? Because there's a lot more kind of long-range engagements that are possible here. We'll possibly see it. In fact, we're going Cis Horizon Soul, so Monaco being the most sort of close and tight-knit map, as well as Skyway. Skyways we've just had, Monaco right at the end of the list. Maybe we see a switch towards an FCAR or an AK or something on the side of 223, just to give them that option to play at distance. But Holto's Finest, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to adapt to that, right? To be able to see that they're up against some range potential and just manipulate the map to their advantage again. Bring things down to lower areas. Play around those corners. Draw 223 in to the close range engagements that they want, because that's what they've been doing all day.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get ready to sort of dive into this next one, we'll see what 223 change up to. And here it is. Like I said, we got to see something other than shotguns. And we got one thing other than shotguns. That's going to be a light, an XP54 to see it. And, well, let's see what Rubinski's going to be able to pull off. I know that Rubinski was not feeling confident on that model last game, so this is definitely a good thing to see here. Glitch Grenade's going to make a very good range of possibilities here. Lamp already down to half HP, but it is 223 that loses the first member here, but it's already down to just a Lamp Edelco 1v2 here. Edelco possibly going to go down, but no, it's Holto's Finest is the first to fall. It's 223 showing that, hey, you get a little bit of range against those shotguns. That is how you make the kings fall.
Wow, I wasn't expecting light. That is one way to mix it up. You know, I was prepared. Oh yeah, maybe just an F card. No, whole different class. That is a mix-up game that you like to see. And yeah, the Glitch Grenade as well, making a big impact there at the very start of the engagement. So the question is right now, I'm looking on this side. HML is a really difficult one to sort of, it's a balancing act, I like to think of it as. You've got to make sure that Noah is really efficient at staying alive, getting value from that defib and that heal bin, because it's the only one. You're not chaining those things. You've got to make sure Telco is getting real value from those RPGs, protecting his teammates as well with all of the shields at his disposal. And then Rubinski, really the bayonet at the end of this rifle, the cutting force. Is he going to make the difference in every single fight? We'll wait and see.
And here we do see Brendy taking a lot of damage. He's going to go out first. Lamp and Green Space going to possibly try to go in for the res here, but as Green Space goes out, they know that that's not going to be a possibility. We could see Lamp throwing himself into the dogs here just to try to die early. He does. That's going to be a good reset here. And 223, what can I say? They're looking stable. Now, pulling out that light on Vegas, it's you actually kind of said it, right? You get those longer sightlines, those longer corridors, and the scariest thing about pulling light in this scenario is that those shotguns have that one-shot potential, right? Not the SA-1216, but the model. You could just get one shot, could just get deleted, but that's where Rubinski's just absolute masterclass of light comes into play here, as he knows the positioning required to stay away from it. And even though, right, the fights when they get down into it on the vault are going to be close quarters, it's that opening damage that throws Holto's Finest off.
Yeah, and it's not like they can go for like an effective shield play here on the point, because they know the glitch will come in after them. Meanwhile, Brendy gets the diving, goes hard, targeting hard the heavy on the side of 223, on the Holto's Finest rather, and that is Telco taken down. Now Rubinski the last one standing, so target prioritization, is that the key here as they get that steal against the run of play? Holto's Finest taken that first point.
Wow, yeah. So, I mean, that dive in was, I think, super unexpected for 223. They were not in a good position to counter it, which is surprising, given the fact that they knew Holto's Finest only had one team fight left in them. You have to know it's going to be a quick push. and they were just not set up in the place. Rubinski didn't even get a good opportunity to give a call out, to get a good shot out, let alone the fact that they had gateways just completely unused that whole team fight. So crazy to say the least, but we'll get started now as Holto's Finest gets set up for vault number 2, possibly the last vault of the map. And 223 is going to have to play on the reflex.
Okay, 223 are incoming. Holto's Finest know that much, but where from, they do not know. Holding onto these glitch barrels, of course, you know, you're lucky enough to find one, you keep hold of it. And it looks as though they're going to be able to grab that box without contention. That already sparks some suspicion in their minds. They're like, okay, why are they letting us do this? Where are we going to? Where are they holding from? C and B both very far away. They opt to head right to the top, and they hear some gunfire.
Yeah, some bullets connecting with Lamp's forehead right here as they try to find out where Rubinski is planning to go from. But unfortunately for Holto's Finest, they did leave the vault just above them. Gonna have to use some util to get up there, and they do. Early damage going through against Noah as he goes down. Lamp in green space down to just few HP, but here it is. Lamp goes out as Edelko Rubinski make their util work for them. That positioning, the pinch play. Holto's Finest thought they had an opening blown through the roof and jump heading out, but it just wasn't enough. And now 223 back in the running as they take 2 to B.
It's unfortunate there for Holto's Finest, as it looks as though that engage wasn't too shabby, especially with the glitch nade we saw from the perspective of one of the mediums, and he got his one. You know, he got the trade that he needed to, but the problem is that if you're not getting the right kinds of kills, if you're not, if the rest of your team isn't also being able to follow up with those, then, you know, you're going to suffer. B, now the site of choice. This is the sort of, I was going to say casino. We're in Vegas. God damn it.
They're all casinos.
They're all casinos, yeah. This is the one that, I don't know, it looks more like a casino than the rest of the casinos to me.
This is the Eastwood. This is the Eastwood district. They're on the roof of the Eastwood right now, and they're on the opposite side of the stage area. So we could look right now over the top of Fremont Street as Holto's Finest tries to find a nice way in. Now, they are going through the bottom floor of the Eastwood, and looks like they're going to try to meet 223 up the top. They know that they can't just try to go for the steal because of those glitch grenades, because of the frag grenade potential of Rubinski right now. But they need to take them out early. They need to get this fight. They've got a lot of time to set up for it, though. So underneath that first floor, Holto's Finest is doing their best to try and figure out the way up.
The towers at the top of Eastwood have got such brilliant vantage points. We see Rubinski does get a whiff of the whole team, as it turns out.
They do decide. Yeah, they do decide to go up from there, but look at that with the zip line at the top there. Randy comes up and gets a pick out of Rubinski. No way for that rest to come through. Edelko is going to try to get an opening with the RPG. It's a huge opening, and he picks up green space. Lamp at full HP, though. That is a force to be reckoned with as Edelko comes back, but it's not going to be enough there. And there it is, Holto's Finest. They baited 223 into the engagement. They get the steal, and that's 2 steals for Holto's Finest. 2 maps on the board, Jerry.
And no cash outs yet for 223 across 2 maps.
Oh.
It's looking rough, Vardy. It's looking real rough for this squad. Holto's Finest, like I said, they haven't put a foot wrong today, and they continue that form into the grand final. Now they're only 1 map away from winning the Split 2 Masters and claiming that $500 prize.
It's a very unfortunate time to be a 223 enjoyer. However, I think that seeing Rubinski jump onto that light gave them a little bit more life, right? It gave them a little bit more chance.
You know?
Yes.
That's the key. Before this, they were completely flat on Skyway, but here they won fights. They looked like they were taking the initiative. And if anything, I felt like they were a bit unlucky to not come away with more to show for it on Vegas. That was a good performance from 223, but Holto's Finest just edging it out just a teensy bit ahead of them. So, yeah.
Yeah. It was just that. So the last 2 fights of those vaults, right? The first vault on that rooftop area, that fight just was not prepared for by 223, right? No. By the time Rubinski got involved in the fight, it was too late, and he was the last person standing. On the second fight for that second vault, the early pick onto Rubinski meant that Noah had to dive out of position to go for the res, and because of that, with that timing, Edelko was too busy in the fight, and it just fell away from them. So it just this like you said, unlucky, right? Unfortunate positioning in both of those circumstances, because I think they were waiting for Holto's Finest to come up from underneath and take that fight to the roof. And then it didn't happen, and they didn't trust in their own play, right? So I hope that they do stick with the light going into the next map. But, I mean, hey, let's put it this way. 2-2-3, right? That's their name. 2 cash outs. 2 cash outs. That means we're going to get 3 cash outs on the next map.
You're right. The logic is flawless. That's exactly how it's going to work. And yeah, for 2-2-3's sake, they're going to have to hope that 2 of those go to them. It's not a bad map for Lights at all. Sis Horizon, which is up next, and this is 2-2-3's map pick. So it could be that Rubinski sticks with that light. You've got to think about how confident Holto's Finest are feeling right now, though, right? They've run through this bracket from start to finish so far, and they've forced 2-2-3 into adapting, into changing their own game plan, and that hasn't worked. So Holto's Finest are firmly in control, not just of the scoreline, but just the mental game, right? They've beaten 2-2-3 at their own game. They've beaten 2-2-3 at a counter game. What can't they beat 2-2-3 on? Well, we'll have to find out, and if it's nothing, then they take it 3-0.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a very, very swift win from 2-2-3 here, because if that fight goes any longer, if this map 3 ends up taking 2-2-3 a little bit of time to figure out, it's going to be over before they know it. There's just no room for fights. And so I just want to see Edelco and friends activate here. But you're up against a squad like Lamp's squad and Holto's Finest. I mean, hey, they got that insurance money backing them.
All right, so Sis Horizon. You know that I love Sis Horizon mainly because the call-outs are very simple. But we got a very quick game on it earlier on. It was super quick, a 2-0 that went the way of Holto's Finest against Pushing 30. We saw just how they like to play it. We saw that they were very just forward. They got into their positions as quickly as possible, and they made sure that they controlled the buildings, right? They're a big fan of bringing these vaults down. That is a huge part of their game plan whenever they're defending a site, is stick a jump pad underneath, get that C4 underneath, bring them down, to the point where I was just counting down the seconds to it happening. It became so predictable. Surely 2-2-3, they've done their homework, they've been watching Holto's Finest now. They're going to see plays like that coming a mile away.
Oh, absolutely. And here's the thing, is that when it comes to this, if 2-2-3 has decided to stick with something that's not 3 shotguns, they will have a distinct advantage if they can put the vaults into specific cash outs. Holto's Finest, they're 2 maps up. They don't care. Right, and Lamp's just gonna dive in and get glitched, because it doesn't matter if you can left click those heads. Now Brendy is already down to low HP here. He's out of the running, but Lamp ready to get activated. Still 8 shots in that shotgun here. It is gonna be a 3-on-2 situation right now. Holto's Finest gonna be able to take out 1 there. Edelco Rubinski down to just 2 players, but that's all they need as Holto's Finest loses the first team fight. And this is huge, because this means that 2-2-3 can get Vault 1 inserted into the campus cash out. So on B, on the rooftop here of campus, this is a huge opportunity for that XP54 to really shine, because this is such a wide open area that they can definitely use their advantage. But Holto's Finest, knowing they've got those shotguns in play, well, they are probably going to try to dive underneath and play from under, drop it underneath, and we know how that works out. What do you think, Jerry?
I think you've accurately predicted exactly what's going to happen. As you can see right now, the movement starting from 2-2-3. They are taking this fight on the roof, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't dip underneath fairly soon. Some nice headshots landed there by Rubinski, but of course, that's going to be trash damage as it gets killed right back up. Out goes a frag grenade for good measure as well. He just got free reign on this roof, like you said. This is a fish in a barrel for him right now.
Absolutely, but pacing with these frags is going to be everything. I really hope Rubinski saves the next frags as they come back and they don't just throw them out instantly. We can actually see Holto's Finest making the moves through the hallways there, trying to dive away from the damage as best they can. Rubinski repositions the other side, but Holto's Finest, they're going to set up to drop the cash out here. Frag grenade is going to get spent here. Very unfortunate. Glitch grenade about to jump out as Holto's Finest dives up to the rooftop. Lamp goes down to very low HP there. No doubt Rabinski's doing as Noah goes out first, though. That's going to be unfortunate. Edelko out as well. And there's Rabinski. That's a full wipe for 223. And it just looks like a rerun as Holto's Finest paces until they get that engagement just right. They dive in for a singular team fight, which 223 likely does not have time to reconnect to once they respawn.
Brilliant pacing, brilliant engagement, just top-class finals from Holto's Finest. That is unbelievable. It caught us both off guard, the fact that they went for that bounce up through the floor. We thought we were going to see them bring the cash out down, bait the engagements down, but no, they spotted that there were two above, and they do have a chance here to try and re-engage 223, but it's got to be a gung-ho fight. There's no holds barred, and they've already taken casualties. Atelko going down, Noah going down, and it's a full wipe as Holto's Finest take no casualties in the process.
Not a single life lost from Holto's Finest. Like I said, that insurance money from Holto really does go crazy here. And, well, Vault 2 spawns on the other side of the map. They got to run all the way over to the library where possibly they're going to be able to get Vault 2 inserted immediately. Now, if my calculations are correct, Cash Out A is on the fire escape. That is going to be huge for 223 if they're able to take control. But right now, Holto's Finest, they have control of the vault. It's going to be their pace to set whether or not they go to Cash Out A or C.
We've seen them like to play C before as a preference as well. This is where they won their game earlier against pushing 30s on that C point. So we will see if they go there again. They have backed away from the vault, wanting again to make sure that they win every engagement they take. They don't want to be sitting out in the open, especially against the SMG of Rabinski. Moving as one behind that mesh shield is very smart. They have some goo as well for the system, but the dive is coming in from 223.
Insane movement here, and we can see that Noah is at least able to get a little bit of early damage off on the lamp, which stalls the team out. Holto's Finest, though, they're repositioning and they're healing up. And what is this? He's just deleted Noah in a hail of coins. He's out. There goes Rabinski. It's just up to Edelko getting dove on by the whole team. Holto's Finest gonna get the team wipe. They're going to get the vault. They're going to get to choose which cash out. Jerry, it could all end here. A clean sweep of the grand finals would just be icing on the cake for Holto's Finest.
They are really proving their name to be the case. They are quite simply the finest team that we've seen so far in the finals. This is stellar display. And this is a great cash out in most situations. But when you're up against a one light with a ranged option, who can maybe find an opening here, you've got to be careful as Holto's Finest. You've got to play your positions very nicely. This is a very standard spot on the roof guarding over C, and they have to be careful basically that they don't take a boatload of damage from an RPG or something bunched up like that.
Yeah, this is a very crazy fight to see here as Noah just dives on early. Edelko and Rabinski gone before we even have a chance to spectate, and Noah gonna go out early in this fight. Jerry, there is only one team fight left for 223. It all comes down to the very next team fight.
It has to be better than that one. That was not great at all. We saw 3 different plans. You need one plan, you know? But, you know, if they ain't broke, don't fix it. Holto's Finest head back up to the roof to guard against whatever 223 happen to throw at them. Like you say, this is the last chance, most likely. So, what's it going to be? Where are 223 coming from? Let's see.
Oh, straight in. They choose the front door approach, and Green Space gets started with a nice medium frag grenade. Delivered prime next day, but let's see what's going to happen right now as Noah gets ready to set up some late damage, but it's not going to be enough. Needs to reload that shotgun now. Rabinski trying to find a good opening. He does find a good opening, and there we go. Noah capitalized on it, taking out Green Space here. Lamp going down to half HP, but Noah goes in for the res here on Edelko. He gets the res. Rabinski takes out Lamp, and that's a team wipe on Holto's Finest. 223, they stay in for just a little bit longer. They get cash out C stolen. That is so insane that they're able to pace it just right. Rabinski coming in clutch with that damage. Absolutely insane stuff, but they still have another vault to fight over.
Well, this is the mountain they have to climb. They've put themselves back as far as they possibly can. Their backs against the wall. That is the first cash out that 223 have got an all series. So this has to be the turning point for them. We're heading out towards Vault 3. And it looks as though D is, well, D and A are very far apart from each other. We have that fire escape on A, like you mentioned. And I do wonder whether Holto's Finest, who have managed to make it to the Vault first, will prefer that over wherever D is. We haven't really gotten a proper look at it just yet. But there is going to be a fight over the Vault here, Ardy, as 223 are close to engaging with many glitch barrels. Well, I say they've got many glitch barrels. Holto's Finest have just as many in their arms as well.
Oh, and here we go. Early fight coming in right now to set the pace as Noah goes down almost instantly. The glitch barrel going to prevent the heal up from coming through, but 223 can't capitalize on it in time. Or will they? We can see as Edelko tries to do some damage. It's not going to work out. Rabinski escapes with his life, escapes with the ability to coin in his teammates. But now, like you said, 223, they've got the opportunity here. Do they take the vault over to the art gallery, or do they push it up to the library fire escape? Now, that library fire escape could be huge because the fact that Rabinski would be able to take advantage of that long distance fight. But the thing is that Holto's Finest, they are probably going to choose to keep the vault up on top there. Wait, is not on the fire escape, is it?
The fire escape. No, it looks
it's
like
not.
It's the far corner. Yeah, this is an interesting one.
Oh, it's the office.
Can get knocked out
This
the window
is
from that position, can't it?
Yeah, it can get knocked out. It is a little bit harder, but the thing is... Oh, and it does get knocked out. This is huge. This is actually really good for Rabinski.
Speaking of that,
but the fight is going to happen inside. Noah goes down first. Edelko does get the trade onto Lamp, and he's going to be able to get the res as well. No, he's not, as the fight comes up. Although, looks like Holto's Finest, they missed the first jump pad. It's not going to matter, but Bernardine Green Space, they're back up. They're going to be able to get Lamp up as well. And now 223, it's all on you. Do they take the fight properly? Do they try to fight inside?
They could do. It's up to them. Green Space has just been standing out to me, though. I have to mention him because some of the shots he's been landing has been literally fight the fight. And we saw the one prior to this. The range on the Model 1887, you sometimes forget about it, but he's really just adept at centering that crosshair, placing it, and getting the maximum value out of those pellets. We do spot a bit of pink on the far side, and that's unfortunate.
Huge damage as Green Space and Lamp both eat grenades here, and as Brendy goes down first, this is going to be huge. Will 223 be able to get the res up?
Still got the
223 is going to be able to cancel. Let's see what's going to happen. The res won't come through. Holto's Finest just on 2 people, but Edelko goes down. Noah on half HP. Where's Rabinski? Noah goes down. It's just Rabinski. This is it. Rabinski has to take the fight. Edelko's back up. Lamp is going to go down, but Edelko, look at this trade. It's just Rabinski, the 1v2, 1v3. Green Space goes out, but Rabinski on 15 HP. Is he going to be able to get the kill? He doesn't. Holto's Finest takes the win as 223 could not capitalize. Absolutely insane gameplay here as Holto's Finest does what they do best. A clean sweep. 3-0 in the grand finals to take the prize pool.
High fives all round as well. Look at that synergy. Look at the synergy in this team. A near perfect grand final as well. Only conceding 1 cash out across 3 maps. Unreal stuff from Holto's Finest, and a fully deserving champion of the Split 2 Masters. Wouldn't you agree, Ardy?
Absolutely, because the fact that they were just able to stay on top no matter what was thrown at them. Watching them go up against the in the lower finals, just seeing their absolute resilience no matter what. Even when they lost team fights, they came back and they fixed the issues. Coming into this to have a perfect series is insane. Only 1 cash out. It's nuts.
Yeah, it is nuts. It's unbelievable. They've put up such an unbelievable display today. All 3 of them, Lamp, Brendy, and Green Space. Well done. 2-2-3. Now, this is a good side. We've seen this side do incredible things in the server before, but they were made to look bang average by Holto's Finest today. And that is not an insult to 2-2-3. That is a testament to Holto's Finest.
Absolutely. Holto's Finest really showing that they know what they're doing, setting a good pace right now, setting the record straight, that they absolutely deserve their spot when it comes to the World Finals. Absolute congratulations to them. But honestly, I just want to say that there is a lot of really good talent on that team, because Lamp and Green Space have just been doing some insane work.
You want to say Brendy? No? Brendy was also
Brendy's
great.
been doing great
Brendy
too.
was
Brendy's
amazing.
great as well.
Yeah, it's just funny you left him out. Anyway, I don't want to shine a light on that, whatever that is. But yeah, so I was really impressed. I was just really impressed by these guys, and I think that we've got so much to talk through because this is the end of one kind of chapter in Breakout Esports at the moment, and there's still more to come. You've got the LCQs. It's not over for the likes of Pushing 30, for No Idea, all these teams that didn't quite make it. 223, of course, they have lost the grand final, but they have gained today that spot in the World Championship. So it's not all doom and gloom for them, having won that upper bracket final earlier against Pushing 30. Here's some replays from the whole series, though, Ardy, and this is going to be a kind of a... I feel like this is going to be a Green Space highlight reel in some places.
Oh, absolutely. And just seeing the absolute intensity from Holto's Finest to just say, hey, I don't want to play anymore. Let's just shut him out.
Hey, Green Space has died twice in the space of 10 seconds of I said that. I said it really badly. Here he is actually doing something, I guess.
There we go. Yeah, now it's time to watch Green Space. All the work coming into play here. And honestly, yeah, I did not give Brendy the credit he deserves. He has been there to support the team the entire way through. All of the damage coming through from Brendy, all of the heals as well. I gotta say, Brendy was never out of position even once. And that was a huge key. I mean, watching this as well, like the fights that 223 won were mostly because the fact that Holto's Finest just was not in position at the right place, the right time.
Yeah.
But Holto's Finest, the reason they won is because they were able to capitalize on every single advantage given to them. When 223 had to set the pace of the fight, then it was a little bit more difficult for them. But all Holto's Finest did was wait a couple extra seconds for somebody to get out of place, and they pushed that.
I'm glad we got to see 223 playing especially well today too, because that first map, it really did feel like they just weren't awake, they weren't with it, they weren't hitting their shots. After that, we saw a lot more pizzazz. We saw the switch up from a bit... in a good shift, but 3-0 in the series says it all, really. Holto's Finest, just the cut above every time it really mattered.
Absolutely. And I mean, I hate to say it, but you know, this definitely did not go the way that 223 wanted. I mean, you know, if they were to lose, I guess the score that they were looking for was maybe 2-3.
Yeah,
but it just didn't happen.
I don't know. At some point, you know, you lose a game, you lose a game. Whether you lose a game like 2-3 or not, it's gonna hurt a bit more if you have that comeback against you or something. But yeah, I think they would have liked to take a map today. It would have been a little less of a hard pill to swallow. But you know, you don't get to choose how you lose, really. Holto's Finest were just better, and I know we have plenty of stuff to talk through. We've got interviews, we've got a leaderboard to show off, we've got the event stats as well. So we're gonna take our foot off the gas a little bit here, Ardy, I guess, and sort of chill for a bit. See what gets sent our way. We should eventually be having an interview with one of the players from the winning side, and if you've ever tuned into his stream, you'll know it's a fun place to be. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we are going to be setting up with Lamp. Lamp is cute on Twitch, an absolute goat in the final space, and showing that exactly today, showing that he knows what is up, that he is able to just come through whenever he's needed. And, you know, win a tournament with a little prize money. Someone that's never given up on this game.
Yeah, just turn up, just win a little tournament. It's that easy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this kind of insight, and I'll let you take the interview, Ardy. But I really want to ask you to ask him about just the vibes on the team, like, and what their mentality is. When they're playing these tournaments, what are they doing it for, and is there any space for like negativity, right? That's the main thing, because I never get that. I never get that from Lamp. Just the few times I've watched and that we've had listen-ins and things. I just want to know.
Yeah,
get in his brain a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I want to find out as well, right? Is what are the vibes, like you said, but also strategy? Because we talked about that a little bit, that like I know that that team is capable of picking up strategy. Or do you think that they're just going in guns blazing? What's your honest take on that?
They are the least going in all guns blazing team in the whole of all in this.
Yeah.
They really were like the most considered out of all of them, but they had this knack for spotting opportunities as well, which was really impressive. Like we thought that they'd be somewhat predictable, knowing like their pathing, guessing where they'd be heading, because it was just the most optimal route. But then they'd find that one moment to spark something and play it just so well that it would catch us off guard, even though we've got the the whole top-down view and everything. So yeah, like those moments where they have to make a call and it's immediate. What is the response like there? Because on the face of it, it seems like it's really clear, it's really communicative, and it's indicative of trust in your teammates.
Exactly. And speaking of trusting your teammates, that all comes through in how a team is able to just play for themselves, knowing that they can trust their team is behind them. Like, for example, watching Holto's Finest, watching Brendy just jump in with his team to be able to be there for heals, giving Lamp the space he needs to be able to be behind when is needed, to be able to be in front when he's needed. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the stats for this whole event. While we're waiting for that interview, we've got some good stats to look at. Our amazing workers behind the scenes here, Stars especially, as well as Craze, is doing the most to get all these stats running through. Let's take a look and see what we got. Look at the map pick rates. Look at the class pick rates faster. We're 27.9% on heavy, 58 on medium, and 13% light. Now, heavy and medium, of course, we've been seeing HMM. I think that if we allowed double heavy, we'd be seeing more, but this is just the thing, right? But looking at the lights, this is the pick rate that matters the most. 13.9%, almost 14% of games, we see a light.
You know what was funny about that? At the start of the day, we saw this same graphic, but the light pick rate was at, I think, 11%. You can chalk that extra 2% or so purely up to, well, slightly Rubinski, but then the rest of it entirely the team of no idea that ran through the whole of Swiss as triple lights and then brought it into one of the maps in the double elimination as well. So they have single-handedly bumped up the stats for light across the season, which is an impressive thing to do. And they did it while winning the or coming at least second in the Swiss, which got them through to the playoffs. So all power to them. Light represent.
Yeah, honestly, to see Light getting a little bit more love compared to Split 1 is good. But yeah, it's just so much emphasis on that heavy, medium. You just get a lot more flexibility.
We did see a HML team win Qual 4 as well. I forgot to mention that. That was outrageous. We couldn't believe it. We were like, this proves that it is viable. So it was quite cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to take a look at the maps as well to see what maps are loving. Mostly, I want to see what the overall pick rate is for Kyoto. I think it is a whopping 0%.
Could be.
It could be 1%.
There might be a reason for that, Artie.
Oh, was it banned?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't banned, it just wasn't in the pool, But, sorry, I thought you genuinely knew and were making a joke. But that's fine.
No, genuinely, I had no idea. But
to be fair, when I turned up, like, start of Split 2, and I was like, right, cool, we'll get to custom Kyoto. And they're like, oh, wait, no, none of the players wanted to play that, so it's not in the pool. I was like, okay, that's fine. So,
yeah, before I had to travel for VCT, I was here for the Season 3 event. It was like, cool, Kyoto, love to see it. All right, finals, esports series. I'll see everybody in Kyoto when I come back. And then to find out that nobody has played Kyoto at all since I left for VCT is
it's
crazy.
a little saddening, isn't it? You kind of want to see it, but at the same time, it's a beast of a map, right?
It's an open world map.
It is an open world map. It doesn't work very well for 3v3s at all. Like the cash out games are pretty fun, I think, on it. Especially, I quite like the moving platforms cash out games. I think they're really fun because you get to, like, especially with the winches, take the cash out and put it where you want. But
yeah, unfortunately, though, with winches being banned,
yeah,
it's,
that's true. yeah.
Yeah.
We do our best here to make the competitive experience as competitive as possible at Breakout, which involves, you know, getting rid of winches when it becomes very clear that it's not very fair. Glitch traps as well, something we haven't seen. So yeah, the last qualifier was just winches and glitch traps everywhere. So I'm glad that we got to see a bit more variety today.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, let's jump into something. Oh, we're just gonna jump into us. Amazing. Well, Jerry, I'm curious for your stats. So, overall, what is the #1 difference that you saw between Split 1 Masters and Split 2 Masters?
It's an interesting question. So, Split 1 Masters, I was a spectator. I was just watching the whole thing, and it was enjoyable to watch. But the biggest difference, I have to say, is shotguns. Right, from one season to another, there's been a huge switch from the FCAR and the AK being the preferred medium weapon and dominating the way that we take gunfights, and even the Lewis gun as well on heavy, to shotguns everywhere. SA-1216s on the heavies, the Model 1887s on the mediums, and funnily enough, the lights don't play with shotguns whenever they play with the ranged option. But we were, you know, watching back when the name that comes to mind is Chickpea, who was basically the only person running shotguns in that meta and just playing with it in a very different way, kind of looking forward a patch almost and showing, hey, you know what, if you're not going to play the FCAR or the AK, this is a gun, this is a contender that you have to give respect to. And as soon as those two got a little bit of a nerf, we just started seeing shotguns everywhere. So that's the main difference. It's been a lot more chaotic, a lot more burst damage coming through because of that. The way engagements are taken, you get a lot less of people standing on top of churches and gunning down people as they come across a field. It's much more about the tight engagements and using the utility to the best of its advantage. And I think health-wise, I feel like that's a better thing in some ways, because it does let the utility shine through more than it used to, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think a big thing with the shotgun gameplay is mostly about the chunking that it does to health, right? Because there is a huge difference between constantly being pressured versus just, I'm going to take this fight, why am I at half HP? Right? Like the moment that you jump in and you lose everything, it changes the way you adapt to a fight. And I think because shotguns are just so much more difficult to adapt to mid-fight, it's why the overall competitive community has gravitated towards them. Even though there is obviously that idea of having that pressure early into a fight of, hey, their health is slowly diminishing over time. Just like we saw in that last game on Sis Horizon, even when you're in those positions, hey, if you just have better positioning, that stuff doesn't matter. And so, yeah, I mean, jumping in from, you know, I think it definitely is a lot to do with patches, a lot to do with how the seasons have updated, but mostly I think it has to do with how the community just adapts over time, learning their own play styles, learning how to best play against everyone else. And yeah, like you said, Chickpea was the forefather of shotgun gameplay, and also light, because when he was on light, he was insane. It was like, hey, Chickpea is the light to look at.
Yep.
And but then when he wasn't, like you said, he's on that shotgun. So yeah, maybe we got to be looking at Chickpea, what he was doing during Split 2, to see what's going to happen during Worlds.
Yeah, we absolutely do, because that is where he's waiting for everyone to come and catch him. Just in case you're wondering why we're waffling, we have a few things we're preparing. We've got the leaderboards coming up, but Ardy, it looks as though we are just about ready for the interview. So I'm going to let you hop on over to have a chat with Lamp, the winner of today, one of the members of Holto's Finest.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and say hi. Hey, it's Lamp. Dude, I'm doing fantastic. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you still.
We can hear you on Discord, but you
can hear you on
to
Discord.
check your audio on vMix. I think that's probably what it is.
Hello?
No worries.
Can we
There
hear
we
me?
go.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Dude, I am doing fantastic, but like I said, it is so good to see you still competing, still showing up and showing off. And well, absolutely. As Jerry said, actually, Jerry, I'll let you go ahead and take the first question since that was what you wanted.
Okay, well,
to know about first.
First of all, hi Lamp. It's been great to cast your games today. It's been really fun. We watched a lot of just incredible play from Holto's Finest, and I want to ask you something, because when I was tuning into your stream recently, just to get a sort of check up on how things were going, I noticed that the vibes were just impeccable. That was the thing that stood out to me about your team.
Mental's always strong. It's half the battle,
Yeah,
bro. It is half the battle.
Okay, so that's kind of answered my question. Then I'll have to ask you. What is the mentality when you go into these games, when you go into these tournaments?
Right.
Is it we're locking in, we're going to play to win? Is it we're here to have fun? Is it some mixture of both? And how do you kind of prep the team for that?
Probably a balance of both. I joined these guys at the beginning of Split 2, and I think definitely we always come in to win. And with a game like the finals, with how high variance, things can go wrong so easily. With the destruction, you know what I mean? So a slab of a wall can fall on top of your head, and there's a lot of things that can make your mental deteriorate very quickly. And so I think with Matt, which is Green Space, and Brendy, of course, we kind of always are, we're always able to kind of mentally reset. Every fight's a new fight, and we have the confidence each and every time, knowing that we can go in and play together and win. And so it's always starting off with good vibes. I think before the game starts, we're always lighthearted, joking amongst each other. But then as soon as the game starts, as soon as we're walking towards that first vault, it's all business. It is all business.
Amazing. Yeah, every fight is a new fight. That is a huge thing. I mean, definitely coming from other esports as well, it is one of the most important things to try to get into your head, is that you can't let everything carry forward. But that's actually the next thing I want to ask about, is how do you carry forward? We talked a lot about strats versus just running and gunning. How much is your team calming about particular strats when it comes cash out to cash out?
100%. I think we have a certain play style that we like to do. We like to rotate around a lot. We like to find good angles of entry. I think we're constantly looking for our opening. You know what I mean? Like, again, just the Belize's team on the first horizon point, you know what I mean? We knew that they would be playing under the glass room at one point. That's the easiest approach. And so we were able to rotate from underneath the cash out over to the stairs and onto the jump pad and got our engagement. You need to catch teams off guard, especially because a lot of teams are running APS. And so we always look for that RPG entry to just like, and then Brendy and Matt, I mean, they don't miss with the shotguns. They're just super lasered on, and they always play off of me. And we're constantly communicating. I think everybody calms, everybody contributes. But typically in terms of the timing on when we do things, I typically take the lead on that.
I love that. That's super sick. And one thing I also want to figure out as well is when it comes to, you know, the approach of every patch, you got to kind of dive into what's best. With the current shotgun meta, how are you feeling? Do you feel like this is where the finals needs to be, or do you think that shotguns is just sort of a band-aid fix to the current state of things?
Man, so I came from like a pretty long hiatus whenever I came back to playing Qualifier 2. So during Qualifier 2 and like practicing leading up to that, I was super rusty, and the meta was very different when I was playing more actively compared to how it is now. I personally find it to be a lot of fun, even though Heavy is definitely a pretty compromising class to play in this meta, because that model does half my HP. But I would love to see Embark look to buff things rather than nerf. I think the model hasn't been changed from in the beginning. You know what I mean? The model is a reflection of them continuously nerfing the FCAR and the AK just not quite being up to par. I'm always more in the favor of making everything strong, because I think that makes everything fun to use, rather than trying to like slow everything down, make the game more sluggish. So I don't even think they need to nerf the model necessarily to kind of see the meta get shaken up a little bit. I think just some rifle buffs, and we would see FCARs and AKs back in the mix. Also with Winch and Glitch Mines, which we saw during the qualifiers, that was super dominant play style. And the models just complement it perfectly. You know what I mean? You place the APS down, the Glitch Mines, you stand still, you hook them, pull them in, and then it's over. And once you're man up, the fight's pretty much over unless you make some kind of misplay. So I just want to see Embark make everything strong. Throw throwing daggers in the mix. You know what I mean? What does a throwing dagger meta look like? Maybe not throwing daggers.
I would love it.
You know.
W. I love that. I love to hear that coming from you. Dude, Riot Shield meta needs to come in, all right?
I want to see your competitive arc, bro. I want to see it.
Season 4, the moment, I promise you, the moment that the Riot Shield becomes competitively viable, because listen, if I can get all the way up to Diamond 1 in the ranks with it, I think I can compete with it.
100%.
But, you know,
100%.
Do you want everyone running it? Do you want everyone?
I want
running
everyone running it. We're gonna have Riot Shield qualifiers coming through, but no, for real though, Lamp, it's been super sick to see your arc, to see your spirits kind of keeping up all the way through, and honestly, to see your improvements from Masters 1 up to Masters 2. I'm super happy to see you again in here, and I got one last thing to ask you.
Yeah.
It's what is your plan going into Worlds now that you've won Masters 2? What is your plans going into the Grand Finals?
For Grand Finals, I know, so in terms of the teams that qualified is Eltalco, and in terms of like the EU teams, bro, like time and again, they are very hard to put away. It may have been a 3-0 sweep, but like those were very close fights. You know what I mean? They arguably should have won Vegas. Playing HML. The light was shout out to Rabinski. I think he was playing the light. I think we saw how strong HML is, but how small the margin of error is. One small error on their part, and we were able to capitalize it, especially against coordinate. I would consider us a coordinated team. But as moving forward, we have Eltalco. I don't know in Masters 1 who qualified for Worlds. But we have Bertz. Of course, Bertz didn't participate in this event. We played against Bertz in the Grand Final for qualifiers 2 and 3. Managed to come out on top, but like they are probably, in my opinion, probably the best team in the world. And we're definitely able to take games off them. But I think moving forward for Worlds, just want to win it and keep playing consistent, keep practicing, and see where we go. Now, I'm a sub for this team. So real quick, I just want to shout out my teammates, Green Space and Matt, and Turk, Turk is the sub who really is the part of the main roster. For letting me play with these guys. They didn't even know me coming into qualifier 2, and I've grown really close to these guys. And yeah, it's been awesome to play with them.
Amazing. I love to hear it. And yeah, I'm absolutely excited to see you. It is going to be Bert's BKO 223 and of course Holto's Finest for Worlds. I'm excited to see you there, Lamp. And yeah, any final things before we head off?
Great cast, guys. Jerry, it's a pleasure to meet you. Artie, when I saw that you were casting and you coming back, I remember the Kachi Rivals days, man. It was such a pleasure to see you coming back. That first set against Belize's team, I dedicated that set to you, bro. But yeah, thank you to
appreciate
Alto's
that.
Finest. Thanks to BREAKOUT for hosting such an awesome event. And yeah, this is competitive finals is truly a joy, man. I just had a great time. So thanks to everybody involved. Shout out Stars or
Thank you so much
for the camera work. Y'all did great.
We love Stars.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm a huge Stars fan, but yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for the dedication. I appreciate that. Absolutely. But honestly, you were the one that put in the work. Holto's Finest did a fantastic job. Again, Brendy and Green Space, huge ups to you guys as well. Lamp, thank you so much for spending your time with us today. And congratulations on your big W.
Appreciate
Let's take
it,
a look at
guys.
the leaderboard. Thank you so much.
Later.
Leaderboard time. Alrighty, I think that we've got the leaderboard ready after this, right? We do have to take a look at the qualified teams. It's Bert's, BKO, 2-3, and Holto's Finest. I think we've got some extra deep stats on that as well. We can go ahead and take a quick peek.
It's not ready yet. We're almost there. We are very almost there.
Almost
there. But it's yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it because it will just map out the entire rest of the Breakout Esports calendar for this series. So we've had Master Split 1, we've had Master Split 2, as we were talking about. 2 teams have qualified from each of those. We'll get to see. It was, of course, Bert's and BKO, and then we've just had 2-2-3 and Holto's Finest. And the global leaderboard is going to show us over those two splits, all the teams gathering points through the qualifiers, who are the ones that have made it through to the World Championship just off those accumulation of points. And there'll be 4 spare slots left to see to be filled by the teams that win the last chance qualifiers. So there is still hope for some of those teams that didn't quite make the cut today or in previous qualifiers, etc. So Artie, I have looked at these the leaderboards and things already, but I'm not going to spoil anything for any viewers that are kind of out of the loop or haven't checked it themselves. Are there any teams that you should keep an eye on that You know, I don't know what I'm asking. I've completely blanked. Birds are the team to keep an eye on. Yeah, we just heard Lamp talk about how they're the best team in the world, and you spent a lot of last split casting them, didn't you?
Absolutely, and BKO as well, especially you know, BREAKOUT, Kelcam, Oppenheimer, the OG trio that I used to play with quite a bit. I'm hoping to see them high up on this leaderboard, which we're finally ready for. Thank you so much to the production. Let's go ahead and take a look. Alrighty, this is the road to Worlds. It's Bert's, just like Lamp said, it is Bert's to take a look at. And surprisingly, it is 2-2-3 up in second place with 311 points. But I want everybody to take a look at this gap. NTHX, third place, 217 points. Almost 100 points between the team in third place and the team in second place. But the gap between Bert's and NTHX is insane. We look down to number 6, which is Holto's Finest, of course, qualifying to Worlds with their win here today at 174 points. But this is a wild points to look at.
Yeah, and you can see right there, it goes down to 12 as well. So those are the top 12 teams in the global leaderboards. They are the teams that have qualified to Worlds, as marked by that little icon you can see in the bottom left. Everyone down from 13 to 24. These are the teams to maybe keep an eye out for in the last chance qualified, because they didn't make the cut. They have not made it to Worlds just yet. They have an opportunity. We've seen teams like Sky Gods participate today. They made it all the way through to our Split 2 Masters event to the Swiss stage. They got knocked out yesterday. But and the same with Quattro Squad. So look at that. Quattro Squad 1 point short under Divine Dead for making it straight to Worlds. That 1 point has made a huge difference, because Divine Dead don't have to do any fighting to get to Worlds. Now they're in it. Quattro Squad, they got to go through the LCQs.
Yeah, and we do have 2 last chance qualifiers happening next month in October. It gives you an entire month to prep, and prep you will need, because we have 1 more month left until Season 4's unveiling. And, well, who knows if things will be changing during Season 4, but LCQs in October, they are going to take place during Season 4. So you've got the entirety of Season 3 to take through and get your prep going. Then it's time for the LCQs. But before then, let's go ahead and take a look at the MVPs of the season.
Wow, this is a big one. And it is Atelco is your one-shot MVP. Despite the fact that he didn't finish on the victorious side today, he was a standout player on the side of 2-2-3 as the heavy main. Really was the big difference maker in any fights that they came out on top of. You got to feel a bit for Rubinski as well, because we submitted these nominations before he kind of popped off on light, and we did say earlier, you know, he was unlucky not to be the defining factor on that Vegas match. Holto's Finest as well. The fact that none of them are on this list, I have to put down to the fact that all 3 of them played incredibly well, right? Like when we submitted Green Space to be the MVP option for them, it was a difficult choice. It was really hard to pick between him, Lamp, and Brendy. But Atelco, he's done it again. He's a very popular one for these MVP awards.
Oh, absolutely. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Grand Final MVP as well. And the Grand Final MVP going to Green Space. Just like you said, he has been putting in the work. Whenever we jumped over to Holto's Finest to look at their POV, it was always Green Space, either getting the exact spacing that he needed, like Lamp was telling us about, the way that they're talking, communicating, Green Space listening to Lamp's calls and falling back when he needs to, jumping forward when he needs to, with the util on point, the healing on point. Green Space absolutely earned this finals MVP.
That he did, and I believe that pretty much takes us to the end of our stream today, so we'll probably hop on back to our faces in just a moment. Artie, it's been an utter joy.
No, it's Matt Man pick rate. This is what I wanted to see.
No, you want to see this. Okay, you don't want to see our faces.
So this is just for today, right? So we got 2 bans on Vegas, right? So a 50% rate right there. We go ahead and look at Monaco, how it has never been banned. Should go to show that it is one of the fan favorites for the fact that you've got those tight open, you got those wide open spaces on the rooftops, and then the tight close quarters inside the buildings. Gotta love Monaco. Skyway Stadium as well, not being banned at all. But yeah, this is a very, very good thing to look at, and I think this is the last thing. So now we can go and look at our faces.
Now I can say how much of a pleasure it's been to be here, to be on the mic with you again. Well, again, finally, Artie. I've never been on the mic with you before. It's been a long time coming, and it's been an absolute pleasure to have someone just so deep in the finals and who really knows their stuff and can actually follow all the chaos while I struggle through and just try and keep track of everything. We need some
Jerry,
in this game, man. I'm telling you, man.
You gave me the hard carry I needed, man. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I'm just gushed for a second about Craze and Stars, who've run an incredible show today. Stars does the job of about 20 people back in the back end. He's a fantastic player. And Rio as well, who's my partner in crime for the majority of the qualifiers and also today during the Swiss stage. So huge shout out to him for that. Artie, I'll let you close us out before we send to the end screen, and just tell us what we have to look forward to, because it's not all over, is it?
It's not all over. That's exactly right. So again, thank you everybody in chat for being here today, but don't go anywhere. Well, you can go somewhere for September. You can go ahead and take your vacation, because when it comes back to October, you guys got to be back in to watch. We got LCQ #1 happening October 5th and 6th. LCQ #2, October 19th and 20th, and that will take us in the last 4 teams before we get in to the Swiss stage for Worlds. Remember that the Masters Series by Breakout Esports starts November 9th, with playoffs happening the 16th and 17th. It is going to be an insane time for all of the squads that you saw in that leaderboard, for all the squads that's going to make it through the LCQ, and your chance to see some of the best that the Finals Esports has to offer. But again, everybody in chat, thank you so much today. Huge shout out to Holto's Finest, to 223 as well for that grand final. And we will see you guys all next month when it comes to the LCQs for Worlds. And yeah, take it easy, take it breezy, take it beautiful. We'll see you guys next time.
realistic, I less the competition. But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it, heartless energy, yeah, really get lost, okay with it, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. This my game won't stop, no, I can't fit in your box, whoa, that's demolish shop, froze, set the scene, no plot, hoes, whoa, please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy, but none of you critics gon' phase me, so when I talk like this, don't blame me, I know I'm bad with it, go against a goat, that's bad business, all of y'all are jokes,